get this show on the road, and I'm all over the damn place here. It's all over the place. There is no script for tonight. There is no script for tonight. It is all hell breaking loose in America. What's going on, Wendy? AC or Anna in Austin. What is happening? You guys rock. It is chaos here. I literally just walked in. What's in Alpha Mill from Florida? Florida, please. They're already screwing with the Florida numbers. What do I mean by that? Not because it's rigged yet. I'm not going to call that. But I'm just saying that they are totally messing with the. They're making it look like it's going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, and it's totally not. It's called too close to call, but it's really not too close to call. What's going on, Bend, Oregon? Carrie, Karen in North Carolina. North Carolina, you going blue or red tonight? What are you gonna do? Going blue or red tonight? Let's see here. Hold on a second. I got to get this all going. So I have you guys going. I have screens over here going. Hello, Canada. We're going to win this for you, too. How does that sound? We're going to win this for Canada as well. That's what I like. Let's see here. And I have several of these going on right now. So
black people love them.
So I have that in my ear as well. I hope you guys can't hear that. I'm silencing all these things. I have the War Room going tonight. Here's the War Room. That's also going. I have all these going over here. Of course, Biden won Jersey. I have a map. This is the Fox News map. I will have other maps up as well. Let me get rid of this whole Noble Patriot thing. You know who you are, and we need the whole screen tonight. Denise in Alaska, what's going on? Deanna from Brooksville, Florida, hello. I do have a call-in tonight, okay? Now, the call-in feature is I have video options. I have Skype. Skype is the best way to go if you'd like to call in. If anybody has any crazy polling stories, you can do me a favor. I'm going to give you... I'm almost afraid to give this to you. My Skype username, which is the best way to get me for phone calls tonight, because the way my phone is working, is to go to my email. Do not email me on this because it's a junk email and you will not get answered. So I'm only giving you this for the actual night, okay? It is NY Diener on Skype. NY Diener on Skype. So NY is in New York. Diener, Deaner on Skype, and just because you call does not mean I'm going to pick up right away. So, because I have a million things going on here amongst my Skype app as well. And then there's other ways as well. I also can do things like FaceTime and stuff. So you have options. Video is available, and audio is also available. Okay, if you just want to do audio. So either way, and again, it won't be forever because I also have guests coming on as well. And let's see here. I am going to go check on some stuff. Oh, hold on. Twitter, hold on. I forgot I had you, I forgot you guys had on that screen. Here we go. I'm going to actually check out, and there will be some downtime, guys, tonight because honestly, there's so much going on. If I go quiet a little bit looking at screens, don't freak out, okay? It is what it is. I am messaging a guest who's going to blow your mind. He's awesome. Okay, cool. Awesome. So don't panic. First of all, nobody panic out there. Here are the states. Like, so this is how it works. This is the Fox News one, and I'm going to be going through different ones as I go tonight. This is the Fox News one. It does not mean that Texas is blue. It's just the votes that are being counted. So what I can do is I can click on this, and it takes me into the counties, okay? And so right now, Biden has that county, which is larger. But if I zoom back out and I go down here, right? It's 53.5 to 45.2. This is how they do it. They freak you out. They try to scare everybody, okay? They try to scare everybody into all of this junk, okay? So it does not mean, like Florida again. Florida is red. I expect it to stay red the rest of the night, but it can alter as we go. All this blue up here, I don't expect all this blue to stay. Illinois will stay. Illinois is done and over with. Like, come on, ridiculous. Ohio, I could see going red. So welcome to the game, okay? This is what they freaking do all the time. This is how they work it. And I am actually just sending some messages out to people who want to get on when they come on. And I am looking for all the best places right now to watch this thing. Let's see what CNN is doing, even though they're crazy. Completely crazy. How are you guys doing out there tonight? And hey, don't get too energetic yet because this is early. This is just starting. This will go on for quite a while tonight. Now, my hope is that they call this freaking thing early and it's over with. That would be wonderful. That would be absolutely wonderful. Here is the CNN one. I'm not saying CNN is great, but I'm looking at all of them. This is the CNN map. Let me see how well they have their technology working tonight. If I click on it, what does it do? Okay, yeah, not bad. Not bad. And then I go to counties. Let's see here. So Palm Beach County, 50, that's up. Broward, yeah, I understand that. Miami-Dade, that's the one to watch. Keep an eye on Miami-Dade. That is definitely the one to watch. And then let me see if they let me scroll out of this stupid thing. There we go. Reset. Excellent. So good. They have technology in the maps tonight. That's a good thing. CNN sucks, though, compared to Fox. So good. Now, what I would love to see happen tonight. Here, let me give you my ultimate scenario. This is my ultimate scenario. This would be freaking amazing. Is if the president wins in a landslide, and then tonight, as the rioting starts, he sends out the infamous tweet, "My fellow Americans, the storm is upon us." That would be a genius way of doing it. Absolutely genius way of doing it. I'm going to check Google's out too, because Google's is always interesting. Their election results and how they do it. So here's Google. And yes, I don't love big tech, but they have good technology right now. So here it is. Similar thing. Do they let you click on stuff? Yes, they do. So they also have it going on. They have all their technology working. So this is the funny part. Let me show you. There we go. Let me show you. Now I gotta find it. Here you go. Texas. So for example, Texas is blue right now. But if you like, there's zero. Like there's so far. It's only 6 o'clock there. 6:10, right? 6:10, and there's one county done. So Clay County, all right, that they're reporting, and then so that's 3. There's 4 counties, 5, 6. There's 8 counties. There's only 8 counties. So they get you because when you zoom out, it looks like Texas is going blue. That's not what that means at all. That's just how they get you. So I wanted to show you that. Good. How was everyone's day? How was everyone's day? Are you doing well as this thing starts off? Texas will go red. Does anybody out there think that Texas won't go red? I mean, come on. Let's see. I have messages that I'm sending out like crazy. My phone's freaking going wild. Who's having fun? Welcome to the game of politics. Who's having fun? My earbud right here I have it over my corner because it drives me up a wall in that ear, but we might need to use it with people, so I will just do this. Okay. Awesome. Okay, here we go. More results coming in. And what are you guys watching tonight other than me? Do you guys also have different stuff going on as well right now? Because that would be fun. And then also, we're going to keep an eye on this page, Twitter. Twitter is hot. Twitter is hot tonight. Let me tell you, it's going to be really hot tonight. So Biden tweeting out, Tulsi Gabbard tweeting out, the Anons are tweeting out. Let's see. So they're saying Trump still has a chance in Virginia. So let's go to the map. Does he really have a chance in Virginia? Let's go to it. Oh, see, that's ridiculous. So wait a second. It's fully blue, as you can see there, right? And Trump is up. Whoa. It says Trump is up 59.5%. And they have it checkmarked for Biden. But if you dive in, why do they do that? That's really interesting. That's really fascinating. So let me actually chat with my buddy Dr. Mike Reed on why that is. He's in Virginia. Dr. Mike Reed, if you're listening, I will message you, but if you're listening, I'm happy to bring you on the show tonight, as always, and we will discuss your state of Virginia and why the hell the president is right now. The president has 59%. 59%. Let me take you back to this. 59% right now to Joe's 38.6, and yeah, that's crazy. So let me do this. I'm gonna bring some people on from Virginia so that we can kind of get an idea of this, because I'm curious now, and I'm gonna send out some messages to these fine folks, because we can bring anybody on the show we want to tonight. That's how I work. That's how I roll tonight. Anyone can come on the show tonight. Now, if you come on and you start talking trash, I'm gonna throw you back off. But other than that, anyone's allowed on the show tonight. Not a problem at all. I'm actually sending messages out to them right now. Here, I actually have a couple people who are looking to come on right now, so give me 1 second while I get this figured out. So who likes all this fun stuff? Who likes this crazy stuff and who doesn't like it? Tell me. Who likes it and who doesn't like it? And guess what, guys? I am here all night, so I will not be offended if you drop off and come back on or anything like that. That doesn't offend me at all, because it's going to be interesting as we go. This could go till 10, 11 o'clock, midnight. This could go till, I don't think I'll go to 3 a.m. because I do have to work in the morning. But it could go late. I probably am willing to go to like 1, I would say, before I would have to shut it down for my own mental sanity. Some people hate it. Some people, I love this stuff. So I find this super exciting. But I do understand many of you out there who, keep in mind, let me tell you this before we dive in hardcore, is don't panic, guys. Don't panic. I think the House flips tonight as well, which would be very, very interesting, because if you have a House and Senate, even if Biden was somehow elected, it would be the House and Senate would block him. So there you go. If that was to occur, but I do not think Biden is going to win this. I will take questions too, the best I can, while I'm posting people's to come on the show. There we go. Don't say no. I'm not saying, I didn't say Biden was going to win. I'm saying if he did, you'd need the House and Senate to block him from doing anything. But it'd be Kamala. Kamala Harris would be. But the president's going to win this thing. How about that? That simple. Pretty simple. I'm going to check the map here in a second. Let's check that map. Let us see what's happening. So, Florida. Let's go check out Florida again. I know you guys are worried about Florida. I'm not worried about Florida at all. There we go. Okay. Yeah, come on. Gadsden County. Please. That's Tallahassee area. It's the liberal academia is what that is. Liberal academia. So Palm Beach County, Biden is up by about, what, 90,000 votes. And then Broward County, he's up big. He'll win Broward. Miami-Dade, he's up 90,000-ish, roughly. And it's only reporting 46% of the vote in. And then here we go. Orange County, so Seminole County is Orlando. And Orlando will go to Biden, most likely. Most definitely. Seminole and Orange County will... Actually, you know what? That's interesting. I apologize. Seminole County, that's a little surprising going blue. Seminole County is where my office is located. Orange County is Orlando. My apologies. I misread that. Orange County would go blue. Seminole, I'm surprised, wouldn't go red. Osceola, that's ridiculous. Osceola should be as conservative as possible. I can't even believe that. And then Volusia County is the county that I live in. They should be fully red. So if I zoom out, he's up. Yeah, so he's going to start, I believe he's going to start pulling away. All right. Let's check Texas again. And Texas is way too early to even look at. Let's go back to Virginia. So let me check this out again. Virginia, he's up 59.5% to 38.7%. They're calling it for Biden. Again, if I have my Virginia people out there, let me know. I'd love to hear your thoughts on that because that seems crazy. Pennsylvania has started 3% in, and they have 81.3 for Biden. Please, that's ridiculous too. We are early on, okay? Early on. How is everyone doing out there in land? One of my Virginia guys, nope. Okay, so good. All right, not a problem there. Let's see here. Good. Okay. Who should we go over the Constitution again? Jason, what I'll do, you want me to have you come on and off a couple times here tonight? I have no problem with that. I see Jason Q is on there. Are you rested, Jason? Are you rested? Hold on, I'm looking at the different CNN's map is really messy. It's messy because it's not messy because it's bad. It's just it's not a really good map, honestly. Here, I'll show you this again. So there's the map. There's CNN's map. What I like but I don't like is it just shows grayed out states. All right, let me see what their Virginia says. Their Virginia. See, look how red Virginia is. It's just those little counties. Let me go to see what their original percentage was. So even they have Trump up 58.5% to 39.4%. So that's a little crazy. Yes, by the way, for the record, this is super early, guys. We have to pace ourselves, okay? So that's why I said if you need a little rest and you come back I am not concerned about that. You have the whole nation that's going to change throughout the night. California is still voting, Nevada, Utah, Colorado. I think they're still going mostly. And so it goes throughout the night. We are literally just in the East Coast and the Midwest. All right, so just keep that in mind, okay? Good. And I'm gonna have Jerry Wayne on tonight. He has messaged me saying he is willing to come on as well. So Jerry Wayne I had on last week. He will be on tonight, so that will be fun. And he has been on he's been media whirlwind the past week. Good, so good. Excellent. Anna Kate will most likely be on. I also have a little special guest that hopefully will be coming on. He said he would come on tonight, and he won his seat tonight. Let's just say that. Okay. Beautiful. Yes, Jerry Wayne has agreed just now to come on tonight, which is pretty awesome. Hold on one second here. I'm running like crazy. And don't mind me if you see me go to my phone to do some texting, because that will also be going on. This is and if anyone, I'm putting the warning, the notice out there. If anyone does want to Skype in, they are more than welcome to. They are more than welcome to Skype in, and you can be on the show and tell me about your voting day and the polling, if you have any special stories or anything like that. Okay? You are very welcome, Wendy. Absolutely. Hey, Dr. John St. John, tell your wife she can come on at any time tonight. How about that? Now that I know you're watching, I will send her over an email with the link. Since this is so much fun. Don't be anxious, folks. You know what? Don't be anxious. You know why? Because at the end of the day, God wins. We all win. We win this whole thing. So don't panic. Don't worry. We got this, okay? And to make it even better, if our guy wins, it's even more fun, right? So don't panic. Don't worry. We win. We win no matter what. Because guess what? We are not going to fall to tyranny. We are not going to fall. We're not going to lose our freedom. We're just not, okay? We're just not. How does that sound, okay? I'm sending emails out right now to all my guests. They all committed to doing it before tonight, but now I'm just sending out links to them and everything else and letting them know. And then here is an update of the map. All right, update of the map. So Florida is still red. I'm just going to go over the actual Florida. So POTUS is up almost 2% now, 2 percentage points. And Virginia, POTUS is up 20% percentage points. Michigan, early on 3%, but Michigan POTUS is way up. I have so many friends in Michigan, it's not funny. They're wonderful people. Okay, so that's cool. That's early on, obviously. Illinois, I mean, I would expect there's no chance in hell Illinois goes red. That's my perspective, but I could be wrong, okay? It's obviously really, really early again. New York, New York, what is the deal? Oh, you close at 9, that's why. Okay, I didn't know that. Pennsylvania, super early there, but that's a lot of blue in Pennsylvania. I don't know Pennsylvania well anymore, so I don't keep too much of a track on that. I want to click on Florida and see what Florida's doing now. So these will all go red. You'll get a little blue there, which has changed over the years. This will all go red. Jacksonville, come on, Jacksonville, pick it up. These will all go red. There won't be enough. What is Pinellas County doing? Pinellas County should not be blue. Why is Pinellas County blue? I mean, it's only 2,000. It's less than 2,000 votes, looks like. But Pinellas County should not be blue. Hillsborough County, come on. Ridiculousness. Come on, Florida. Pull your heads out of your you-know-what. All these blue states, how blue are they tonight? Massachusetts, yeah. I talked to a Massachusetts patient on the phone tonight, and ridiculous. They're gonna go blue even though she's red. Here we go. What else do we got? We have Connecticut and Rhode Island. So even Rhode Island, the president is up by 3% in Rhode Island, but they have him losing. So again, early on, and they're already kind of screwing with stuff. Jersey, they're blue. Delaware, all blue. That one's over. Let's see. Maryland's a blue state. Wait, hold on. Maryland is blue, but they have nothing in. So whatever. Any of these could change. Any of these could change. Hey, anybody in Pinellas County that would like to come on the show and tell me why in the hell Pinellas County is so dark blue? Because I know a lot of Pinellas County people, and last time I knew, it was not that blue. That's all I'm going to say. Okay? That's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Let's see. I'm looking at people here. Let's see. Okay, good. We are early on. What kind of questions do you guys have? We're early on. I don't want to get everyone overhyped at 8:30 at night because we have many hours to go here. And again, there will be some quiet time. I'm not going to be able to chat for freaking 4 hours, 4 straight hours. So who's got questions? I'd love to answer. Love to answer some of your questions, and I actually do want to hear from a couple I want to hear from Virginia. I would love to hear from Pinellas because I don't understand why Pinellas is blue right now. Okay. And I call BS on somebody said 4,000 more people in Pinellas, 4,000 more Democrats in Pinellas County. I call BS on that. Give me a break. There's no way. Let's see. Aaliyah's in Pinellas. Aaliyah, why is it blue? I mean, obviously it could change. There's only 2,000. And yes, I'm not getting ahead of myself. I just don't like to see places like that early blue. So, and that's 100% in. It says, and it's like that shows Pinellas County lost to blue tonight, which is unfortunate. Very, very unfortunate. Okay. Interesting. I'm reading all your questions. Is Biden leading in Ohio? No, Biden's leading in Ohio right now, but you have 49% in. That's going to change. Blue has nothing to, blue in Pinellas County has nothing to do with Scientology, guys. Sorry. I know them, and they're pretty red, pretty conservative folks. Pinellas, I would question Pinellas because also is it Anna Paulina was running for her seat down there. That probably means she lost, which kind of sucks. West Virginia was just called for Trump, it sounds like. Yes, it was. West Virginia is Trump's. Correct. Trump took West Virginia. And hey, Australia. Love you guys in Australia. That's fantastic. So I will look at the house seats in a little bit as well. I'm not looking at them right now. We'll wait till the night goes on a little bit more, okay? My thoughts on Cellcore. I use Cellcore in my office. I love Cellcore. Cellcore is one of my favorite companies on the planet, okay? Excellent. Let's see here. I'm getting text messages in. Is this a pro-Trump live? Yeah, we're pretty red here. We're pro-America. How about that? We're pro-America. Let's see. I'm getting messages from everybody here. Hold on, my hey Christy, if you watch it, Christy, do you wanna come on? I'm happy to bring you on right now, and you can update me on camera because I can't read your texts right now. They don't make sense to me. Even though I love you to death, I don't know what they mean. Let's see who. Somebody's texting me, and I don't know who they are, and so now I got to go find out who they are. Hold on a second. Oh yeah. This one here. I gotta get out to Sharona. Hold on a second. Give me a minute. Yes, Jason Q will be on. It's early, guys. I'm not gonna blow everybody away like right now. It's and Jason Q, by the way, who's out there. He stays up till God knows what time. So I know he's not. I know that he's got time to spare. So I don't want to just blow the whole thing like in the beginning. We gotta keep this going throughout the whole night because I'm on for a while. Hold on a second. I am just getting my people all lined up. There we go. Okay. You guys ask questions. I'll look through them. Good. Katie, don't let your fingernails be stubs, okay? Don't let your fingernail be stubs. It's not worth that, okay? No, we're definitely not sleeping for a while tonight. We already know that. Yeah, that's not. Hey, Catherine from Binghamton, New York. I went to school in Binghamton, New York. That was my first college. Okay. All right, let me. Hey, Trevor, Prayer Warriors Unite. I love that. Tremendous. Yeah, Washington. Dr. Weber out there in Washington. We got some time before we get to you guys. Yeah, it's an early night so far. Can I confirm Trump won Florida? No, I cannot confirm. I will tell you he's going to win Florida. The only way that President Trump loses Florida is if they steal it. He ain't losing Florida. Florida is a conservative state. They might like to tell you that it's on the brink. It is not. Here is a new map. He's up. See, now he's over 2%. He's actually closing in on 3% up in Florida. So I'm not saying he's running away with it, but it's doing well. Georgia, he's up big time. He'll win Georgia. South Carolina, he's going to win South Carolina. Lindsey Graham will deliver South Carolina. North Carolina, 57% in. North Carolina is on the brink, obviously. Hold on a second. Here we go. I'm sending links out while I'm looking at this. Hold on a second. I have a ton of people that are messaging me while this is happening. It's an early start to this evening. Here we go. Back to the map. Back to the map. See, you guys get to deal with my, as they call it, ADD, ADHD. It's not ADD, ADHD. It's I like to be going at all times. And so I got to bounce back and forth between stuff. And some people are like, slow down. I can't handle it. I'm like, this is how it works, folks. This is how I work. I go all over the place with this stuff. So here we go. Connecticut, we're losing right now. New Jersey, yes. Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania still is, it hasn't moved since last time. Virginia, POTUS is up big in Virginia right now. I don't know if that stays that way. And then 65% in North Carolina is still a long way from being done. Long way. There's counties that haven't even put their stuff in yet, so it's still really early there. And then Florida, again, clicking. What's Texas look like? Kansas? Like, come on. It's not even starting yet. Kansas is not going blue, folks. Sorry. Okay, here it comes red. Got a little bit down there. Okay, but the red's coming in up north. Texas won't stay blue for very long. Oh, look at that. Jason Q wants in. Jason Q is dying to get in. Hold on a second. He's dying to get in. Hold on. What are you doing?
What are you doing?
I can't. You froze up for a second. What is you? There you go. What?
What are you doing?
Your signal is Okay, hold on. It's just got to groove into my feed. That's all. It's got to groove in. What? You know what? They're worried about you. They're worried about you.
Because I'm hearing I'm hearing you 4 times.
You are?
Yes.
How's that now?
Okay, we'll groove in.
Are you? Can you hear me now? Are you good?
Why are you worried? Why? Who's worried about me?
They are very worried about you when we did our, was it Monday? No, Friday night? Yeah, Friday night. They were very worried about you. They wanted to make sure you were not on drugs, that you were not drunk, and that you were just really tired. And I said, he's been through a lot. Give him a break. He's not drugged. He's not drinking. His body's just like.
Well, here's the thing.
Hold on. You can keep talking. I'm gonna run a speed test because you're. Okay. But I can hear you, so go ahead. You look good tonight. You look a little rested.
What? I went and got a haircut. Want to look all nice and dapper for a Donald Trump victory today? Because everybody that's spazzing out today, will you please stop it?
I know. I tried to tell them it's early on. It's like and CNN, even Fox News screws with the maps because like they're showing Texas blue and like come on. You know.
See? Now I should be on drugs because then we wouldn't be doing this speed test.
My speed test sucks right now, by the way, just so you know. Oh yeah, my speed test does suck right now, actually. The download is horrible. Anyway, whatever, my upload's fine. So, how are you?
Pretty good. How about yourself?
I'm good. What do you think? What little juicy because we'll do segments tonight because I have other people coming on too, not to like kick you off, but I'll have you back. No. I'll have you back on and off as we go through the night.
Yeah, good.
What major points would you like to make right now on the fact of what's going on and what you see? I'm listening.
This is so killing me. This is so killing. Everybody, stop. Seriously, stop. Don't be going crazy. Don't be thinking Biden's gonna win. What this is they're getting ready to screw the whole Mockingbird media. Who's the one telling you that they're winning? Remember, 10/30/17, Operation Mockingbird. Add 4. Delta's 4, right?
Yep.
Now, add 4. That's 11/3, right?
Yep.
Now, you add 3 years. 3.0 is the GDP from the first tweet that President Trump had on for the first tweet on the queue, right?
Yep.
Here's your 7.
I have a feeling. I have a feeling. This was what I thought. Is because he tweeted out tonight that the numbers look good across the whole country, and you know damn well he knows exactly what the numbers are. And I think he might be setting the media up to totally screw themselves tonight, and like maybe it gets called early, and we get to watch them melt down.
He's going 50 for 50.
No, he's not gonna get 50. He already lost some.
He's going 50 for 50.
No, he's not.
He's getting who's gonna get it?
He hold on a second. There's somebody in my ear. No, so this is why I say that. No, it's not for that. It's something else. Somebody's trying to pull me into a group call.
Come on.
The Thunderdome.
Let's do this. Thunderdome.
He's gonna lose Massachusetts.
We got it right here. He can't. No. That's Lexington Concord.
He's also gonna lose Rhode Island, and yeah, he's gonna lose. Well, maybe not. No. He's up in Rhode Island.
He is not gonna lose. He's going.
Wait, hold on.
Who loses?
Hold on. I got to show you this. Actually, Rhode Island just flipped from blue to red. But look, if I zoom out, it's blue. But if I click, and they're screwing with it, man.
He's not gonna lose.
If I click on it, it goes red.
50 for 50.
Dude, they're screwing with their tech. I don't buy 50 for 50. I want to. As a political analyst, I don't buy that.
Yes.
But Massachusetts, Connecticut.
Yes. Jeez, stupid. Well, of course they are.
Well, there's Massachusetts. Massachusetts, ugly.
No, we don't lose. Remember, we don't lose.
Let me look at. let me look at Maine. Maine is ugly.
We are not. I'll tell you right now. I'm not a political analyst. I'm a realist. And I'll tell you right now, we're going 50 for 50. That's it.
Unbelievable.
I'll tell you much right now. That's it. Because right there, I mean, that's what DEF CON is. Right here. Voting machine hacking village. That's how they had the first time.
You're killing me.
We're doing this, baby. Come on.
So this is what we do.
And number two, and number two, when I went outside, when I got home, you should have seen all the helicopters heading to Chicago tonight.
Oh, is Chicago gonna be a shit show tonight?
It ain't gonna be. Oh, it's not gonna be so much a shit show. They're going to get them all.
Nice.
It's clean, swift. That's it. All the answers. All the answers are in the beginning.
Nice. So I'm looking at. All right. I'm gonna bring you back later. I gotta bring someone else in. Okay.
All right.
I'll see you in a little bit.
You do that. You bet.
he's crazy. He's crazy in a good way. Oh my god, that's awesome. All right, here we go. Let's wait till our search. I'm waiting for somebody who's turned to a really good friend of mine over the last year, watching their campaign, which has been a blast. And so she is actually up next. Just giving her some time. So wait a second. Everyone's having Trump rally parties tonight. This is turned into the national pastime. People are actually having Trump rally parties tonight. Guys, by the way, I will put. I'm gonna make a little graphic to put below here. If you would like to call in your area and give me any little stories on polling today, or give me any good voting stories, I can bring you in via Skype. And if you don't want to be on video, that's fine. I can pull you up on audio, audio only. I also can pull you up on video as well if you want to do that. It's entirely up to you. And we can do a few minutes chatting back and forth. I am happy to do that. It would be the first time we bring up any Noble Patriots, other than obviously guests that we've had in the past, that we can do. Because you know what? You can have CNN and Fox and all these other shows, and you can have the War Room with Steve Bannon, and that's okay. But you know what? They don't talk to people. They don't talk to people who are actually out there living real life. And I am willing to do that. So I am going to work on putting up a little graphic there so that people can find my... And honestly, if you go to Skype and you look me up, you will find me. My Skype handle, my email. Now, I'm going to tell you right now, do not email me on this one because I don't look at it. And so I will not reply back to you, and don't overwhelm my inbox. But my email to Skype is NY, as in New York, NY Diener, D as in David, EANER, nydiener@gmail.com, and that will get you to my Skype. And so if you call and I don't answer, it's just because it's on my screen and I did not see it, but you can call again. And I'm very happy to bring you on, and we will chat. And you don't worry, you don't have to be a professional. I'm not a professional. This is not a professional show. We just have fun and we tell the truth. And so you can be nervous. That is totally cool. I will help guide you through the entire thing. All right? I have no problem with that. So don't be afraid. And if you are afraid of your face being up here, I can keep it audio as only. So that's not a problem. Okay? I have no worries with doing that. I'm going to set something up here. And then we will look at the map again. Anybody have any questions? Anybody have any questions? I will answer the best I can, as of course, always. I'm putting here, and also, if you don't have Skype, but you would like to still be on the show, and I can send you a link to like Messenger or something like that, I'm happy to do that as well. But that would have to be video. I can't knock out the video on that. Okay. I am just putting this down as my name. I'm happily putting my email. I never thought I'd put my email address out here. It's almost dangerous, but I trust you all. I love you guys. You're amazing. You've been awesome. I appreciate it. And by the way, if you would like to help the show at all, because this show does, cost money to run. Oops, hold on a second. It does cost money to run. You can buy products from me. So iodine, Noble Kid, NoblePatriotKids.com, PatriotNutrition.com. Happy to do that for you. Okay, or we would love to have you do that. How about that? Okay, let's see. Right Side Broadcasting is up. Yeah, they are up. I will have several feeds coming through here that I'm watching as well. And I don't follow all the mainstream sources, just so you know, okay? And I actually have... I have someone coming on like in a few minutes who is really, really amazing. She is awesome. And she's going to give you some insight into the the House race. How would you like that? That will be super, super cool. All right? Insight into the House race. She is loading her stuff up right now. And there, I just put that up for anyone who does want to call in. I will drop that off as soon as... I'll bring that back up as soon as she comes in, because she is loading up and getting set to come on the show. And we're going to have some fun with her, because she is absolutely awesome. And while we're waiting for that, let's take a look at the map. Here's the map. Has it changed? Let's see. Not so much. Florida. Oh, He is widening his lead in Florida with 89% reporting. 89% of the precincts are reporting, and he is opening up his lead. All right, opening up his lead. That's pretty impressive. I like that. Good. What's North Carolina look like? North Carolina, 71% in. He's down by what, 5% roughly? 5%. Good. Virginia. He's still way up in Virginia, which is ridiculous. Like, that they're saying that he's down. I don't know what they're trying to do there, but that's insane. Jersey, we knew that one was lost. Delaware. I don't, so I know he's listening, but I don't see him winning all 50 tonight. Unless there's a trick up the sleeve and that we don't know about. Okay? But that's my political analysis of it. Although Rhode Island is kind of hilarious because it shows blue, but he's up 54.1 to 43.8. And if I click on it, it is literally all red. So that's pretty fascinating. I don't know what they're doing there. They're messing with stuff. And I'm not listening to I haven't been listening to the War Room, so I don't exactly know what they're saying.
So we don't have a runoff for that, but for the governor.
You guys can't hear that, so you guys aren't able to hear that. It's in my ear. But I want to hear some of it so I know what's going on. It's like having a producer in your ear, honestly. Let me check on our guest to see if she's jumping in. Because I have a few different guests messaging me at the same time. This is awesome. Don't be stressed, folks. Don't be stressed. Okay, you could hear that, really? Okay, well, I guess now you heard it. Okay, so sometimes I might jump over to the newsrooms to see what they're saying. So now that I know you heard that, that's actually awesome. I didn't think you were going to be able to hear that. That makes it a little bit more fun tonight. I didn't think I was going to have that capability. So tremendous, because I can bring up OAN, I can bring up CNN possibly, and Fox News, just to kind of give you an idea of what they're all freaking talking about, because that's sometimes actually really fun. My internet connection is going to be going overtime tonight, which is fantastic. I'm glad I have really fast internet, even though it's not running really well at this moment. Good, you guys heard it. That is awesome. And so here we go. So here's
people on the ground by
there's Mike Lindell
knocking on doors and calling. I did rallies myself. The president came there how many times? And
here's OAN.
In northern Minnesota, even the Democratic mayors, 9 of them are flipping, and everyone up there. He saved our Iron Range in the south, all the farmers, and then we have some, of course, in Minneapolis. We have the worst decisions ever made by a governor and a mayor, which manifests into all these riots we're experiencing.
Go buy a MyPillow.
Across
Mike Lindell's
country.
a good guy.
And we have Ilhan Omar, which everybody, she hates the U.S. and hates Israel. We all know that in Minnesota. we want change. We want
Mike Lindell's awesome.
We want to turn it red for the first time since 1972.
And we were just talking a moment ago, Mike, you were mentioning
Minnesota
how you were down in Georgia for the president's rally down there. You came up to D.C. after that.
That's pretty
Tell us a
impressive.
little bit about what you've seen being at these rallies out in the campaign trail.
Well, let me tell you, I watched Iowa. My plane took off, and I watched people. I spoke there, and I had to leave to get to the Georgia rally before the president got to Iowa. People were walking through muddy fields 2 miles. I've never seen anything like it. Just a sea of people walking across these fields. Got down to Georgia, and there's 55,000 people. They walked even further.
And by the way, keep in mind, they tried to silence.
Couldn't even get through the crowd. And the
Mike Lindell on CNN because he was talking about an actual herbal product
important election
that would help handle
and it's,
the magic pathogen.
Everybody has been texting me, Mike,
insane.
what do you think? Everyone's got just this nervous hope. It's got nervous hope. I don't know how they're explaining it, but I mean, you've never had an election where if you lose, we don't even know where our country goes with socialism and how terrible, because you have Biden being the Trojan horse, and we all know that. It's just one layer. You open up and go, what? This is horrible.
He's a great sales guy.
I'm very confident, and I'm optimistic. I believe the president will get over 320 electoral votes. I think the people, you've never seen anything like this in history for people that, that getting out just to vote from both sides of an election, to everybody get out and vote. And I think what you're going to see after the president wins, a great uniting of this country. And
because Cynthia, good question on non-toxic pillows. If you take the pillows and leave them out like a week, they will actually off-gas. There's a good way to do that.
And everyone, and if they don't do that,
anytime we actually buy anything that we know is not necessarily fully organic, what we do is we off-gas it, so we let it sit out for a week or so, and just let it off-gas itself.
As they pour in, we're going to send it back to you, San Diego. Mike Lindell.
All right, Mike, thank you so much. And Jen, we really appreciate it. We'll check back in with you in the next hour. Guys, we're going to pay the bills and take a break. But before that, some final thoughts as we close out this hour and begin our next hour of coverage. And by the way, just a quick note, that in about, 2-3 minutes, we are going to have another 14 states. The polls will be.
So 14 more states popping in really, really, really quickly, which is pretty awesome, okay? That is really awesome. And then I am just bringing up some other channels here, because we will go throughout a couple and show you some of the ones that we will follow also throughout the night, because I think it's good to. Now I'm not gonna give much exposure to the trash channels. We might look at them here and there every once in a while, but I'm definitely not going to be looking at them a lot. Here is Right Side Broadcasting.
That change? I guess we don't need to go off on a huge immigration debate. How does that change with these DACA numbers? I'm okay. Like you said, someone's in the military or something like that. That's fine. But how many people are we talking about here? Because the concern is always demographics. Because even though Trump is doing better with Hispanics, if Trump doesn't have 51%, then if we legalize a whole bunch of them, that in general is not going to look good for the future of Republican politics.
I'm going to tell you right now.
California proved they're not going to get amnesty and I guess I'm a Republican now.
So let me get out of this, because if you think Alabama is going to go blue, I have maybe some swampland too. So they have Alabama. Fox has Alabama already done and won, and with 2%, because, please, these are ridiculous. Those are ridiculous numbers right there. This is why nothing should be called early, because that's completely insane. That's not how it works, okay? Not at all how it works. Completely insane. Look, any more questions out there as we go? Okay. Here I'm looking through. Ask questions. Texas. They have Biden with 55% of my ass. Look how much red there is there. Selectively counting. This whole thing is going to go so red tonight. Please. A lot of red there, not being counted yet. Very, very early. Very early. Okay, here. Somebody wants the email address. All right, here's the email address. Let me jump back over here real quick. Here, I'll give you my email address that you can call in. There you go. You can call in to me. You're allowed to call in. That is not a problem. So, who has some questions? Yes, they're definitely building up suspense. They love doing that. They make money off of this. They make big money off of this. Very, very big money. So that's why they do what they do, because they know full well that they are captivating everyone tonight. Everyone. Let's see here. Oh, here she is. Hold on 1 second. Here she is. How are you?
Hey, we are feeling the major red wave excitement here. Am I doing okay? Is my connection okay?
You are great. Can you tell everyone who you are?
Yes, hello everyone. I am Sharona. I am America's mom, and we are celebrating a massive victory already, although the results aren't in just yet. So, I never want to call anything too ahead of time, but I think it's pretty fair to say that we have a victory on our hands here in Colorado, the most underestimated campaign in history. And it's really exciting. It's been an awesome journey, and we're excited to have some real representation here. So I run a platform that is for parents, that's for concerned moms who are watching the left. It's not even the left, it's just a group of really radical, sexualized, hyper people who want to hypersexualize our children, and they're doing it under the guise of education. And so we created a platform to bring parents and legislators and get the word out about what was happening, not only in Colorado, but moving progressively across the nation. Washington, Oregon, California, Texas. A form of this education is in every single state right now, including Florida. But this hyper version that we're trying to stop, this extreme sexualizing, literally a grooming process for your children, is kind of unique to just a couple of states in the union right now. So we're excited because we didn't just talk about change, we found a way to make a change. And Jason, I just want to say too, you know, I've been watching you for a little while, and some things I'm like right there with you, and some things are expanding my brain, and some things I'm like, I don't think so. But I love what you're doing. I love the free thought. I love the amazing guests that you have on that make me just go, what in the world? I've never heard this before. So I'm excited. I'm excited about what you're doing. I'm excited about the patriotism that you're bringing to America on a whole different level. You reach people, someone in my family that's very important to me that I really needed to get on the wagon. And you inspired him, and you've opened up his eyes to the real battle that we're in. So I just thank you so much for the amazing work that you're doing. And it's exhausting and it's hard. I don't know if your viewers ever know how hard the job is the mantle that you've taken up, how really, really difficult it is. So God bless you. Thank you for everything you're doing.
Hey, it's honestly a honor and a pleasure. I was not able to serve, so this is by way of serving, and I am just happy to get this all out there. But I'm going to tell everybody that watch out, because you might see this woman's face very soon also on this network, because I'm telling her voice is necessary. You have so much that you can teach the world, quite honestly. I mean, obviously just being America's mom and what you're doing for the school system and everything out there, but you also now are in the political world, and you helped someone, most likely tonight, go into Congress. So what are the chances we have a new Congress member tonight?
Extremely high. I'm predicting a 62% or higher victory for our candidate, Lauren Boebert. Everybody knows her with Shooter's Girl fame. She has been standing up for constitutional protections for years now. She has taken on presidential candidates. She has taken on local, just bad policies, bad legislation locally. She stood up to the crazy. There's not a crazier place than the Aspen City Council. Let me just tell you, it's like going into the Lions. It's another world over there. And not just that, other places. She was going around to different states, helping them, empowering them, encouraging them to cling to the Constitution, to get back to our roots. And so it was only fitting that when she said she wanted to run for Congress, I was personally a little afraid, because that was a really big jump from being a mom, a business owner, being in the scene constitutionally, to jump to Congress. And like you were saying to me the other day, do you realize you're going to be walking through the halls of Congress where the greatest people in our history of America have walked and abided and created law? It's overwhelming, but she's the right person at the right time, at the right hour. She answered the call, and that's Lauren Boebert. We are beyond excited. We believe we're going to see a mighty victory for her tonight. And I just want to say too that you can't win something like this without amazing volunteers, and she inspired hundreds and thousands of people to volunteer to work with her campaign. And that's organic. You can't manufacture that. You can't pay for that. And we need more people like that who are just living the American dream And I want to tell you too, you did an interview with her, I guess maybe back in June.
Right.
And it's still my favorite interview. You're the best interviewer that she has had of all these famous people and all these whatever that have interviewed her. That was the best interview that she had. It was the most extensive. It was comprehensive. If people want to know what it's like to be in her position, they should go back and watch that interview. It was excellent. And people got to really see who Lauren was as it pertains to the world she's living in, this political world. So thank you for doing that, because it did help expand her base and introduce her to people who are freedom-loving patriots and needed to know that she's out there. So yeah, we're stoked. We're stoked. We're expecting a mighty victory. In fact, I'm here tonight with a group of amazing patriots that helped to get this job done. I'm just gonna, hey you guys, we're live with Jason Dean right now. Can I do this?
Of course.
All of our amazing patriots. Yes. And we're celebrating because it looks like Trump has taken Florida. Do we have that confirmed yet?
90% in, but they probably will. Everyone's calling something different, but yeah, it should be yes.
Awesome.
It should be yes. Now, I have a question for you. I have a desire, and I want everyone to hear this. I need Lauren Boebert to walk up to AOC and tell her to go where the sun don't shine.
Go fund yourself.
That's right.
Yeah. You know, we were talking about that we would do a pay-per-view, right? You're gonna coordinate a pay-per-view for that.
100%.
And we're all gonna contribute. Yeah, because you know that's what's so powerful, Jason, is that the majority of people, whether they are Democrats or Republicans or independent voters, we didn't agree to this. Okay, we didn't agree to this socialist takeover. And so I'm excited to see so many Americans standing together saying the pendulum swung way too far to the left. And Democrats are not leftists. They're not socialists. That's not what a Democrat is. And so I think it's rare and it's exciting to see a person like Lauren who can evoke such emotion out of Democrats, out of independents and unaffiliated. And Lauren is unique in her own right. And there are a lot of candidates that are running for Congress across the nation who are very similar in the way that they evoke this pride and passion and excitement that we might just be able to be a constitutional republic again.
I love that.
So,
I love that. This is the last question. I'll let you go and party. They have Colorado blue right now. Could Colorado go red again tonight? Could it flip?
I'm going to say it publicly. I believe, and I've been saying that I believe we are a red state. We are not a blue state. It took all kinds of devious practices and methodologies to flip us blue, using nonprofits to fund political campaign movements disguised as really good things. They were sneaky, deceptive, and devious, Jared Polis and his Gang of Four, and it was not organic. It was not an authentic flip to blue. It was devious and contrived, and it's happening in Texas. It happened in California. It's happening right now in Oregon and Washington, and it's a plan. It's called the Democrat Blueprint, and because it wasn't organic, I believe we're going to flip the state back red. I believe that the heart of the people of Colorado is live and let live. We are constitutional people. We are business minded. We are independent, very, very, very independent in Colorado. We've always been a union state. We don't have a history of racism, and we don't have that here. It's ridiculous to plant the seed that we do because it just doesn't exist. So, yeah, I think we're going red. I think we are going to go red for Trump. And if for some reason we don't, I think it's going to be so close that right now, I will just tell you the numbers right now. As of today, 988,000 potential voters had not voted, and only 202,000 of those were Democrats. The rest are Republicans. So the real problem we have in Colorado is that Republicans have not been showing up to vote. So I anticipate that Polis has pushed them far enough. We're going to go back red. Let's pray.
I love it. Thank you for being on tonight. I appreciate it. Go party and have fun, and we will talk soon.
Jason, thank you for everything you're doing. God bless you and your beautiful family. And I'm telling you, you have really inspired a lot of people to wake up. So thank you for everything you're doing.
You're welcome. Have a great night. I'll talk to you soon, okay?
All right, we'll see you soon. Bye, guys.
Bye.
Bye, everyone.
Okay, so Sharona Bishop, who is awesome. She's a good friend behind the scenes. And yes, she took Lauren Boebert of Colorado for the House of Representatives, Congress at the federal level, and she helped her win her primary. And now she is claiming like a 63% chance that Lauren takes the seat and goes to Congress for her district in Colorado. And speaking of that, let's go to the map. The map is still a little messy. Colorado, yes. So Colorado's blue, but look at it. That's all you have so far. That's it, right? So nothing else is being reported. That's how it works. Florida, 51.2 to 47.9. If we zoom in, it's getting redder and redder and redder. More red, I should say. It's getting more and more red. Not redder, whatever. Virginia. Virginia. What are they doing in Virginia? This is insane. What are they doing in Virginia? Oh, so QAnon promoter Marjorie Taylor Greene wins the seat in Congress. Sweet. Let me actually do this. Let me take you off of this page, and then let me actually pull up. Let me pull up a house map and see what we can do with a house map, because there should be a house map here. House results. Here we go. So I will take you to the House results. Excuse me. House results. Now 51 Republican. If we go to the map, we'll flip over to here. So there we go. And then you can dive into all this stuff. I'm not going to dive into all of it necessarily. We'll go. I'll probably go by the chart itself, because that's what ultimately really counts. Is we need to get a majority in the House. That is very, very important. And then we also need to see the Senate. I'm not worried about right now, because the Senate should not be anywhere close to flipping. So I'm not overly concerned about that. Again, if anybody has any questions, feel free to ask, and I will handle some of them as best as humanly possible as we go through. I have not looked at Twitter at all since I started this. Good, excellent. Ooh, nice. I'm looking at some Senate wins here. Get some messages out here. Good, excellent. Okay. I'm getting lots of texts. Hold on a second. Lots of texts. I think my wife is on also at the same time right now in the house somewhere. That's awesome. Let's see here. I'm sending messages out. My apologies for ignoring you folks for a moment here. My apologies for ignoring. I'm not trying to. Welcome to doing about 20 different things at one time. There we go. I have to get some more messages out. Questions. Why has Virginia been called with only 38% reporting? Because the media is screwing with the numbers. Remember, they get ratings, guys. So definitely, it's not where it is right now. But yes, now if some states like Chicago, you can totally do that because they already know what the counties are going to do. Like Chicago, for example, Chicago already knows where they're going to go. Like, it's blatantly obvious. Let me show you the map here, and I'll see if I can show you how this works. Like Illinois, blue, right? Illinois, blue. Now, he's hanging tight, right? But if you zoom in, now, there is a lot of red there. I hope that I eat my words on disagreeing with Jason Q and saying 50 out of 50. Hey, if it's 50 out of 50, I think it would be hilarious and I would love it. But if I would be stunned, I personally be stunned if Illinois goes blue. But that is a whole lot of red in there, so that is a little surprising to me. Virginia, he's still way up. New York, you, my home state. I'm disgusted. My home state. But so this is the other problem right now. There is some of these states should be coming in faster. There's only 11% in. So let me show you. This is my home state. I want to show you how this works right here. Okay, here is Manhattan, New York City, right? Now, this area is going to be should be mostly blue. This whole area up here is mostly red. All right. If anybody from New York wants to come on the show, I would totally allow you to. And what is everyone afraid of coming on the show with me? Come on. You don't have to come on video wise. You can come on just audio. I can shield your face. I am not opposed to doing that. Don't be so afraid. It's fun. I'll take you through the whole thing. You have nothing to worry about. Connecticut. So Connecticut's 12% in, and that's a lot of blue right there. But there's only 5% in so far. So those numbers, again, they're holding those numbers back really early. I mean, Rhode Island, I mean, I don't know Rhode Island enough or well. I just knew that it was always blue, I thought. But that would make me think that that's not occurring. So let me do this. Let me check the war room. I'm just curious what they're saying.
Carolina, I think you're hearing better news coming out of Arizona. I can tell you, I think people that are very close to this they don't feel great, but they're feeling better. I think we've passed some real problems. I think Biden's had a couple of shots here to put this away in a few states. He had a shot in Ohio. They knew a couple of weeks ago he had a shot. That's why he went out there. That's why they ramped up the spend. Remember, the Trump campaign essentially ran out of money. You saw him being outspent 8 and 10 to 1. He did not put Ohio away 4 weeks ago. It gave President Trump, when the hard drive from hell, when Jack Maxey and Luda started dropping bombs.
Hold on 1 second. I guess I'm calling. Hello there.
Hi.
Hi, would you like to go on?
Yes, please.
All right, hold on 1 second. I'll pull you up here.
Right.
This is so much fun. All right, how are you?
I'm good.
So what's your name?
Nicolette, and I'm in Michigan right now.
Yeah, how's it going up in Michigan?
We're gonna go red.
You think fully red?
We're very well. Wayne County, where Detroit is, might be blue, but the rest of it is gonna go red.
Okay.
Because we're very, very sick of Whitmer and Democrats. So
now, I have a lot of friends up in Michigan. Mine are like in the Ann Arbor area and some other locations. All of my friends up there are pretty conservative. A lot of hunters.
Yes.
Is Michigan? I mean, I've always taken Michigan as a conservative place. How did Whitmer get in?
You know what? I don't really know. She basically promised to fix the roads and promised to legalize marijuana, and that was about it.
And that got her in.
She still hasn't fixed. Yep, and she still hasn't fixed the roads. So.
Well, a couple of people up there definitely got together and tried to kidnap her, so that's always an interesting proposition.
You know what? The people that were trying to kidnap her were all over the place. Some of them were from Wisconsin, some of them were from Ohio, so it was very weird.
It was probably a setup false flag type situation.
That's exactly what I was thinking. I did want to pop on here and tell you,
yes,
CNN called Virginia for Trump, but Fox has it Biden. Yeah, I find it very weird. They're messing up everything right now.
Interesting. Are they messing up as in like they're actually messing up, or do you feel like Jason Q just said he thinks the mainstream media actually implodes tonight? Are they?
I'm thinking the same thing, and I'm also thinking that some of them might be giving them to the blue because think about it. If people go to sleep thinking that Biden's awake, there might be some less rioting.
Right.
But, and then they wake up and find out that it's Trump. But
yeah, because not everyone's going to stay up late tonight, and they may try to extend this out as far as they can to get people to go to sleep so that they're pretty depressed and everything else, which is part of the mainstream media whole deal. So what happens from your standpoint when POTUS wins this and he's got another 4 years, and over the next week we're gonna have some chaos, obviously. But what does Michigan look like over the next 4 years, you think, with Whitmer there?
It's hard to say because we're already going into lockdown phase again. She just cut our restaurants back to 25%, and we have to give name and number, contact, all that stuff, every restaurant we go into. They're still pushing the mask mandate, even though she was overruled with the Supreme Court. So I live in a smaller town closer to the Ohio border, a lot of farm country out here, and there's a lot of small businesses, and they're still not open, and some of them haven't been since March. So we're going to go, Michigan itself is probably going to lose a lot of its business.
Wow.
So
Nicolette,
I won't be surprised if it tries to close the Big Three again too.
Wow. So Nicolette, are Michiganders, it is Michiganders, right?
Michiganders,
Michiganders. Are they really going to give their contact information when they go to a restaurant? I mean, is this, that sounds so insane to me.
It's funny that you bring that up because I used to work at a bar and I'm still very good friends with the owner, and no, people are not giving actual contact information, and some of the names that they're putting down are hilarious, but the numbers that they've been giving and we've all been passing around are like our officials' numbers. So, if they go to call for contact tracing, it's a state representative. Sometimes it's Whitmer's number, sometimes it's lower, but yeah.
That is awesome. Well, Nicolette, I thank you for being brave and coming on, and we are pulling for Michigan tonight. I appreciate all you're doing up there.
Yeah, I am too. We have a lot of medical freedom up here, but we need more people like you up here because, my son got diagnosed with autism, and I started watching you, and I did a heavy metal detox on him, and he was diagnosed nonverbal, and he is now talking, singing, reading at the age of 4, which is awesome. So
that is awesome. Great job, Mom. You rock.
Thank you.
You are awesome. Thank you. Have a good night up there, and let us know if you need anything, okay?
Okay.
Go Michigan. Bye-bye. Awesome. So Nicolette came on, and not only that, but Nicolette's freaking awesome because she's a mom that helped save her kid, which is so cool. And we need to be in Michigan's pocket now. We need to be up there, and we need to be just pushing them. So very cool. Hey, Nicolette, she jumped on board. She did it. Now you know how easy it is and how much I help you all the way through it. So now you have to. Now you have to do it. So anyone who wants to come on, you're absolutely welcome to come on. Very, very cool. And I am just pushing out to more people. Let's see here. There we go. More messages. There you go. Awesome. Very cool. Question, let's see. Let me look at the maps here while I was gone. The maps. Oh, maps. We have some changing in maps. Here we go. North Dakota. We know North Dakota, South Dakota going red. That's not even an issue, right? Going to red. Nebraska is going to be red. Please give me a break. Joe Biden is not winning Nebraska. I can tell you that right now. That's pretty hilarious, actually. And I have, just so you know, I have Jerry Wayne coming on in about, looks like 25 minutes roughly. Okay, 25 minutes roughly. What is going on with Colorado? Colorado is still playing itself out. Nothing is happening with Colorado. 47% in. This is a ridiculousness. Florida should already be set up. Florida should already be set. I have another person coming on. Here we go. Excellent. Can you hear me okay? Hello there. Hello. Can you hear me okay? I am not, hello?
Hello.
Hi there. How are you? Let me bring you on the show, okay?
Hi.
Hold on one second. Let me pull you over here. Oops. There we go. How are you? What is your name?
Hi, I am Lindsay, and I'm in Buffalo, New York.
Buffalo. Oh, Buffalo. I have a lot of friends in Buffalo.
Yes, yes, yes. And guess who I am? I am the one who made the Trump painting.
Oh, you're so awesome. What? Give everyone your name again.
Lindsay Palmisano.
Lindsay
And I want to
Palmisano.
show you, I can't flip my phone, but I want to show you the live. This is the real painting right here.
That is so awesome. And I hear babies in the background. That's awesome.
Oh yeah, my kids are still up. My son wanted to stay up like it's New Year's Eve and know the results. I don't know that that's going to happen. But
how are you doing up in New York State, Lindsay?
You know, I mean, not real happy with Cuomo and New York and everything that's going on, but we're hoping this election will turn things around here. Otherwise, we might be moving.
Oh my gosh. That is so, so you're in Buffalo. Now, I don't know the politics of Buffalo necessarily. Is it a more conservative or liberal area up there?
It's definitely a liberal county that we're in, Erie County. And yeah, so it's been not so much fun here, but we're doing what we can. And I think people are waking up, so that's all we can do.
How challenging has it been up there with all the mandates and the stuff you guys have on you? Like how has it been living life there versus like down here where it's pretty easy?
Well, a lot of my friends have moved, so I've gotten to see what it's like to live more freer, and you know, I'm a little envious of them, but we homeschool our kids, so to us it's kind of like living normal life. We kind of do our own thing and, you know, work the system the best we can, but you know, it's still crazy here. It's absolutely insane, the things that are going on. But a lot of people did vote today without masks, and they were allowed to, and then some weren't. So I guess it depends on the place that they went to.
Wow. Now, there was a tweet that was put out probably, I don't know, a few days ago, maybe a week at max, which was Andrew Cuomo saying that anyone that came into New York or anything like that had to test like negative or some crazy thing. When New Yorkers see that, are they worried about anything at all? Or like, what is the feeling on a message like that to New Yorkers?
New Yorkers like me, I'm just wondering when he's going to get taken out and arrested or removed from office. I did hear today that he's being sued like Newsom, so hopefully that'll provide good results and maybe stop some of this tyranny. But I mean, who knows? I'm just hoping that things will turn around.
100%. How's this homeschooling going?
Great, we love it.
Yeah,
best decision we were forced to do.
how long have you been doing it now?
Well, I just have a first grader and a 3-year-old, so I mean, we're really just starting out, but we don't have anything to compare it to really because we did it from the get-go. But so far, we really love the freedom, and me and my husband both work full time, so it's like we're always jumbling everything around, but we make it work, and the kids, I think, enjoy it, and we have a big community here for homeschoolers, so it's actually great.
That's really cool. Can you tell everybody how to find your artwork who might want to purchase or look into what you do, because you're awesome. You're an artist, you're a business person. We like art. So how could people like get a hold of you and see your stuff?
Yeah, my art page is Lindsay Palmisano in Art State of Mind. And I wanted to show you my lineup of the people keeping me company tonight, my noble patriots. So I got the Trump painting,
Nice. Awesome.
And then I've got Tesla, which you've seen also.
Yep. That's awesome.
I've got these are what kept me busy during quarantine. JFK Jr.
That is great.
And I'm working on this one. It's not finished yet, but this is Candace Owens.
Oh, wow. That's amazing.
Thank you. And I also have my Halloween pumpkin. It says "Make pumpkins great."
You are really good. That is so awesome. So they now they know where they can find you. And my last question before I let you go, does New York State by any chance flip red tonight?
I would love, I mean, I'm praying for it, but I mean, I don't know. We'll see what happens. We'll see.
Well, we
Let's
hope it does. I have a lot of family and friends in New York, so I am very hopeful that we can gain them back and allow them to have freedom again. So, Lindsay, thank you for being on. Thank you for all you do, and amazing art as always.
Thank you so much. Have a good night.
You have a great night as well. Take care.
Bye-bye.
So she's awesome. Very awesome. Oh, what am I doing here? There we go. We got different views going on all over the place. Awesome. Very cool. So does everyone like this little format where people get to call in to me? It's actually really, really cool. That's pretty awesome. Cool. So yes, you're allowed to call in to me. If I don't answer right away, don't worry. It's just because I probably have something else I'm going on with, and it's not in queue yet. But that doesn't matter. We will bring you on at some point. Let me bring you back over to the map and show you what is happening. Let me refresh it just in case and see what's going on here. All right, good. New Mexico is now in. Oh man, we have people jumping on tonight. This is fantastic. All right, let me bring you on. Hold on a second.
See what's going on here. All right, good. New Mexico is now in.
There we go. I can. Hold on a second. You there?
All right. Let me bring you on. Hold on a second.
Do you have earphones?
What's going on here? All right, good. New Mexico is now in. There we go.
I'm sorry, we're like watching from the laptop.
That is okay. It's okay. How are you two?
Good. How are you?
Good. Who are you? Tell me who you are.
Angie and Sydney Arkfeld from Omaha, Nebraska.
Ooh, Cornhuskers, huh?
Probably since
March.
Since
quarantine hit.
Yeah, we sent you the Trump. What shirt did we send him?
Trump JFK Jr.
Oh, you guys rock. Thank you. Everyone loves that shirt.
Yeah.
How
That's
is
when you started like hyping up about it, so we were like, we have to send him a shirt before anyone else does.
That's awesome. You guys look like you're having your own little Trump party tonight, your election night party.
I actually went to a friend's for a little bit and I just got home, but yeah, so I was at a friend's, they're having it somewhere and there was CNN on, Fox on. I don't know. I don't feel like I believe what they're saying on either, but she was kind of filling me in on the way home.
That's awesome. So Nebraska. Now, you guys, when I look at the map here, it says you're kind of like in the middle. It's close. It's kind of down. Isn't Nebraska pretty red?
Yeah. Well, they had the rally last Tuesday and we went, and they estimated only 10K and 37,000 people showed up.
Well, they turned 7,000 away. It was amazing. We, as we were walking out that night, like we were like, we're gonna get ahead of the crowd. There were people still checking in, and they were running in with their cameras to see Trump. It was crazy, but we had 30,000 show up. Yes, definitely red. Yes.
Wow. So what's the biggest thing from a policy standpoint? What's the biggest thing Nebraska is involved with? Obviously, Nebraska has a lot of our food, because every time I think Nebraska, I think corn, obviously, and corn is obviously part of our food industry right now. Like, what are the biggest things that Nebraska looks for, even though they're mostly red anyway, from a policy or political standpoint?
I mean, definitely, like you said, corn farmers. My uncle's a huge farmer, huge Trump supporter. I mean, what would you say other than that?
I mean, that's like how it is here. It's like farming. Like you talk to everyone, why are you voting for Trump? Well, because of taxes, the farming, all that. Like, we know so many farmers. So I don't know. That's like one of the biggest ones.
When you say you're from Nebraska and you're traveling somewhere, all they think is it's cornfields. That's it, which it's really not. But anyway, for sure. I mean, for sure. I mean, I think that, and I don't know. Just, I mean, his policies down to earth.
Yeah.
So.
And everyone's here is like really down to earth. So
nice.
Seeing a president that's for us.
Conservative, traditional values, right? Now
Especially,
what? Say that again.
Especially pro-life. Everyone like here in Nebraska is super for that.
Yes.
That makes sense. Now, another question is from a standpoint of economics. Now, if there is some sort of possible financial reset or some sort of something to do with money and having to get that all handled because we're a mess when it comes to money in the Federal Reserve, the farmers would be first technically, because according to the old economic law that they tried to pass in 2001, but it didn't go through, the farmers actually get paid first. And he just spoke about that probably about 2 to 3 weeks. If the farmers were given kind of a new life again with revenue, like what would that do for Nebraska and their economy?
Oh my gosh, it'd be huge. I mean, I think it'd be amazing. I grew up in a super small town farming community. We are in the largest city in Nebraska, but there's still like farmers right around us. I mean, it would be huge. I mean, amazing. Yes.
Nice. And what are the most? So I have a very young lady there. Are you in college? You look like you're college type age.
Yeah, I am.
So what is important to you? Because not very often today do we have young people promoting the red brand, as we say, for right now. Like, what are the things that are important to you? Has it been different growing up in Nebraska versus like other people in the cities?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I didn't like listen to my parents completely. Of course, I like did my own research, but growing up, like we were very conservative. But I literally put on my Facebook post after I went to the Trump rally, if you would have told me 4 years I was going to be at a Trump rally, I would have like died laughing. Because 4 years ago, I hated Trump because everyone else hated him. So when quarantine hit, we started doing research and we dove deep into the Q stuff, just
oh boy,
all that kind of stuff. And we've always been into natural health, so we've known the like side of that and being woke on that because we actually both have like Lyme disease and all that, so we treat naturally. And so I knew how much corruption was out there already with the healthcare. So when I decided to dive in deep, I was like, oh my gosh, like there's no, like the rabbit hole is endless. So like seeing Trump's on our side and all the corruption, I think that's like actually what really switched me and realizing he's for us.
Right. People will say that. It all started years ago with health. She was actually vaccine. She had a huge reaction at 6 months old. That's when I knew nothing about vaccines, and that's when I dug deep and started learning more. So she's 21. My other two are 16 and 18, and they've never had a vaccination. So it actually all started from that. I started learning more and more about what's going on, the corruption. Yeah, it's that really is where that's what we were so passionate about was that. Mm-hmm. But anyway, so hearing him say therapeutics and, you know, we know his little code words, I mean, makes me excited. And we actually, and I hope there's people on here I don't get, we in Omaha, Nebraska have people fighting every week at our city council meetings, and we have one of the largest.
You had Ben Tapper on.
Yeah, I think you had Dr. Ben Tapper on.
Yep, good friend of mine.
But we have at our city council meetings one of the largest. It's a UNMC. It's a big medical center here, and they're fudging the numbers, and it's unreal to me to see that people can do that, and that, you know, money wins. Follow the money. So we've been passionate in that aspect, and we're in several side groups, and you know, these other people have been amazing too. But yeah, Dr. Ben Tapper is, he's been amazing. So, and Dr. Lee Merritt, she's been speaking up as well for us on our behalf. So anyway,
awesome.
That's been we've learned a lot from you that way as well, and your wife.
Well,
So,
thank you. And I appreciate both of you. You're rock stars. You guys, I want you to have a wonderful night and keep Nebraska red the way it's supposed to be. And I thank you for being on the show, and thank you for being supporters. We appreciate you very much. And well done on everything you're doing.
Thank you.
Have a great night.
You too.
Bye-bye. Nice. Well, that was fun. Awesome. So give me a few minutes. Don't call in right away now because I have to go on with Jerry here just in a little bit, and I want to do a map update. Let us go to a map update, and we can get this all handled. Let's see. Where are we? So not a ton has changed right away. Not a ton has changed. Donna, I will be with you in just a little bit. Donna, give me a little bit, and I will pull you on the show. Okay, hang in there for me. So we have New York is we're getting destroyed in New York. We're getting destroyed in New York. I'll be right with you guys who are calling in. Now everyone wants to call in. This is fantastic. If you are calling in, hang in there, and I will get right to you. Okay, give me a little bit because I have Jerry on in just a few minutes as well. Okay. Awesome. Here we go. This is New York. And so this is the ridiculousness. Florida should be called right by now. We are 91% in. He is up by close to 3%. I'll be right with you guys. Hang in there. I'll be right with you guys. Okay, so Georgia, South Carolina, Virginia. Virginia, Trump still has Virginia. Let me go over here and see if there's anything crazy going on. Rogan is boring tonight. Let's see. So there is Arizona they're talking about. Let me check in here just to see if there's anything going on.
In Arizona and for the Senate race there. Those are all states that have pretty large suburban populations, right? And that was supposed to be good for Biden. And they also have large Hispanic populations, also supposed to be good for Biden. If both of those indicators are not as good as expected for Biden, then we might very well see something like a relative upset in Arizona where polls have been tightening. So that's one point I'd make about the Senate races.
And give me the stoic Soviet bloc mentality.
They're boring, quite honestly. Let's go to OAN. What is OAN saying? Let me get rid of these. What is OAN saying?
It's not just Ohio, it's those other races as well, which are super important.
Well, in some of those other races, I do want to circle back to some of the Senate races we've been tracking. So we've been getting some updated numbers, and we can just cycle through some of these, the boards that have the updated numbers. We've been keeping track of Michigan, Colorado, Maine.
So here's some Senate
Georgia
seats.
Senate race. We can see Senator David Perdue is doing well for himself right now, 57%. Against the Democrat, who has 41%, Jon Ossoff. Now, again, going into the race, it was a very tight race. There was even some chatter about this potentially going into a runoff election, but right now it looks like Perdue might be headed for that second term. Of course, we only have about 33% of precincts reporting. But again, with President Trump at the top of the ticket, this is huge for both of them. And it just means it's another
Okay,
seat.
so let's check out some other stuff. Let me go to this map and see what is happening there. I have to send a couple messages. Welcome to doing it all yourself. Hang in there, folks. Okay. Jerry is coming in, ready to roll. Oh, Jerry is ready. Once Jerry is done, we'll have some other people in as well. And yes, if you did try to call me on Skype, hang in there, folks. Hang in there. As soon as I get through this next interview, we'll bring you guys on. I'm happy to do that. I have a couple time slots that I have to hit, and this is one of them. So he is coming in. And let me see this map again. The map. I want to see Rhode Island again. What is Rhode Island? These states are done. Rhode Island. If Rhode Island is Trump, then it needs to freaking turn because they're reporting 32%. But it's all red. So obviously I'm not super advanced on all of these political science math formulas they have, but I don't see why that wouldn't go. Pennsylvania, Pennsylvania. See, look how much red is there. I'm not convinced. Not convinced. Not convinced. Oh, thank you. You want to say hi?
Hi.
Come here. Oh, you say hi. Say hi. How are you? How is everything? Oh, everyone's on now. Everyone's on. So who's gonna win the election tonight?
Trump.
Say it loud.
Trump.
He's gonna win it. Yeah. Very cool. And now Rio's barking because he hears everybody and sees you all. Thank you. They brought me food and beverage. I got so I'm not just drinking water. I'm drinking my electrolytes. So there you go. Here.
Yummy.
Yeah. So thank my family for bringing me sustenance as we go through. Sorry, I know I had it on the small screen. Sorry about that. She was on the small screen and not the big screen. My electrolytes in my standard process jug. There you go. And some food. So I probably will not eat, but that's okay. All right. Thank you. It is a fun family. So Jerry is coming in right now. Boom. Here he is. What is going on, man? Can you hear me okay? Oh, hold on a second. Hold on. Your audio's not on. There, try that. Can you hear me? Okay, I can't hear you. I don't think. Try. Hold on a second. Let me check it. Give me 1 second. Let me. I'm gonna bounce you back out. I'm gonna bounce you back out. Come back in, okay? All right, so we'll get that figured out. That was Jerry. He's a great guy, and we'll get his audio figured out. That's odd, but who knows? And we'll go from there. Let's see. I'm gonna look real quick at any of the information. And let me see if I can't get his. Let me see. All right, we'll try this now.
Can you hear me?
Ah, there we go.
All right.
We are rocking now. I'm good. How are you? How is it going? I have other people calling in too, but you're good. We're good, man. How is Jerry Wayne tonight?
That light's got to be annoying, right?
No, you're okay. You're okay. Hey, we're going for quality content, not quality lighting tonight, because we have a country to take back tonight.
Oh yeah, actually, Trump just got in the lead in Ohio. Did you see that?
No, I didn't. I'll look at it right now. I can watch while you're checking it out. You're right. He took the lead in Ohio. How are you?
I'm great, man.
Yeah, how is life?
I'm great. It's good, man. I just got home from South Carolina.
Yeah.
And I just got home and I came right to my cousin's house to start watching the ball drop tonight. You know, and I got the. You gonna grab that from me real quick? Do you mind? I got a little present to show everybody that's watching here.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
How is the feeling there where you are?
Oh, dude, it's gonna be a landslide. I'm not even worried about it. No, man, John James is pulling it ahead like there's no tomorrow, and then the thing is, like, Wayne County, where Detroit is, it always goes blue. That's actually where I vote out of as well, like, because I'm just south of Detroit, so it always goes blue. It's like my vote doesn't even really count, but I still go and vote. I'm trying.
So so I can show your state on here while you're on here. I don't know if you can see it on your end, but like that is pretty red, man.
Yeah, it is. It's going red. I tell you what, I predict, no president has ever pulled this off, but I predict the entire Upper Peninsula going red. No president has ever done that.
Including Minnesota.
Well, Minnesota doesn't count.
Okay. I don't know what you mean by Upper Peninsula.
No, the Upper Peninsula is just Michigan.
I am stupid when it comes to Michigan. I got to have more Michigan phone calls coming in because I'm like, Upper Peninsula, what's that mean?
Oh, that's not good. But yeah, so I wanted to show everybody something. I got this here. I got a little I voted sticker on there because what's Joe Biden's worst nightmare? Someone that loves his AR-14 and votes. So I thought I'd
Nice.
go ahead and show you guys that.
That is awesome. Oops, let me
Also,
bring.
I wanted to tell everybody, because last time I came out and said, hey, I got the AR-14 coming out, right? And everybody
Yep.
starts commenting, I know. So I recently had a video come out that I made the presidential AR-14. I don't know if anybody has seen that or not.
I don't
a
think
lot
they
of people
have.
are like, I want the AR-14, right? I want to buy it. They thought that was the AR-14. It's not. That's an AR-15 with an AR-14 just on it. So it just kind of just is something special for the president. The AR-14 looks nothing like that, and it is way cooler.
Dude, that's awesome.
Yeah, for sure.
That is so cool. So, give us a little summary, because I don't know if everyone saw. I love that you're drinking it. Is that a Miller Lite?
I was just gonna ask, am I allowed to drink on the show? Sorry.
You're allowed to
Good
do.
night.
You're allowed to do whatever you want. That made it even better, honestly. Like, thank you for that. That was great. So
I was like, look, because I'm like, that's twice I messed up on your show already.
you didn't. The first one was great too. It wasn't even a mess up. It was wonderful. We keep it. You know why people love shows like this? So my show, other shows across YouTube. We are the new media now, whether we wanted to be or not. Because you know why? I can turn on all of these stupid news networks and even the OANs, which I love, and the Right Side Broadcasting, which I love. But you know what's happening? It's not real people. And
You're right.
And I have brought on probably 3 or 4 different people from just random. Like, they call in, I bring them on. And they're worried they're not going to be good on video or audio. They're great. And you know what? It gives people out there an opportunity to see what is happening with real humans in America and not some flashy broadcasting. They're nice studios, but like, drink a beer, man. That's what America's all about.
Exactly. I hear you, man. I was on Newsmax last night. I don't know if anybody saw that or not, but I was on Newsmax last night on a primetime show, and just before the election, right? So I'm honored to go on. And I was actually drinking in between, like on commercials and stuff. But I was going live on the outside, and I actually got a little upset with Newsmax. You guys
I
wanna
know
hear
what
about that?
happened there. If you don't mind telling me what happened, because I didn't see what
You
happened.
watched it.
No. I actually know what I saw was I saw part of it where it cut off and where you were really pissed, but I never saw what occurred.
Oh, so you saw the Newsmax interview. You didn't see my live feed.
I saw your live feed, but I didn't see everything that happened. So take us through it if you want.
Okay. So I'll take you out back even before the interview, because that's where it all started.
Yeah.
So what happens is with these big corporate shows, they want to figure out who they're bringing on. So they call you before. They called me like 2 or 3 times, and I'm a really, really busy guy. Okay, like I have a lot going on, and they called me, and I had no problem with that. You know, they said, hey, we want to come on. What are your talking points? What do you want to say? Do you have anything else for us? And I just dropped that video with the Donald Trump presidential AR, and I was like, I would like to show that video. And I also said I would like to tell my fans about the AR-14. I wanted to drop on a national level, like you guys got the inside scoop before, but I'm like ready to drop it nationally, right? And yeah, sure, that sounds great. I was like, I don't want to come on unless I'm able to say these talking points and as well as plug my AR.
Right.
No problem. We can get you on. That's fine. All right, no problem. I guess they started running behind. Okay, that happens.
Yep.
And I didn't care that it was really short in time. But mind you, I did not endorse President Trump for a reason until the last second. I did not want to tell people who they should be voting for. What I'm here for is to inspire people to think for themselves and have their own ideologies. I don't want someone to go and vote for somebody just because Jerry Wayne said so. That's not who I am. So that's why I wanted to wait till the last second. I also didn't want to be used as a political puppet. I didn't want to say like Jerry got where he is because he ended up fondling the president or something. That's not me.
Right.
So, I went on the show and everything was great. They did the whole Joe Biden thing. Then they asked me a little question. Then went to commercial. Great. Come back from the commercial. Then they show the Trump video. Now, mind you, when they ask me all these questions, they ask like, "What do you do for a living? What are you working on?" and stuff. And then the host, which I spoke to the host, and we're great. Okay.
Right.
Now, I don't think I think it's the people that were speaking to him, like the producers, behind the scenes guys.
Right.
And he ended up saying like, "Yeah, you're like an auto worker. You work on cars." And I was just like,
"What?"
Like I that kind of frustrated me because I've been on the show 10 times.
But that's a lack of research on their part. I mean, the first thing I asked you when you came
well,
on my show is like, "Hey, what do you do?" Because we want to make sure it's accurate.
Right. Well, I have nothing against auto workers or whatever.
No, but it's not what you do.
It's just, yeah, it's just like, just call me a union worker.
Right.
I'm perfectly fine with that. Or just an average, hardworking American. Make it generic. I don't care.
Right.
You know, but just don't belittle me. Be like, yeah, you work on cars. You're like, no, like us American people are worth more than just that.
That's correct.
So it is not his fault. It's just the people that's supposed to be giving him the information. So I held no grudges against him. But then they come back on commercial and they show the Trump video. And then they ask me a question and I start to articulate my answer. And then I get cut off like 2 or 3 times and say, we got to go. I'm like, what? This isn't what the part of the deal was, you know? And so I did get upset. I hung up before they signed off. Like I was frustrated. And because think of it like this, because not only did they not keep their word on letting me say what I wanted to say. So that right there, sorry, I don't know if I can cuss. Sorry.
You can say whatever you want, dude.
Okay, cool.
You were
that
pissed
pisses
off.
Me off. Okay. Well, it pisses me off that it's just because, like, I'm Jerry Wayne and all that stuff, and I had that Biden thing, but I still look at myself as just a normal guy. And us normal guys, or just citizens, I should say, because men and women, we don't have a voice. Nobody's giving us a voice. They have all these people that are being paid to go on TV saying whatever they want to say, because a lot of them are just bought voices. And I get on there, I get to have this opportunity on there, and I'm shunned. You know, not me, but the American people. People, they want to hear what I have to say because it's them speaking. I'm speaking out of our true values. And they played that Trump video, and then when they asked a question and I started to answer it, I got cut off a bunch of times. And then they go, we got to go. It's like, so you didn't keep your word at the same time. They used me as a political puppet. That's how I felt, at least at the time. You know, oh, he endorsed Trump. Well, see ya, don't need you anymore. You know, like that's not, and then I had that 25 minute rant afterwards, which actually I had, so people that are looking now, that the video's gone, I deleted it. But it was very, it was very enjoyable for the people that were watching it, I believe. So, what I'm getting at is, like, when that happened, I shut the laptop and I said something that was of foul language because I completely forgot that I was live on Twitter. And I looked over and the girl filming it, she just has her phone up, right? Or my phone rather. And she's just like, I'm like, I'm still alive. So I was like, all right, it's time to get a real piece of Jerry Wayne. And I let it loose. But I have no hard feelings against Newsmax. They have reached out. They have done, we actually have a meeting with them in about 2 days. And they truly want to make amends with this, and I think it wasn't intentional. So I just want to let everybody know out there, I don't think that they were using me for a political puppet, and I think they were just behind on time, and things just got kind of misconstrued.
Sure, and I can see that happening, especially in that type of that network situation. And you know, and I appreciate the networks like the Newsmaxes and the OANs and the Right Side and etc. I love them. They have their place in the new media. But I can't wait until it's not the focus, and the focus is people just being people. I mean, that's really what it is. I mean, just talked to somebody from Michigan tonight, and she said, Michigan is excited, man. Everyone is excited for what is about to transpire. Because let me tell you, goes red tonight. That is a message to the governor that she has a problem on her hands. When you're driving around all over the nation, what is the thing you're hearing most when it comes to what people are feeling, what people are thinking? I mean, you're seeing America.
Yeah, well, I can't say I'm like driving everywhere. I have been taking a lot of flights, which I hate because of the whole mask thing. So actually, when I'm at the airport, I don't wear this hat for 2 reasons. 1, so I don't get stopped a bunch. And 2, because it's kind of redundant to wear this and a mask.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
I understand.
But I do that just because the only reason I do go fly is because I do have a lot to do and I'm really trying to fight for freedom right now. So it's kind of like pick your battles kind of thing.
I understand that.
But although if I wasn't doing this, I would 100% boycott flights and I would drive everywhere. But I do see quite a few states. I'm not everywhere, but I do see quite a few states, and it's red everywhere. Like I don't see blue. Don't get me wrong, they're here and there, but they're so sparse. Like I don't even see how this is even as close as it is right now. It's mind blowing.
I don't think it really is, to be honest with you. I think the map tonight is not going to stay this way for very long. I mean, South Carolina, they put the red. North Carolina, I mean,
I think Florida's going red too. I believe they just posted something like that. I think
they just posted 95% chance Florida goes red. Like it's red.
Yeah.
I mean, it's 91% in. They're holding off the last minute, but it's crazy because can I show you how crazy the mainstream media does this? Up here in Little Rhode Island, it says that President Trump is 54.1% and Joe Biden is only 43.8%. So Trump is up big, but it's colored blue. And if I click on it, it's all red. So I'm not saying it's going to go fully red, but they're manipulating the public, man. This is what the media does.
Yes, that's what they've been doing for 4 years, for more than 4 years. As soon as President Trump said he was going to run, it was on. They knew they had to duck and cover, man. And it's just it blows my mind that people are voting for Joe Biden. This is what I've been saying. I do speeches and stuff too, and this is what I say. I say there are 3 reasons to vote for Joe Biden. Okay, 1, you are grossly uneducated on what's actually happening. Grossly. 2, you have a mental disorder. 3, no, I mean it.
I agree. I agree.
Or 3, you are a communist and know what you're doing. Those are the only ways. Like, if you vote for Joe Biden, you are going against everything this country stands for.
Totally agree. That just showed that right now they're projecting 50% to 48% that President Trump retains the presidency. Now, obviously, it's very early, but they were just showing basically.
No, dude, did you see the Vegas odds?
No, I didn't see that.
It came on right before I came on. The Vegas odds were really close to like 63, 64 or something like that. They just switched to where it's like 64. If you're online, go to my Twitter. I just posted it.
Okay.
It's like, if you guys are listening, go to my Twitter, Jerry Wayne AR14. I'm actually on all platforms. My TikTok's going off right now, by the way. My guy I'm working with now was like, you gotta get on TikTok. I was like, I don't want to go on that.
Dude, like, you're a star. You're a star, man. You're a star.
I just don't know how to do social media.
There you go. Look at that.
Guy.
Look at that guy.
Yeah. Hey, you should show people the video, man.
You here? I can actually play it. How about that? Let's see.
Do it.
Patriots of America. I am Donald Trump. You have done a fantastic job in protecting our Second Amendment rights. And because of that, we can keep these barrels cold. On behalf of the Patriots of America, I am honored to present to you the presidential AR-14. Hey, Joe. Joe, wake up. Mulan La Bay.
That's pretty sweet, right?
That is really sweet. We the people.
But yeah, man. It actually has the entire presidential oath printed on there. The camera didn't really stop right there. We did that really last minute. It was kind of rushed, but I think the guy that did it last minute, I think he did the best he possibly could with it. I do know that the Trump knows this exists. And but the thing is, like, I don't think it's wise for them to be out sharing it right now. Because it panders to the people that are already voting, and at the same time, it doesn't help to gather votes by sharing that video. So I completely understand them not like getting behind it and all that stuff. I completely understand that. So
there's your Vegas odds.
It is right there.
That's beautiful, man. Beautiful. I love it, dude. You are amazing. I appreciate you being on tonight. And any last comments or messages to the American people tonight?
Yeah. Well, if you guys want to come follow me, that'd be great. And what I always tell my people is, like, stay safe, stay diligent, stay respectful, and most importantly, stay armed.
Beautiful, man. I appreciate all that you do, and I want you to stay safe and keep doing a great job. And dude, I'm telling you right now, I want you to go as big as you possibly can, because the bigger you get, the bigger the American values get in America. So I appreciate it.
I really appreciate that, man. And I'd love to come on again. I love coming on your show, man.
I'll bring you back. We just have fun. You're allowed to drink a beer and drop an F-bomb anytime you want.
That's my kind of show.
You have a great night and be well, man.
You too. See you guys.
Bye-bye. He is actually really, really awesome. Very cool. Let me check some stuff, and then we will. I will reach out to some folks who I know are trying to blow my door down. All right, I know it. I hear it all over the place. Let's see here. I'm looking at messages real quick as they come in. Let's see the map. Let's check out the map and where it is. Here we go. I just refreshed it. Now, Florida. Okay, I'm gonna bring you on. It's just been trying to get on so badly. Hold on 1 second. All right, here we go. Let me bring you on the show. Hold on 1 second. Dawn, is this Donna?
It is.
How are you? Can you hear me okay?
You hear a call still? There he is.
There we go. There's a little bit of a delay there. So
Yes,
so
we're calling from
so
Canada.
Canada.
from Canada?
Yes!
Where in Canada?
Ontario.
Oh, Ontario. Ontario's
Yeah.
beautiful. It is very beautiful. So this is crazy because obviously with what you guys have going on up there, this impacts you guys. It impacts the world. If America falls, everybody falls. Like, how are you guys connecting to this? Like, give me some background, because obviously it's not your president. You guys have a complete ass as a leader.
Yes, we do.
So tell me, like, how this pulls you in. Give me your viewpoints on this.
So I guess first of all, we are so proud of you Americans who are voting for Trump, because there's a lot of talk here in Canada in regards to what happens in the US happens in Canada, like you just mentioned. And we are dependent upon your vote. And we need you to vote in the person, not for their personality, but for their policies. We are watching. Those of us who are listening, those of us who are paying attention, who are looking past the headlines, we are seeing that there is a difference between what the media is telling us, even here in Canada, and what is actually truth. And so we get what this election for you and what you vote for, what that represents for us here in Canada, and for all of the United Nations and the World Reset and the World Economic Forum and all of the things that they are talking about. We understand what that represents. And so I think the world is watching what you're voting on right now. And so we are all paying attention.
Nice. Now, who's this lovely woman next to you to the right?
My name is Val.
Hi, Val. How are you?
Hi. So good.
You're so
Yeah,
good. And
I don't know, like,
are you watching our election as your, like, Super Bowl tonight?
a little bit, right? So, okay, but here, an interesting of how it goes in Canada is my mother-in-law is having a party at her house.
Okay.
And they are, they're CNN indoctrinated, right? Which a lot of Canada. Yeah.
Sorry.
And so she called me earlier and she said, Val, I'm going into this party, and what are some talking points? And I said, well, if everybody who's coming to your party watches CNN, you're not talking on an educated level, you're talking on an indoctrinated level. So a lot of Canada is like that. They just hear CNN and they think that is gospel truth. And so I think the Canadians who actually are aware and who are actually paying attention don't have as much of a voice or don't speak out, because Canada in general would say Trump sucks.
Wow.
Trump's the worst, and then you'd be like, why? Because he says stupid shit on Twitter. Like, that's it.
So that's it. There's nothing of actual substance. So when people say, like, why would you select Joe Biden, and when you do it, you can't say anything bad about Trump, they're stuck, right?
Yeah. So we, connecting with you and watching this stuff, we just, we're drinking wine and love it. Totally into it.
Were you woke?
With our heart.
Were you woke before the show, or did this help you do a lot of waking up?
There's been a lot of influencers who have helped in the waking up. I mean, I grew up with a more conservative kind of upbringing anyway, so there wasn't as much of a shift in that. But what I found is crazy that even as you wake up in other levels, like spiritually, and on those levels, you still
see the truth in the politics, you know?
Right. No, 100%. I totally get it. How bad is it? How bad is it in Canada right now? Tell us about that.
Ontario, shit, is like the masking, all those rules, and so I had to get a really tough medical procedure done, and my mom lives in Indiana. She needed to come to help me get through this surgery, and she had to stay in my neighbor's basement for 2 weeks to be completely self-quarantined. Never been sick, never been around someone who's sick. And my neighbor almost called Health Canada on us because he thought my mom got out of the basement. Like, it's psycho. He was going to call on my mom and report her because she was from the States, so she was so dirty. Like, the concept is if people come from the States, they're dirty.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
Canada has a big, like, Canada's like, well, at least we're not like the U.S.
Yeah, it's
and so anything that our government does to us right now, it doesn't matter to Canadians because they're like, well, they're doing that to us because they're trying to protect us from what happened in the U.S.
Yeah,
that's a huge narrative happening in the U.S. right now.
Yeah, it's a strong narrative.
Your taxes suck up there?
Oh, well, yes, taxes are insane. Like you're almost half your paycheck.
So I will tell you right now, I don't know. No, I probably shouldn't tell you all the things, but like we paid a lot of taxes.
Shit, LA.
We are in an upper tax bracket here, and it is with our incorporation in our business and our personal taxes, we paid almost like half of our
Oh my God.
So basically, if I go out to a restaurant, every dollar that I spend, another dollar goes into taxes. So if I pay $1, I pay basically $2.
Yeah, so that New York lady, you know, she said she was going to move. At first, you know, people, when Trump won, they're like, we're moving to Canada. We're literally to the point where we're like, we're moving to the
We're moving to the U.S.
We're looking at property in South Carolina.
We're going to find a Republican state and we're going to move there and we're going to just stay there and we're going to give up all of the things.
Yeah.
But one thing that we are looking at with a lot of the anxiety that's happening in this election tonight is that, and something that my husband and I had chatted about is our peace comes from within. It doesn't come from without. And no matter who wins tonight, and of course we are manifesting all the things Trump, one of the things that we recognize, and Val, you can speak into this as well, but one of the things that we recognize is that you can have one party win and feel chaos and fear and anger, and that same party could win and the person next to them can feel peace and they can feel like we are winning. It doesn't matter who wins. And I feel like we need to surrender the outcome. No matter what happens tonight, we need to surrender the outcome, because the anxiety that a lot of people are feeling, we're being how would I word it? It's being fed on.
Mm-hmm.
If I could just say it like that. And so tonight we need love. Tonight we need peace. Tonight we need surrender. We need to know that what we have done up until this point has won. And regardless of the outcome and the external, in the 3D reality that we see, in the 5D, we have peace. And that doesn't come from what happens on the outside. It happens from what comes up on the inside. And that's up to you. That's up to each and every one of us. And so our peace comes from within. And we need to all recognize that regardless of tonight, and even right now, if you want that peace that we all need from each other, the collective, we need to really just settle into our hearts, to home, to right now, to take a deep breath and know that everything is going to happen for a reason. We are the reason that peace happens in this world and that love happens in this world. And with the dual nature that we see, regardless of whatever happens in this election, it's very divisive. And we don't need to hate. We don't need to be angry. We don't need to be destructive. I think love in that vibration is the answer. And it can happen right now with each of us who are listening in on this call as we settle in.
Yeah, we saw a few people talking about their anxiety and their fears, and so our hearts definitely connected with like, there's so much to watch and so many numbers to be consistently changing. And there's also messages of peace and love. I mean, who better to give peace and love than Canadians? Right?
I love it. I love it. Donna and Vale, thank you for being Canadian Patriots. We appreciate you very much tonight.
Thanks for having us on, Jay.
Have a great night, guys. Ladies, bye-bye.
Bye.
Yeah, they were awesome. That was really cool. Awesome. I love they are fantastic. Give me a few minutes, guys, on calls. Hold off just for a little bit because I want to go through some maps. Look at the map. The map has altered and changed since I last saw it, actually. Montana's not going to go blue. Stop worrying about that. Hold on. Give me a little bit. Give me a little bit, guys. Hold on. Give me a little bit, and then I will let you on. Give me just a little bit. Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania is changing. I'll be right. Now I can't get him. Now I can't slow it down. It's all coming in. I'll be with you just a minute, okay? Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania. Here we go. Pennsylvania. We are. Look at Pennsylvania turn. Pennsylvania could go red. Wait a second. Wait a second. If Pennsylvania goes red and Florida is red, that's big. I don't know strategically or statistically how that looks, but I think that would be a very big deal. How is Virginia? POTUS is still holding Virginia as well. So this is getting very, very interesting. Okay, Christine really wants to get on. Christine really, really wants to get on. Let me bring Christine on. Oh, Christine.
Hi!
You are live. I am good. How are you?
I got my good.
Drain the Swamp. Oh, that's a Young Pharaoh one, isn't it?
Yeah, with from Cordy Williams.
Oh, beautiful. You're Christine? Is that your name?
Yes.
Where are you from, Christine?
Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania just went more red on the map.
I know. I'm so excited.
Okay.
And where we're at is very Democratic.
Okay.
But all of that is Trump. Trump country everywhere, all around us. So.
Really? So did you ever fear at all? Did you feel fear at all at any point that Pennsylvania would be blue? Like everyone was talking media-wise that Pennsylvania's blue, Pennsylvania's blue. Did you ever worry about that, or were you fully it's going to be red?
Now I think it's definitely more red, but in the beginning I definitely thought we were going to be blue, especially just the area that I'm in and the other cities and seeing what was going on in Philadelphia.
Right.
But definitely more confidence, and I definitely know we're going to go red, but I did fear that we were going to be blue.
Wow. Wow. What is the feeling like in Pennsylvania right now in that household?
Oh my gosh, it's so wonderful. I keep texting everybody from who is right there with me, all my clients and customers. My girlfriend in Florida, she owns her own business. I own my own business here.
What do you do?
We've been in lockdown.
What do you do?
I'm a hairstylist.
Oh, very nice. We love our hairstylists.
Yes.
Well, you've been locked down.
We were locked down for 3 months here.
Wow.
So that was really, really tough on us. Governor Wolf, he needs to get out. He needs to get the hell out.
Wow. That's crazy. 3 months of lockdown.
It was pretty bad. Everybody is still wearing masks around here. A lot of people are still super scared. Like I said, I'm in Allegheny County, so everybody is pretty liberal, pretty, Democratic, but I was born in the wrong state.
Now, the second debate that happened, and towards the very end, the president asked Biden what he would do with oil, and he said that he would transition out of oil. Did Pennsylvania like freak out at that moment, or did they already know that?
Oh yeah, I think everybody pretty much already knew, and that's what just probably made everybody really go red and go for Trump even more.
Wow, that was a bold statement to say, and Trump really called him out on it. I thought that was massive for Pennsylvania.
Yeah, he did. He definitely did. So he lost. Yeah.
Now, Now I don't know Pennsylvania well, but Allegheny County, you said, is that how far from Scranton area is that?
We're on the western side, so we're the only little blue spot on the left there. We're on the other way on the side. Scranton's not too far from here.
Okay, I'm gonna bring up Allegheny because I don't know where the hell it is, and I gotta figure this out because I like to look at maps and figure out where things are. And
I've been looking at my map all night long.
So you said you're definitely going. Oh, there we are. That's the blue one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We are.
So I actually graduated from high school in Susquehanna County. So I know.
Oh, okay, that's
I know,
south of us.
It's
there.
obviously very, very different from where you are. But yeah, our area was very red, but you guys are very blue. So interesting. It's fascinating how also I think they're trying to manipulate everything on mainstream media because for the longest time they kept saying Pennsylvania was all blue tonight, and they weren't showing any of the red.
Right.
So very fascinating. You have kiddos. You have kiddos.
I have kiddos.
How many kids do you have? Hi, kiddos. You guys rock. You guys are awesome.
Yes. I also want to tell you, my dad woke me up. He was woken up a few years ago when he initially started watching, paying attention to all the Q drops and everything. Yeah. And then during the quarantine I think was a blessing because then I was really able to watch The Fall of Cabal, which was the first that really put insight into everything that was going on. And I watch you faithfully every single night. I just got my book today. I'm so excited.
That's awesome.
Lots of knowledge that I gained from you and ordered products from you on the kids, and it's just absolutely you, Jason Q. You guys have been such a blessing in my life, my family's life.
Well, I thank you, and I'll let you go back to the kids because they want mom.
Yeah.
But hey, thank you for helping Pennsylvania go blue or go red. I mean.
Yes. Go red. Yes, absolutely red. And I'm so excited. I think Pennsylvania will be red and we'll win this by a landslide.
Awesome. Well, thank you for watching, Christine. Have a great night, okay?
Thank you. You too.
Bye-bye. Bye, kids.
Bye.
That is awesome. It is absolutely. Everyone is calling. Holy cow. Everyone wants in. Now I tried to pick it up. And it went away. Call again, whoever you are. I think it was Jesse here. I can call Jesse. And Jesse will freak out when I call him. So. If you could hear the stuff I hear at the other end, it's fantastic. Jesse, are you there? Hello, Jesse.
Hello, how are you?
I am good. Let me bring you on the show here. Excellent. Hey. How is it going, Jesse?
Good.
Good. I'm gonna. If you want to leave your video off, that's fine. No problem. Where are you calling from?
Colorado Springs, Colorado.
Colorado Springs. No. It's gonna turn. Don't worry. It's gonna turn.
I know.
Yeah. So how is it going? What is your feeling of being around Coloradoans? Is that what they are?
Coloradoans, yes.
So what's your feeling been the last couple months?
Well, I mean, we're down south. We're farther south in El Paso County, and it is all red down here. Our mayor's red, and everything like that. But when you get up into Denver or Fort Collins or any area like that, you can really see just, I don't know, like the brainwashing. They have their 2-year-old kids in masks and
really,
it's that. So down here, it's not so bad. We can just like walk into a Walmart or something without a mask, and we're good.
Okay, interesting. Yeah. So I do believe Colorado. I mean, I'm looking at the map here, and I know there is a lot of blue in the middle, but there's also a lot of red around there too. And so I could see it going our way. I could see it happening. I mean, there's a lot of conservatives, it sounds like.
Yes, definitely down here. Oh, there you go.
Oh, look at there you go. Let me bring you up there.
We have a whole Trump party here tonight.
Yes, fantastic.
Y'all got our American gear.
This is beautiful. I love it. And I see some curly hair on that little one. That's fantastic. So you guys are like big MAGA folks. Like, did you vote MAGA in 2016 and you always got on board, or was it a waking up process?
Yes, we did. Yes, my wife and I both did. I don't know, we just couldn't get behind Hillary. We just couldn't. It wasn't, I don't know. And so back then we didn't really know anything about Trump, or we weren't woke or anything like that. And, kind of during the quarantine, I was in the Air Force Reserves, and then they were like, well, go home and, hang around and wait till you need to come back and work. And so then during the quarantine, just my wife and I woke up with the fall of the cabal type of thing.
Yeah, just like the last lady said, that was like really a blessing because we had time, and that's really kind of when we woke up.
Yeah, time to research things, and they gave us time instead of both of us working all the time and passing the kids back and forth. We actually had time to sit down as a family and hang out. So it was fun.
So you served our country.
I do. Oh, my wife's the phone.
Well, I wanted to say, Colorado, we're definitely on a big, I don't know, there's a big movement of anti-vaxxers. And so, I was at the Capitol a couple times last year, and there's a lot of people flipping and that were like blue forever. And now they're like, I'm a one issue voter. And it's like, yeah, they're never going to vote blue again, because they're like, if the Democrats' whole platform is like my body, my choice, with like abortion, then it's the same thing. Like my kid, my choice. It's the same, the same concept. So I don't understand how liberals can be so hypocritical on the vaccine issue when it's like my body, my choice.
I fully understand that. Yeah, it's so now I don't know all Colorado politics, but you guys had a law passed that was pretty hardcore against medical rights, vaccine right, all that stuff, right?
Yeah, so they've been trying for a couple of years, and they did finally pass SB 163 this last season or whatever, and so it doesn't go in effect until next school year.
But they still track you. They track you whether you vaccinate or not.
Wow, and you have you have amazing earrings, by the way.
She does too.
Yeah, fantastic. Are you guys having a little MAGA party there? Is that what this is?
Yep, we are.
Yes, we did.
That is beautiful. That is beautiful. So what would you guys say? What's your message from Colorado, who is kind of been taken over by a lot of crazy liberals, to the rest of the country on what you guys need help with or what you're seeing, so everyone knows?
Don't just vote a one-party issue. Don't vote in kind of like what happened to Michigan, where they voted in Whitmer on just two things she promised them.
Right.
Really do some research on your state senators or your federal senators or anything like that, and understand what their policies are. Because I think Governor Polis got in. I think they hijacked it with him. Honestly.
I wouldn't doubt it. Yeah, totally.
Well, we have a recall Polis going on right now that's legit, and supposedly they already have the 631,000 signatures that they needed by November 13th. Mm-hmm. And right now they're just getting extra signatures because they're always going to throw some out and disqualify them. So we'll see. But supposedly that is a very, very real possibility that he would be recalled.
Wow. Yes, that makes sense, and I wish you guys amazing luck out there. I have friends in Colorado, so I'm behind you all the way.
Thanks, Jace. We watch you every single night.
Thank you very much.
Janet, what's her name? Janet, Follow the Cabal. That one was awesome. I love that one.
She will be back very shortly, I hear, from my assistant, so we will get that done. And sir, thank you for your service. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Absolutely. Thank you.
You're very welcome. You guys have an amazing night, and thanks for being part of this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good night. Bye-bye. Oh, you guys rock. You guys like it. You guys are so much fun. So much. Let me show the map, guys, before you come calling in. Hold on. Let me show the map. I got to show what's going on. Even though I do love you all, and this is a fun way of doing the show, so I appreciate it. Yeah. I will call you right back, Jason. I will call you right back. Don't worry. I got to show the map. I got to show the map. Here we go. Now everyone's all excited to be on. I love it, okay? I will call you right back, all right? Now, Pennsylvania is red. Virginia should be red, and they're not freaking calling it red. Yeah, okay, I'll do it. Hold on. All right, so Virginia, and then New York we're getting destroyed in New York. New York, like, honestly, I love my fellow New Yorkers, but New York State, you're like seriously letting people down. Like, so seriously, this state right here, my home state, I don't know how you are that blue. How can you possibly like what you're being dealt with right now? How can you possibly like all of this? Okay, I don't fully know. Okay, guys, and yeah, guys, I know the Skype thing. Okay, we're doing it for the first time tonight. It will be a little bit of an annoyance, but it's okay. We will get through it. It's all right. Let me tell you, it's working really well for the first time using it on the show, and so it is what it is. We'll deal with it, and we'll get some more people going. So don't worry, don't panic. Let me go check out OAN and Right Side Broadcasting. OAN. Let me tune into OAN just for a little bit and see what they're saying. Okay.
We've got states now that are looking to go Trump. This could be that red wave we were all, well, a lot of us were hoping for.
And sorry, but
I will put words into your mouth. So
no, but I am going to step on your category a little bit too. But I mean, not too long ago, we were talking about maybe it's a little bit too early to say that Democrats have control of the House or dictate how many seats they are set to pick up, because I know that some voters still call that, but I'm calling a lot of things tonight already. And so I think when we talk about the House control, I was saying that then. I think it's a little too preemptive to do that, because we were seeing some of the exit polls when it comes to suburban women, how they're voting, when it comes to minority voters.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. I gotta change this up so you guys aren't totally annoyed by that. Give me a second and I will fix it. I will fix it. Here we go. Let me bring, Jason is wanting to get on. I'm gonna let Jason on. How did that sound? Here we go. And yes, you're gonna hear what I hear. Sorry, it is what it is. All right. Hello there. Whoa. How are you? I see two of myself. Hold on. There we go. There we go. How are you?
Totally annoyed by that.
Sorry, you got a little backup. It'll come around. Who am I speaking with?
This is Susan Neal and my husband Jason.
Hey, that's a great name.
Yes.
It is.
Yes.
Where are you two calling from?
We're calling from Iowa.
Oh, Iowa. Fantastic. How is it going in Iowa tonight?
Well, we're still waiting because the polls just closed at 9 o'clock. So
okay. So yeah, they have you guys blue right now, even though President Trump's in the lead.
Okay.
So they're a little crazy. So tell me a little bit about Iowa. What are the big important things in Iowa besides freedom?
Probably agriculture.
Agriculture. Are you guys farming? Are you in that industry?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I have farmers.
Yes.
Oh, can you tell me a little bit about your farm? I love the farm topic.
Oh, we're farming about 1,800 acres.
Okay. And what do you guys grow? Is it corn? I mean, I know that sounds very cliche, but mostly corn?
Corn and beans.
Both.
Okay, corn and beans. I got it. And then from an industry standpoint, how has it been difficult, or are you guys doing really well in your area?
Well, it depends on if you put the weather in the picture, but it's pretty good.
Yeah, you're doing pretty good. Well, that's good. I just know there's a lot of farmers out there who are struggling right now, and farming. If no one knows this, farming is the backbone of America.
Yes.
Absolutely is. It absolutely is. Now is 1,800 acres a lot of acreage? I don't know a lot about that part of it.
It's kind of medium.
Okay.
I mean, if you want to do a good job, it's about the right amount.
Okay. Very, very cool. And you guys you're in corn and you're in beans. Now, who do you sell locally, or does it go across the U.S.?
Well, yeah, it's local, but we grow a lot of white food grade corn, pretty much 100%.
Okay.
So it goes for tortillas and all that good stuff.
Nice. Now, were you guys always for President Trump, or did you guys become Trump supporters into 2020?
Nah, we've always been Trump.
Well, that's an interesting topic because
Go for it.
I'm a State Department mom.
Okay.
I'm probably one of your most unusual followers. My family works for the State Department, but they're liberal.
Okay.
They had me very, very convinced to vote for the left. I was going to vote for Pete Buttigieg.
Oh.
For the very first time this year, I was going to vote the left, and I never have in my entire life. Because
what made you think that?
Many discussions that we had over video chat when they were in Mumbai, India. They were just having me watch several different things that were going on, and just it was just, I can't really describe it other than brainwashing.
Wow. That's interesting. Continue.
And I mean, this year has been probably the most unusual year for most Americans and the entire world. But I have to say it's been the most unusual year times 2 for me, because I have had all of the discussions that I had the last year with my State Department family come to fruition listening to you and Jason Dean.
Jason
and
Q?
I can't be more, or Jason Q.
Yeah.
I can't be more thankful for you guys, because when Antifa came into the picture in the spring, then that's when our discussion stopped, because they realized I was not voting for the left, because I was rising up against the riots and all of that. So I couldn't figure out what was going on. I went into immediate research mode. I kind of feel like after watching Jason Q, I'm like, oh God, I am so like him, because I just went into, I used to be a legal assistant for a major insurance company. So I just went into this major research mode and trying to figure out what is going on in this world.
Wow.
And so that's when I started figuring out all these different things. And I had found the link between the Brotherhood and Hillary Clinton, and I hadn't even found Q yet. And so when I did find Q, it was just amazing, all the stuff that I found.
Wow.
So
that's impressive, and I'm so glad, because obviously I know sometimes the topics we discuss can be challenging, especially in the conservative world, even though I'm very conservative, but it's waking up process. And so I am just glad that info is spreading across the country and we get to the traditional households. Because I mean, I look at your part of the nation as a very, very traditional conservative area. And I don't want anyone brainwashed. And sometimes Republicans can be just as brainwashed as Democrats. And so I just appreciate you guys watching and learning. And thank you for your service in the farming industry, because without you guys, we wouldn't have food. So thank you.
You're welcome.
You're welcome.
You guys have an amazing night, and I appreciate you being on the show. Continue the great work, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Bye-bye. Okay, now I did shut off Skype just for a little bit. Don't panic, but I'm going to bring Jason back on the show here in a little bit, and then I will bring Skype back up. So don't worry, if you were trying to call in earlier, I will bring you up. Don't worry, I will bring it back on. But I wanted to kill the audio while he comes on, just so we don't mess everything up. And let me go back to the map, because it is getting crazy. Here is the new map, just updated. And yes, I'm using the Fox News map. And we're getting, so Iowa is not going to be blue, folks. Minnesota, I do believe, because right here we're 60% Biden, 38% Trump. But if I click on it, that is what it looks like right now. Okay, so I'm just letting you know, I still think it could go totally red, and Mike Lindell says Minnesota's going red. So that's what we go with there. Let's go up to Virginia. Virginia, POTUS is still up by 6.5 points there, almost 6.5 points. Okay, absolutely. And no, guys, I can't use Facebook. That doesn't allow me. I can use, if you want a link, I can send you a link, and it makes it a lot easier if you know me really well. But I will using Skype. So here comes a favorite. Here comes somebody that no one knows yet. Oh, here we go. What are you doing? I can't hear you. I can't hear you. No bueno. No, but I can't. Can you hear me? I can't hear you. Take the earphones out. Go off and come back on. Go off and come back on. That is Christy. Christy, if you're listening, take out the earphone. I know they're really good, but take those out and play with them again, okay? Let me try it again. Let me try Christy again. That's better.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you perfectly.
Good.
What are you doing?
I've got, like, if you saw my setup here, you would die laughing, but I literally have, like, the map, the Texas map. I've got the TV on for local. Like, I'm just looking, man. Like, it amazes me. I've not watched the news. I'm trying to mute the TV. Hang on, I got
Christy's my like executive producer behind the scenes.
This has been the craziest night, I swear. Like I've got to tell you this. I don't know if you got the picture, and I know it wasn't clear that I sent you earlier, but dude, the moon.
Oh, I did see that. Yes, I did see that.
Oh my God. It was red, Jason, when it was rising, and it was not that big when it was a full moon. Weirdest thing.
Wow.
I was on the phone with Jason Q, and I was like, dude, he's like, what are you talking about? Send it to me. And so I sent him the picture, and he's like, oh my God, do you know what I think that is? And I'm like, yeah, we'll discuss that on the show in a little bit, maybe. Because, it was a trip. But I get home and I'm looking at, I had the Fox News on, our local Fox News. They're showing maps that are not even accurate maps.
Really?
Like, they're not even accurate maps. Like, they're showing the West Coast, like, already in, and it's not in. And the deception is so unreal. Like, it's blowing my mind, the deception that the media has going. I look for the blackout to happen at any moment.
Really?
Like, seriously. Yeah.
So I didn't. So when I was before tonight at about I don't know 2-3 o'clock, I was like, what would happen if he tweets out tonight? What if he implodes the media? Because you remember in 2016 when they like, I mean, Rachel Maddow, or Rachel Madcow as they like to call her, was crying on television. She was crying on television because she literally doesn't know what to do with herself, and that was for that. They have spent 4 years trying to destroy him. If he wins tonight, and if he wins by a wide margin, he not only implodes them, most likely, but then if I was thinking maybe the tweet comes out, but now you're saying, like, if they're manipulating it so much and then we have a blackout, or if they shut off the grid, like, I'm not saying that's going to happen. I'm just saying,
right,
we're not in a regular election.
No, we aren't.
And you're in Texas, right?
Yes.
How is
Yes.
Texas? How is Texas doing? You're not going blue.
No, we're not. No. Like, literally, our map, and I'll pull it up on.
I have it right here in front of me.
Do you have it? Pull it up.
Yep.
If you'll go in close, you'll see how literally there's red boxes going off everywhere. Now, over near El Paso, you're going to have some blue. Near San Antonio, you're going to have some blue. I'm in Hardin County, which is right next to Louisiana.
Okay.
And there are two long, you have Jasper County and Orange County that are two long counties. And then you see do you see the spots of red?
Yep.
The two tall counties. That bottom one is me.
This one?
Over on the other side, to the east side, over near Louisiana.
Oh,
and do y'all notice
here.
that Louisiana went red?
Well, then it's red.
Yeah. But do you see I wish I could point. I'm pointing to your screen like I'm going to show you where they are.
Okay, I have three dark blue areas. Is it next to the one at the bottom, the one next to El Paso, or up here?
Nope, over there.
Next to El Paso.
There, I'm near Louisiana.
Here.
You said here. I'm literally right next to the bottom left-hand corner of Louisiana.
Down here.
Yes.
Okay. What's your county name?
Hardin.
There's there.
It's right next to Jefferson County.
I'll find it.
And those two long counties, one is Jasper County.
Yep.
And I'm at the bottom of Jasper County to your left.
Oh, I just had Jasper County somewhere here. You know what the problem is? Texas is so damn big that
I know. I mean, we have the most counties.
There's
of all
Jasper.
states.
There's Jasper County.
All right, now I'm at the bottom left-hand corner of Jasper County.
Right down
and
there.
It's Hardin.
Okay.
Yes.
Got it. So
Hardin County.
That is all gonna go red.
Yes.
That's conservative country right there.
Mm-hmm. Jefferson County, which is below Hardin County, will go red. You have Chambers County. Then you have Harris County, which includes Houston.
Okay.
Which very well may be the one highlighted blue right now.
Yep, it is.
Light blue.
It's light blue. In Houston, or Harris County goes blue, right?
Harris County may go red.
You think?
Yep.
72% in. He's down by about 200,000 votes right now. There.
I still think they may.
Interesting.
There's a lot of votes still left.
Interesting.
Yep. But Dallas County is blue.
That's so shocking. That's shocking to me.
I know.
Why would Dallas?
You would think, and I don't know if they're all, if all the ballots are in. but I find it really strange because, you know, we were talking in the mod chat just a little while ago. I was talking to Amber and she lives there and she's like, or near there. And she's like, I don't understand how they could be blue. Like, it makes no sense. No sense. I mean, like, people are boarding up their businesses and stuff to protect themselves from what could happen tomorrow.
Right.
Why would you vote blue? It doesn't make any sense. I'm like, you know, are those trash ballots that never got in? You know what I mean? And that's one of the unfortunate things about this election is there's so much deception.
Right.
And they're fighting so hard for Trump to lose. Like, it's just sad, you know? But I'm still, you know, I hold out all hope that we're about to see some things roll red. And there's going to be states that roll red that you're not going to expect to be red. Like, it's already happening. I mean, look at Rhode Island. I swear Rhode Island is going to be red.
You know, that one, I would never have guessed. Now it's changing again because now one county, this is a messed up area right here because now they have a blue county and they have blue in Providence, but it's blue by like 4,000 people and it's only 41% of the vote, which tells me my impression on that is, and I don't know fully because I don't work in the political science field, but how can Rhode Island, who closed up at God knows what time, I'm assuming around 7 o'clock, their polls are closed, how can they only have 38% of their damn vote counted by now?
It's unreal.
And I don't know that part of politics, so that can't, and why is it going back and forth? I do know the Northeast, though, the heavy Northeast, is super liberal. So God knows who's in charge of those areas.
Well, I've worked in the polling. I mean, this is honestly the first election that I've not worked in the actual polling station.
Right.
My mom and my grandma, I grew up in a Democratic family. And so I came out of the gate a rebel. I did because, I mean, I have been a business owner. Even though I was a paramedic, I worked in the medical field. I have been a business owner since I was still in high school. Like, I became my own boss, so to speak, when I was 17 years old. Well, had just turned 18 years old. It was my senior year. And I did that for the tax deductions because of, I mean, my husband worked, he was self-employed, he owned his own business, and we needed the tax deductions, and that's the only way that I could do it. And I learned that very early on. I learned a lot from Donald Trump growing up. I did. I mean, he is a businessman, and, you know, for a long time, my mom hated Donald Trump, and I'm like, Mom, you don't understand. Like, I would not be where I am today had it not been for that man's business mindset.
Wow.
And his belief in us as human beings that we could accomplish anything that we set our mind to. I mean, it is like our born right to be able to provide for our family and be our own boss. We shouldn't have to be out there working for someone else's dream. We need to be working for our dream. And my dream has always been to serve other people. Hence why I became a paramedic, because that was my way of being able to help other people. And I did that for 22 years, loved every moment. There comes a time where you have to say, okay, I'm done. And Oklahoma City bombing and 9/11 did that for me. You know, now I'm my own boss and a grandmother, and I stay at home with my grandkids, which is something that means a lot to me because, you know, I worked a lot of hours in EMS and I didn't get to see my kids grow up. So, you know, it was important to me to be home with them and to give them something that my kids did not afford at that age, or I couldn't afford to give to my kids at that age. And then God put you in my life. And Jason, I am going to tell you, and I may get emotional, but when your video appeared on my screen, when I came across it late February, I never would have thought that God had such huge plans that literally would link up the way they have. Like, I don't even know the words. I don't even have the words to tell you how grateful I am, because what we're doing for people in the Noble Patriots, what we're doing for people around the world that are connected to the Revolution Network, we're together as a team, and it's linked up people that have gifts like Jason Q and all of our mods, Wendy and Leah and Natasha and Amber and Nate and Dominic. You know, I mean, it has linked all of us together, and we each have gifts to share.
Right.
And together we are the Noble Patriots. You know what I'm saying? It's a team. It's like family. Like, I feel like I'm part of your family. And that's the way we should live this life that we have.
She kicks my ass behind the scenes.
I really am a sweet person. I really am. But look at what I set you up for yesterday. Look at what you pulled off yesterday with 4 lives in one day.
That is
How
true.
amazing was that, you guys? Like, for real.
It was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun. We hit a lot of people. And you know what we have to do now? We have to get people to relax, because I see a lot of people. So this is one of the things that we'll have. I'm going to bring Jason on in a little bit, and then we'll go back to some calls as well. But I want to show the map. So this is what we have. This is the issue, folks. I want to tell you what's happening. For many of you, for the first time, this is what the President of the United States has done. This chaos over the last 4 years has awoken people to the political world, because you found out your freedoms were being stolen from you. And I'm going to tell you, I'm going to say millions and millions of people tonight are watching this for the first time, and how this unfolds on election night. And so when they look at these maps, you're panicking, because you're like, oh my God, it's all blue. It's not all blue. What it is no. Welcome to the mainstream media and how they screw your mind over, because when you look at this, you'll see things like Minnesota. And Minnesota right here, right? Only 47% is reporting. Now, I'm not saying they won't go blue, but the whole point is they turn it blue to freak people out. Now, Montana was blue literally like 2 minutes ago, and they just made it go like the pinkish red, because Montana is not going to be blue, folks. Sorry to tell you. Montana doesn't go blue, right? So Idaho is going to go red. Like, you can't freak out. Like, down here, Arizona, I do not see Arizona going blue. I just don't see it. Nevada will probably go red.
Okay, what's Washington going to do?
Oh, they'll be blue. Jason is trying to convince me that this is a 50 for 50, but I cannot get on board with it. Like 50 for, unless.
Can you pull Jason in here with us?
I probably can. Let's see.
Come on.
I don't know if I can or not, actually. I'll work on it. I'll work.
Come on, Jason.
This is a new piece of my software where I can pull people in here. So if he's listening, he needs to try to get in, and then I'll pull him in. But people are freaking out because they've never seen how this map works like this, right? They've never seen the fact that they make colors go a certain way to essentially scare people. I mean, that's really what it is.
Well, and see, that's like I was saying, you know, I've not watched mainstream media since March. Like, my husband and I don't even turn it on.
Right.
If I'm going to watch, if we've got a hurricane come in like we had, just so you know, I am Hurricane Rita, Ike, Harvey, Laura, and Delta Central. Like, those have all hit us. That's
Right.
6 in the last 5 years and 6 in my lifetime, and I'm 50. Okay. Does that tell you how messed up this deep state is? Hey.
Yep.
So, it's like I'm trying to I'm messaging too. I don't even know if you'll see it.
Here, let me do this. Let me bounce you. I'm gonna bring Tina on for a little bit, and then I'll bring you guys back on. Okay.
All right. I'll get him ready.
All right, you got it.
Okay.
All right. There is Christy, one of the ones behind the scenes, and she acts as a really good producer for me. And now Tina can come on. And don't worry, I will turn Skype back on, but I want to get through some of these interviews because I did promise them some time, and I wanted to get them on. And Tina had a couple things that she wanted to drop on everybody that she had not had a chance to tell everybody the other night. And so don't worry, we're getting there. I have a couple other people who are trying to get on. I'm working on them, and then I will pull Skype back in as well. And boom. Hey there! How are you?
I'm doing great. Awesome.
Yeah? Did you think you'd be right back on?
You've been having so much fun tonight. This has been awesome.
This is fun. And then when I get done with everybody else, I'm going to go back to the Skype calls because they were actually a lot of fun. It's nice talking to everybody out there who, we haven't had a chance to meet yet.
Yes, very much so. So does everybody feel like they're in a dream?
You know what? It's actually interesting. I don't have the anxiety that everyone else has right now because I honestly haven't been watching as much as really talking to people. So I flip over and look at the map every once in a while. But I also know that, one, they screw with the map. And, and two, you have to allow the precincts to come in. So just because it looks blue does not, I mean, they still have Virginia, which is on the East Coast, which can have all their damn stuff in already by now. And it's still, like, how do you have it 52.2% to 46.2 and it's solid blue?
I don't know. They're screwing with you. And, this is part of, I didn't cover this the other night when I was on the show as far as some of the things that are going on right now. But the moon right now the moon represents your emotional body. And it has a harsh aspect to the planet Neptune. And Neptune is a very nebulous planet, and it's it does not have any borders, but it rules politics. And so people have, it's like a dreamy state. So what's happening to people is that people feel like they're in this dream. And the media is making it feel like they're prolonging the results because they want you to be confused. And so Neptune is the planet of confusion. So all you're seeing is the media putting out this mass confusion. So the thing that I want to say to everyone is just relax, because as the moon keeps going on and trucking through the universe here, it will slowly move off of that, and people will move out of this confusion state, and boom, you're going to have the results.
Right.
But we have to hold the line here and understand that the media is really, they want you to watch.
Yes. This is how they make money. I mean, people think the media is there tonight to educate us about what's going on. No, they're not. They're there to make money. Like, here's a really good example. I told you all day today, everybody, let me get large screen. I told you all day today, there is no chance in hell Florida, there is no chance in hell Florida goes blue. And guess what? It took until 11 o'clock at night for them to make Florida solid red. And Florida is solid red. It's going to be over in Florida. And now everyone's freaking out because I just saw comments. They're like, wait a second. Wait, we already lost California, Oregon, and Washington. No, you didn't. That just because it's solid blue does not mean it's over there. That's what they just opened up the polls. If I go to it, it's 0% in, 0%. Guys, this is how they play the game.
Yes, and if people haven't been watching or following people on Twitter, I don't know if anybody knows this, but the Chinese currency has tanked. they know something's wrong. They know that Trump is going to win this. And
Right.
so it's in Vegas, if people haven't been seeing this either, in Vegas, they have a 91% bet that Trump's going to win. I mean, so people are just kind of freaking out here. But all I'm just saying is just relax, just like your friend before, have a beer, just chill out, I mean, because it's really, it's one of those things. It's just, it's not so much a chaotic thing, but it's like a dreamy state. And people we're going to wake up from the Democrats are going to wake up from this dream, and they're going to be like, what the hell just happened? Because not only that, but the sun, which rules the physical body, is opposing Uranus. And Uranus is a very sudden, it's a planet that represents sudden change. And it's also shock. And so they are going to be so fucking shocked. Sorry, my language, but they're going to be shocked again that this happened, because they just have no idea that what's coming, and they can't stop what's occurring. And Jason Q and everybody else that's been on, we all know that this is going to happen. I mean, and the thing that people are feeling is this Mercury. That Mercury has this anxious energy to it, and so they feel this. It's this underlying current, and it's all squaring these planets of Jupiter and Saturn and Pluto. And so people are just like, what's going to happen? What what's the race going to? What's our future going to look like? How are we going to move on from here? What's the government going to look like? There's just underlying anxiety that people have no idea they're not sure how to move forward with. So that'll slowly, you guys got to remember that Mercury just went direct at 6 o'clock tonight. So it's speeding up. It's going to start moving its butt through the universe here. And as it keeps picking up speed, then the media will continue to, they're going to draw it out as long as they possibly can. But you will see the result. They're going to be talking about this tomorrow, this shock that they feel. And I can't wait to see CNN and Fox News and all these people melt down, because they really will. It's going to be a shock around the world again. And I really honestly think that, Trump knows this, but Flynn's on Twitter and he keeps saying, hold the line, Patriots, hold the line, relax. It's going to happen. So it will. And I'm just here just to kind of say, just know that we have this.
I'm telling you right now, I look at this map and I've watched these things a million times. I have zero panic in me right now. What I see is a country map literally starting to turn red very slowly, even though they don't want it to. Like, you see the East Coast turning, like Pennsylvania is pink. Pennsylvania's gonna go. Maine is turning over to a blue/pink. Nebraska is not going blue. That will be totally red. And then you're gonna see Texas go fully red. And then you got Montana up there, Minnesota and Iowa. There's no way Iowa goes blue. Sorry, it's just not gonna happen. Not in this world. And then you have Wisconsin already red. Like, I see the formation of a very red country.
Absolutely. You're gonna continue to keep seeing these shocks throughout the night. I mean, people they're gonna wake up tomorrow. I don't think they're even gonna go to sleep. It's gonna be very difficult for people to sleep tonight. And it's not just because of the election. It's just, what's going on in the heavens. It's one of those up kind of, it's just, there's just a lot of energy going on right now. There's a lot of anxiety. You're going to keep feeling that for a little bit longer, for probably the next, couple days. Just as far as what is the plan moving forward, what's going to be happening, and they have a plan. Don't worry about it. It's going to be okay.
I know. Everyone's like, wait a second. Maybe the president doesn't. The president, by the way, has the best technology behind the scenes. He has the full military. He has the full NSA. He has the full everything. If you don't know, if you don't think he knows exactly how this is going, I guarantee you he does.
Yes, and I've been following people on Twitter all night long, and it's interesting because when you start seeing, I was listening to a lot of different people's takes on, with the astrology part of it, and listening to how people are calling calling the election, and people have to understand a lot of astrologers, they are very, they're very spiritual, but they tend to be very, very liberal. And I'm not one of those people. And they tend to lean towards Biden. And so you can look at some of these things and interpret it however you want. A lot of these astrologers will pull it towards that side, but I look at more of a grander scale. Yes, these people, I'm looking at the two candidates, but I'm also looking at the U.S. as a whole, and how this is going to affect the United States, because whoever is in charge, we've seen that they're puppets before, but this isn't the case. And again, like Janet was talking about, the people have stood up to this tyranny before, but they haven't had help from the top. And this is what you're seeing. You're going to start seeing the top tier here when Trump gets reelected is going to help the people to overcome all this corruption. And you're going to start seeing more and more of that as all this kind of moves on. So I have all the faith in the world. And a lot of you're seeing some of these Senate races and some of these House races, these people are shocked that this stuff is going on. And you're going to keep seeing more of that. It's a pretty interesting thing. I don't think Texas is obviously going to go blue. Ohio's going to go blue.
Yeah.
I think North Carolina, the same thing. Georgia, they're prolonging this for you to be in confusion. They know that this is going on, and so they want you to be in a state of confusion.
Yes. So this is the best part. This is the best part. Ready? So I'm not going to scroll up to the top yet, but I want to show you something. California. This is what they do to you. California is at 4% reporting. If you click on California, it literally only shows the blueness in the counties, right? It doesn't show anything else, right? And then if I go up to Oregon, look at all the red, but they're showing blue to stand out, right? So now if I scroll to the top, they have 207 to 148. Now, you don't see Texas fully red. Why is Texas not fully red when they know damn well that it fully goes usually conservative? Montana doesn't, but yet they're giving the 55 already to Biden before anything happened in California. This is what they do. So they're all night, they're promoting right now 207 to 148, and MAGA supporters are freaking out. And yet,
well, they want everybody to go to sleep. As everybody goes to sleep, they're going to be in a state of confusion. And that's really what they know that. And so the people that are awake, literally awake, not only just physically, but emotionally and spiritually awake, they know what is happening. And it's not going to be as much of a shock to them because we've studied this stuff. We've studied these candidates. Some of us have been to some of the rallies. We know people in government. It's not, we're the people that are awake. The people in the media are watching the media, or the people that are watching the mainstream media are asleep. And so that's really what you're saying, is they're in a dream state. The whole United States is in a dream state, but the people that are awake can really, really see what's going on. And it's interesting because this moon and this thing called the North Node are both over Trump's sun. And so I was looking at this earlier, and Gemini people give, a lot of parties. They tend to be up and up, and they're really, really good about communication, and they're, just like The Apprentice, they're on movies, not movie sets, but, television shows and things, and they're people. So they are really, really good with mingling with people. And it's interesting because I looked at Biden's chart earlier, and he's a Scorpio, and the sun is in Scorpio right now, and it's opposing this Uranus. So he's in for a big shock. The Uranus pulls the wool out from underneath people and just shocks people. And especially with Biden, because that Uranus is opposing his sun, and it's opposing the sun in the heavens right now. And he's going to wake up and just be like, whoa, this just happened. And so, it's pretty interesting that Mercury's retrograde in Libra, and Libras are all about fairness and balance. You know, you're a Libra, but you can feel that tension and anxiety. You know, we want this to be fair. We want it to be a fair election. We want there to be a balance. We don't want this to be too crazy, but I mean, it's gonna happen. So I just want everybody just to relax, because it is happening. They're just prolonging the confusion. So just
it's so
stay
true.
awake and stay awake and keep watching, because it's getting better. We're gonna wake up from this. I mean, people are gonna have to wake up from this dream state. They just will, and they will tomorrow, because they're just gonna have to accept the results. Again, I talked on the show the other night about how I think the election might not be called until a little bit later on. I think now, as I'm seeing a lot of the stuff going on, what might happen is that it might take a little bit longer for people to accept, not necessarily for it to be called, but for people to accept the results of what's happening. And they're going to see all the results around the world too. And all the people reacting, because I mean, most people want Trump to win around the world.
Right. Oh, everybody around the world. I don't know anybody that I've talked to or communicated with that is not pro-Trump in every nation.
Yes, very much so. Yeah. And it's going to be interesting to see all the world leaders as they call into him and let him know. It's going to be a fun night. I know he's up watching all of this, but we'll just keep trudging through. But you know, I was watching General Flynn earlier, just looking at some of his tweets, and he just keeps saying, "Hold the line, Patriots. Hold the line. We got this. Don't worry about it." And they want you to be in a state of confusion. So we don't want to watch the mainstream media. We want to watch you.
Exactly.
Before because we're having fun, you know, it's like a party.
Of course.
It's kind of like a party state for us.
Absolutely.
You know,
Before I let you go and bring on the next one, what do you see happening over the next week? Do you see a lot of chaos in the streets?
You know,
not that I want that, but
he's going to be there, and I think that once he's declared the winner, people are going to be in this confusion, and I think that there is going to be a lot of chaos and upheaval. But I also think that he's prepared for this. I think that he knows this is going on. I mean, obviously, we all know if he wins, there's going to be. They've been telling us this, that there's going to be complete chaos. I would definitely make sure, like the last person who was just on, you know, that you have things backed up. That you know, electronics and anything that you might want, they might try and pull crap tomorrow. I'm not sure what's, you know, as far as that, but I do see chaotic stuff going on. I don't know so much about, you know, if he's going to try and stop. I think he's going to try and stop this, because I don't know if he's going to call the Insurrection Act or not, but I do feel that there is going to be some chaos over the next week. So just be prepared for it. I think we all are prepared for it. We have our guns. We have, you know, all of our ammo. We have whatever it is. We have each other too. You know?
100%. 100%. Well, I thank you for being on. Everyone loves you now, and they want all their charts. So we will be in touch.
Well, let me just tell all the viewers that.
Yeah, tell them why.
For the Dr. Dean wave the other day, and I think I've responded to some of the people. So please give me a little bit of time here to figure out what I want to do as far as how I want to proceed, because I got to get on this, because in the past I've read charts, but they've been of people that I really care for, or friends of the family, or extended family members, or just friends that I know, or patients that have asked me. It hasn't really been, you know, this full-time job for me. So, I'm trying to get prepared to just I will get the message out. Well, you know, Dr. Dean will let you know as soon as I have an email and, you know, a setup for this. And I have responded to almost everybody that's written to me. Your assistant reached out to me today, and Carrie, or is it Christy?
Christy, yeah.
reached out to me tonight. And so I just want to let everybody know that I'm preparing for all of this. You just have no idea how much you're going to become a celebrity, in your world, just like Jason Q, It's like, hey, Jason, check out this guy named Jason Q. Remember? Whenever
right.
I was like, this guy's amazing. This guy I don't know who this guy is, but you got to check him out. Remember our reaction to that?
100%. Yeah, it's been a whirlwind, and it's fun, and this has got to turn into something bigger because we now that people are awake, we have to educate them back, and not just us educate, but we have to empower people to educate themselves, because this is how we lost the republic. We need to gain it back and then hold on to it.
You're going to see a lot more of that. More and more people are going to keep stepping up. They're going to keep finding ways to provide for themselves and their families, and they want to work. People want to work. They want to find ways to contribute and help other people, and I think that's the wave of the future. And there's a lot more to come. So we definitely are not done yet. So this is going to be an exciting time. But well, I'll be back on, and if Dr. Dean will let you know how to get a hold of me. We'll be in touch.
She will be back. Dr. St. John, thank you for being on tonight.
All right. Have a great night, everyone.
You as well. Take care.
Right.
Okay. Lots of rocking and rolling out there. It is a crazy world. We will go to the map here in 1 second. And we will get some things some going. So, but let me first let me check something here, because I think this is somebody I'm supposed to talk to, and I want to make sure I talk to them. And here we go. Hello. How are you? Where are you? I can't see you.
We're doing good. How are you?
I'm good. Do you have the video up?
I can see you. Yes.
Yeah. Bring your video up. Here we
go.
There we go.
Okay, now it's dark. Hold on. Let's get some light over here.
Who are you?
All right.
Nice. So this is Dr. Tanya Williams, who is the wife of Dr. Cordy Williams, and all of your friends and family.
Yes. Here they are, everyone.
How is California?
Not very good tonight. Not very good.
Well, it's still early. Yeah, are you?
I know.
What is the feedback you guys are getting early on right now? Like, is it? I mean, I know it's been really, really crazy. Like, everyone's thinking it's gonna go red.
Yeah, they called it right before. They called it even right after that.
Yeah.
The polls were just closed. How did they do that?
So they haven't called it. They're calling it to confuse everybody.
Oh, got it. Okay.
So let me bring up the map while you ladies are on. Hold on. Oh, where we go here? Hold on. let me bring up the map, and I'll show you ladies what this looks like. So here's the map. Now California is right there, but if we click on it, if I click on it, there we go. So it's starting to populate, but it's not populated yet, right? So we only have 29% of the vote counted so far. So we are not we're not anywhere near. Now, I'm not saying it's going to go fully red. I mean, I don't know. We'd love to see that, but what is the energy been like out there?
It's been
I feel like lots of Trump parades are pretty amazing. And when you see any support of Biden, it's 10 times Trump where I've been.
Yes.
But I don't know about everyone else.
Yeah, me too.
We've been
to a lot of rallies, and I've probably seen 99.9% Trump and 1% Biden, if 1% Biden.
Wow.
They've been super silent, and even places like Beverly Hills and LA, areas where you think would be super liberal, there's conservatives coming out everywhere, thousands.
And you'll see a Trump parade with 20 cars and then one lone Biden car driving by. So,
really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not convinced that you're fully blue. Just like they're claiming Arizona's going blue, and it's only 73% reported, and it's within 200,000 votes. So
Yeah.
hold the line in California, ladies.
I know we need to. Yeah, we hope.
We need to protect the beautiful state of California, but because you guys have gone full communism out there.
Seriously.
Totally.
100%. The sad thing is everyone that's voting and they keep leaving and going to other states.
I know. Well,
Yeah.
Like,
because people don't like paying a lot of money in taxes.
yeah.
Right.
They're leaving and then they turn the next state into a mini California. He
Arizona.
said that it's 73%, so there's still hope.
There's still hope.
There is.
Yeah, I don't buy that. Like, I mean, even Virginia, they still got blue, and Trump's. It's one of the. We just talked about this with Dr. St. John. Is their job is to confuse everybody. They want people to go to sleep thinking that Biden's gonna win this thing.
Yeah. That's a good point.
So
I
late.
And saying that Biden's probably sleeping right now.
That is probably correct. That is probably correct. Where is the Dr. Cordy Williams tonight?
He's in Florida right
Is he?
now. Yes, he's with I don't know, it's a big mystery. I know he's with David Harris Jr. and some other people who I don't know who they are, but I'm sure I'll find out when he gets home.
I love it. Well, I want to thank all of you ladies and Dr. Tanya Williams, because you ladies are obviously holding down the fort while everyone's out there running around trying to educate as many as you can. And so you ladies literally hold the country together. Thank you.
Thanks for saying that, Jason.
Thank you for doing what you do.
You're welcome. Everyone have a great night, okay?
Thanks for your show tonight.
You're welcome. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
All right, awesome. Jason Q and Christy will be back on now, so let me pull them in because they've been waiting. What are we doing here? Who can I hear and who can I not hear? Christy, can I hear you talk? Hello? Nope. Come back on.
I can hear you.
Okay, I'm going to let her come back on. You can hear me. What are you doing? Are you...
There's a delay.
It's all right. I know, because I have so much stuff going.
Better?
That's better.
Like a 5-second delay.
I had you muted, and I was reaching down to do it when I got cut off, so...
Jason, what the hell's going on tonight on the map?
Oh, yeah, of course. Much better.
What have you guys been talking about off air?
A lot.
Somebody cut loose with some periwinkle colors, it seems.
So
and
go ahead.
Stuff. Patriot shit, you know.
What do you see happening? Give us a breakdown.
Well, this delay.
I know.
This delay has me completely screwed up here. It really does. Well.
You're allowed to give us any political narrative you'd like tonight. As the delay comes, I'm talking so the delay will get there.
45. Oh.
Christy, what did he talk about?
Ask him about the red moon.
Socialism sucks. Democracy sucks. Communism sucks. See, this delay has got me so screwed up.
I mean, I
was gonna see why people think I do drugs.
I was gonna let
now
him
I
go.
See why people think I do drugs.
So while I talk to Christy, Jason, when you hear this, Jason, talk about the red moon.
Oh my god.
He's gonna talk. Don't worry. He'll get there. He'll get there.
Okay. Christy told me about the red moon. She called me on the phone and said, "Look at the moon." So I went outside, and I looked at the moon, and it was massive, and it was white, but it wasn't red. Okay, here we go. I gotta repeat it myself.
Patient.
I'm just gonna let him talk.
It's so bad because I can hear myself twice.
Here. I'm gonna kick you out. Come back in.
You don't want to do that.
I just did that.
He's like, you don't want to do that.
And I think he has an internet issue tonight, because when he first came on, it was really, really like nasty too. What did he tell you about the red moon until he comes back in?
Well, he was talking about it not being our normal regular moon that we see.
That's what Tina just said.
Yeah. And that's why I was like, you've got to ask him about the red moon, because he started to tell me, and then he's like, wait, Jason's messaging me. I've got to get off. And he hung up on me. And so, like, I've been on live, and I've been like messaging him and saying, look, you got to tell me what you were going to tell me. He said, I'll tell it on with Jason. So, like, I'm going nuts because I think I know what he is going to say, but I don't want to spill it. I want him to be able to do it, because it just wouldn't seem right if I took that away from him. You know what I'm saying?
Any better?
I hope so. Okay,
Okay,
now,
well,
now
Jason-
when, okay, now
Go,
first
just
of
go,
all, when-
go.
About the red moon.
Okay,
Red moon.
Okay, well, okay. The thing is, okay, God damn it, you guys got me off. So, the red moon. See, here we go. Okay. So, the whole thing with the red moon is, I don't think it's the moon. It's Nibiru. I'm trying, and God, you guys are killing me. Okay. I mean, they have to come and get these people. They're not people. They're savages. This whole. They have all of these entities all gathered up and ready to go. They're not even. Are they the Nephilim? Well, they're the Anunnaki. See, the Anunnaki are the ones that bred with the women that were here. That's where the Nephilim came from. And that's why when you see the pictures, okay, so the Anunnaki, that's where the Anunnaki were from, where's Nibiru, that's their home planet. And the reason why their planet is red, it's because it's the iron oxide and everything like that, because they need gold for their atmosphere. And it's like once every 3,600 years, it comes back. That's why the whole Kofeve it's the battle of the ancient fallen ones. Because you have Kofive, Kofeve, whatever, however you want to pronounce it. You have the COV, COV. You have the COVID, and then you have the FEFE, which is Farron, and then you have Iron, which is the do we lose the grid soon? Yes, we will lose the grid soon, and we will be going. Well, actually, we're going to be losing the whole grid because this whole solar simulator that they have up there, this terrible Northrop Grumman designed, is because we're gonna get the crystal sun back.
See, that's why, and I have to say this, I have to interject here, so I hope it's okay. When Jason and I were on the phone, when JQ and I were on the phone, I told him, I said, oh my God, it's so red. And he's like, how could it be as bright as it is if what's it reflecting off of? What is actually projecting to it to reflect how bright it is? Because when it was coming up over the top of the tree line on the hills here where I live, massive glow. It's crazy.
Well, and it's just like the whole, when people talk about the whole globe, whatever it is. The thing about it is that if I could look over in the east and I could see it bright, this whole moon deal, right? What is lighting it up? They sit here and tell us that, oh, it's the sun. The sun's lighting it up. It's like, well, wouldn't the sun be on the other side of this, of this whole ball, of the ball Earth? And they can't say, oh, well, it's just shining off it. Well, then you'd see a big shadow. Like, you wouldn't be able to see it at all. That's what I mean. These people, it gets old with the flat Earth. It's like, guys, just deal with it. Because there's so many different things that you have to worry about besides that. That's just another lie.
Right. People are saying in the feeds, and I've seen several pictures today of that the sun was like a rainbow today. Like there was literally a rainbow around the sun, across the sun. It did depended on where it was at in the sky, but there was rainbows all around it today.
Well, because the sun that they're showing up there now, that's actually a Stargate. So, you have the solar simulator, but they're also making, we have all those 11,000 and something. In fact, right here, what we'll do is, here.
Jason, while he finds that, you want to show the map? People are asking to see the map.
Here, I'm gonna do something real quick.
So, I'm not convinced that Arizona is completely blue. So there's only 200,000 votes that separate them right now, with 73% in, and it's stalled there at 73%. So I'm not convinced. New Mexico is so early.
There's only 200,000 votes separate.
Who took their earphones out? Oh, she's got her laptop open again.
No. I've got no. What I did was is I just posted the no. What I did was right there. See right here the patents right there. it's right there. It's B64G1 dash cosmonaut. I don't know, Lost J. Of course, I'm a flat earther. Everybody should be a flat earther. I mean, if anybody believes the Bible, you should be a flat earther. I mean, what you know? Now I get to see some comments. Now I get to see what people are really saying. Now you're all in trouble. Now you got to learn today.
Okay.
Now
here you go.
Let's hear some comments. Let's hear some questions.
Here you go.
What happened overnight this week? Well, let's see. Overnight, well, tonight, there were a bunch of choppers that were heading towards Chicago, because the thing is that when I got home, went and got the, because it was a mop. I mean, I just need to get a haircut. So the thing is about these whole little, these little stars, these little 1,000 points of lights, whatever the hell they want to call them. Well, the thing is, these 1,000 points of lights, they are red and flashing red and blue and white and all flying towards Chicago. I mean, in a row. There's a bunch of them heading up to Chicago. So, I mean, they're going in for the kill. And the thing is that when they said that at 11:04 it says actionable, correct? Now, at 11:04, now, if you think about it, 11 o'clock, okay? Now, at 11 o'clock, and you subtract 4 hours, right? It goes to 7 o'clock, right? At 6:45, this is when these choppers were all heading up there. So now, and that is Chicago time, because Northwest Indiana is actually on a different time. They're on Central Time Zone. We're not in the Eastern Time Zone. So that's when they're going to get them. I mean, they're going to get Beetlejuice and that Jeffrey looking bitch that she's with.
Beetlejuice.
She does look like that. She does.
She
thing
does.
that's in the Beetlejuice.
She does.
She does, yeah. With a bad perm. The horrible perm.
You're killing me.
And yeah, Jeffrey the giraffe from Toys R Us. She had that long ass neck.
All right.
I mean, come on. It's true.
So
I mean,
this is what I'm gonna do. This is what I'm gonna do. Because I have 18 minutes until Facebook shuts my 4-hour feed off. Now, I'm not gonna leave it. I'm gonna go off at midnight and come back on. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna bring on some more guests before we hit midnight. So I'm gonna drop you guys, and then what we'll do is I'll probably bring you back after.
JQ is too, so
Yeah.
whatever.
I'll bring you back on later. Okay.
Sounds good.
Yes.
All right. See ya. I'll talk to you soon.
Yes.
They're crazy. They're absolutely crazy. Okay. Let's do a couple more callers. So Facebook kills my feed at a 4-hour mark, which I'm almost there. So we have time for a couple calls for people who are still out there, and I'm going to bring my Skype up now. Now I'm going to warn you, I have not brought it up yet. Don't call yet. Don't try to call yet, okay? When I have somebody on, do me a favor, please don't call, because I got to keep messing with it, okay? So, and I'll take a couple, okay? Take a couple before the midnight hour, and yes, I'm still going, okay? So here it is. Okay, if you tried to call again. I missed somebody because it was on my phone and not there. So try again. And then if you see somebody on, don't call. All right? Good. So I will wait for the next one and find out where you guys are with everything. And we will go from there. Okay? Hey, it's you again.
I'm back. Hold on just a second. Let me grab my light.
What's going on? What's happening in Michigan? Do you have something new?
So, Michigan stopped counting their ballots.
Oh, what?
Yeah, so Michigan, Virginia, Georgia, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania, we have been told that they stopped counting.
Where did you get that from?
A bunch of people on Twitter, but they got it from the Bias News.
Okay, so it is. They're coming from sources. So basically, and where it's late, so we can say whatever we want to. The shit's starting to hit the fan.
Yes, for sure. But yeah, they said Michigan, the final tally might not be out until Friday.
What?
Pennsylvania, they have the extra 6 days thanks to Justice Roberts. So.
Wow. So now we're starting to see the chaos and the fact that they're gonna screw us over tonight and try to hold this thing out.
I was gonna say they're just gonna sit on it and just not tell you,
Interesting. Well, how fun is that?
A lot of people are freaking out in the comments on Facebook, and I just want you guys to know, literally none of them have 100% ballots in there.
Correct.
So stop thinking that Arizona went blue.
I know.
Mexico, because if you look at Arizona's map, only like 2 of the counties are the light blue. They haven't even gone blue. So they have 1 county that's officially counted, and that's it out of all of Arizona. So
yeah, it's have you watched elections before?
Yes.
Yeah, so yes. So you understand, like they do it. Say that again?
Nothing as much as this year.
But yes, so they definitely mess with everybody, and they're not well, actually I think it was Arizona that I looked at a little bit ago. Arizona has been sitting at 73% for the last probably hour plus.
Yes. And New Mexico, I believe, only had 68%, and they called it blue on Fox. But
and they're stalled at 70%. Pennsylvania's stalled at 52%. Virginia.
They counted California and called it blue at 11:03 my time, so it would have been 8 o'clock there. 8:03.
Yep.
I'm like, your poll just shut down, and you just called it blue.
Virginia's stuck at 64%, and North Carolina's 94%. They're fine. New York's still only 67%, and Trump has definitely pulled to within. He's still way off, but he's pulled to within 14 points. And
I did read that Trump has, I think, like 300 lawyers already for Pennsylvania going towards this stuff, because there's been major voter fraud, especially like Philadelphia and stuff today. I know they weren't even letting the poll watchers anywhere near stuff.
Yep. Yeah, it's now California is saying that they had 52% reporting. I don't even believe that number.
Oh yeah, I don't believe that number either. That came in really fast.
It's only 847 there, I think. Come on.
Yep.
Well, Nicolette, thank you for letting me know that. I appreciate that.
Yeah, no problem. So those people, don't worry about those states, because you're not going to know tonight. That's for sure.
Thank you for being a great reporter. Have a great night. Let us know if anything pops up, okay?
You too. Say hi real quick.
Hi. Nice to see you, buddy.
Can you say Trump train? Trump train.
Nice. You guys have a great night.
Have a good night.
Bye. Beautiful. Look at that. They're better than she's better than the freaking news. I mean, come on. Like, let's be honest. This is incredible. So yeah, that's not shocking. So they're definitely altering things. There is the map, and I don't know what's being said. Let's jump in here real quick and just see
2-3 decades. And what he did in 2016, I mean, I think he's overperforming what he did in 2016. So I think that what you will see is strong pickups in those Midwestern Rust Belt states due to the Reagan Democrats, due to independent voters, and of course Republicans.
Hold on a second. I'll bring you up here. Hi, I can't hear you, no. Yes, I can. Now I can hear you. Are you there? Now I can't hear you. You went away.
Okay, is this better?
That is better, yes.
All better.
Hi, you're Monique. Oh, then it went away again. Hold on. You're going in and out. No, it went away. Just pull it right out of the phone.
Monique.
There you go.
There you go. Oh, that went away again. Hold on.
You're okay. You're okay.
It went away.
You're fine. No, you're fine right now. Good. Good. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. I'm here to like drain this off.
I love it. You're Monique. Is that correct?
Yes.
Where do you live?
So I live in Odessa.
Say that one. Odessa where? Try it again. I'm getting feedback. No. Here, call me back, okay? Yeah, welcome to technology, folks. It happens. But I want to thank you, everybody, so far for doing this. And don't worry, things happen. It's technology, okay? We're not doing this like the big multi-billion-dollar mainstream media corporations. It is. So we're going to just work through it, and it's cool. And I appreciate her jumping in, and I appreciate all of you having the willingness to jump in and do this. This is actually really awesome. So good job. Are you there, Monique?
Okay, so I'm here. Can you hear me now?
Perfect.
Okay, good. So, hi, thanks for having me on your show tonight. It's been so good
Awesome.
to listen to everyone. I wanted to also thank you because I got your iodine, and I also got, I'm waiting for the parasite protocol to come in.
Oh, beautiful. Now, where were you again?
So I live in Tampa, Florida,
Oh,
but
okay.
I'm a clinical specialist and I travel all over the country, and I do bunion surgeries with doctors.
Oh, wow.
So I'm in an airport, you guys, every single day. I travel every single day, and I can tell you right now, Dr. Dean, that yesterday was really abnormal for the amount of people that was at the airport. I don't know why, but I was looking at the gates, and it looked like the bigger cities were having quite a bit of people traveling too. So
Really?
Sting. So I'm originally from Canada.
I heard
And,
something in I heard something in your voice there.
We picked it up, yes. Actually from Canada. I'm currently in Cincinnati, Ohio, because I have a surgery here tomorrow. But so married my husband from Boston and moved to the United States, started to work. And I got leukemia in 2011. So I watched your podcast with the lady, I don't remember her name, but she was amazing, and she talked about essential oils.
Okay.
And I love my essential oils.
Nice.
After having leukemia, I had a bone marrow transplant, and the doctors told me that I would be on like 29 medication, and I'm on 0, you guys, 0.
Wow. You look amazing, by the way, for having something like that.
Thank you. Thanks. Yeah, it's I did a lot of research and diet and holistic approach. So I'm a big fan of just the information that you put out there. I think that is wonderful. So wanted to, because I travel so much, I met 2 weeks ago, you're going to like this one. I met 2 weeks ago, Liz Crokin.
Oh, cool.
I did. She was at a Panera Bread. I was at a Panera Bread, and I was like, I know that voice. I kind of like tilted over, and I was like, oh my gosh, that is like Liz. And so she was actually interviewing a survivor, like a person that had been trafficked, and they were talking to each other, and she was interviewing the survivor. So once the lady left, I had a chance to go introduce myself and talk to her. Now, I watch your show quite a bit, so I knew, I was kind of looking like, are you reptilian? Here. Looking at her skin, her eyes. It was hilarious. But yes, this is Liz. I don't know if you can.
Oh
see
yeah,
that.
no, great. That's awesome.
See
So,
that?
So what got you on quote unquote the Trump train or the America patriotic? Because it's not even necessarily Trump. It's just like it's the America train. Like, what were you always that way, or did you kind of flip?
I really thought when let's go back to Obama. When Obama got elected, I thought, oh my gosh, like I'm part of history, first black president. He spoke so well. I was like in awe of every time he got up on a podium. I was captivated by his words until I started to look into I think the Smith-Munzak is the big one for me. When they started to like listen to your phone, and I started to hear my friends say, oh my gosh, if I talk about like, I don't know, anything like your toothpaste that I got.
Nice, that's great stuff. I love that. That's that's what I use personally.
Yeah, you guys, this is wonderful. So, if I talk about this, it's going to be on my phone. So I'm like, no, this is worse than that. This is like an ability to really do some psychological warfare, and that put fear in me right away. I was like, oh gosh, I'm not liking what I'm seeing at all. We can like what happened in Ferguson is an example of Obama setting all those cell phones and really putting some information on those cell phones that could get like almost brainwash people and infuriate them a certain way because of what he gave them free cell phone data, and that's where I started to be like, wait a minute, that's not right. So that's when I started to flip. But when I really started to flip was the fall of the cabal.
Wow, she impacted a lot of people.
She's amazing, and there's just such purity from her good heart. She's just amazing. So that's when it all started to like come together for me, and I'm still doing a lot of research. I'm no expert on any of this, but your shows helped a lot, and there's a lot of other good ones. So that's kind of where it all started for me. Is the fall of the cabal. So the part 1 after that, the part 2 after that, and now I'm going further, like you and Jason Q, into, you just talked about the Anunnakis, and that's where I'm kind of piecing the older history together, and the Illuminatis, and what does 1776 mean, and then you start looking at the comments, and everybody that's a little bit behind will always ask those questions, like, why is there a flag? What's 1776? And so once you start to kind of follow the trail of the Illuminatis, it's like, you guys, it's right in your face. It's there, and they're not hiding it. And cancel Hollywood is another thing. I used to like idolize Jennifer Aniston. I loved her so much, and I so wanted to love her. And then it's like anything she touches, for me, it's like I'm going the other way.
Wow.
It's how it's just how it is in this world right now. You don't know what's true. You don't know what's not true. And the history books, you and Jason Q talk about the history books. Are we living? Is this all real? Is this all not real? But yeah, I was flying. I was on a flight, shocker, because I'm on one all the time. And this, I wanted to show you guys. I've never seen the sky this way. And I don't know if it'll do it justice.
Yep.
But this is kind of like the sun. It was crazy. I've never seen the sun this way. And then I get to the restaurant, and Jason Q just talked about this. He said, it looks like a rainbow. And I'm like, oh, what? This is my dinner plate. And I have a little okay, but do you see the rainbow on my plate?
Yep.
The sun was shining into the restaurant, and it was just, the sun was weird. And so if you are close to a window right now, look at the moon. Look at the shape of the moon. It's odd. It's not even so.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it's.
I am going to get cut
Crazy.
from my 4-hour time frame on Facebook, so I want to say thank you for being on the show. I appreciate it, and you're amazing. Keep up the great job, and we appreciate what you're doing for America.
Well, same to you. Absolutely.
Have a great night. Thank
All
you.
right.
Bye-bye.
Go red.
Yes.
Bye.
All right. I'm about to be cut on the feed. It's normal. That's what happens with social media. So I am headed out here. I will be right back on. I'm not going anywhere, but I'm going to kill this feed and we're going to jump on to the new feed. Okay, so part 2, midnight, coming your way. Here we go. All right, we are back, and we're gonna start doing some number stuff. Let's see here. I'm gonna start doing some map stuff. So here's the map. Here is the map. Now, if you simply add Montana, Iowa, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia. Let me do this correctly. Let me add these, okay? Montana's 3, Iowa's 6, Wisconsin's 10, Michigan's 16, Pennsylvania's 20, North Carolina's 15, Georgia's 16. That gives you 86. That gives you 86. That would put President Trump, and that would give him the win. If you just make Montana, Iowa, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia red, which they already are leaning red, if you make them red, the election's over. And even if you add everything that's blue, and you add in, and Nebraska's not going to be blue. There's a little blue there in Nebraska. That's going fully red, okay? So right now, Biden has 227. Even if you add Nevada at 6, that puts him at 233. And you put Minnesota at 10, that puts him at 243. Guess what, folks? The election's over. Now, I'm not saying that right now. I'm just saying simply... Let me run you through this cycle again so you understand. And I have the map up here. If you take Montana, you take Iowa, you take Wisconsin, you take Michigan, you take Pennsylvania, you take North Carolina, and you take Georgia. And if you add those up, which are already leaning red, if you add those up, you get 86. That puts the president at, what is that, 290, 294. I'm not 294-ish, whatever that number is off the top of my head. I'm not doing math in my head right now. I haven't eaten much and it's midnight. Now, if you do that, plus you give Nevada to Biden, that's 6. You give Minnesota to Biden, and that's it. He's only at, let's see, 233, 243. If you do that, it's over. That is why they're stalling this thing. They're stalling it because the thing is over. Now, I'm not saying that Montana, Iowa, Wisconsin, Minnesota, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia are going to go red. I'm just saying Georgia's going red. I'm just going to tell you right now. Georgia is a red state. There's a reason why they're holding it back right now. You're telling me right now that only 79% of Georgia's in? That is crap. North Carolina is already in and they know it. There's no 94%, and they won't call it. Pennsylvania, okay, 56%, but he's way up now. Those states are done. Those states are over with. Michigan, he's up. Wisconsin, way up. Iowa's over. He won't lose Iowa. Iowa's like he's just not going to lose Iowa. Montana, he's not going to lose Iowa. This election is over, and they won't call it because this is what they do. And yes, I know Virginia too, but I'm simply looking at what's on the map. If you take the states, Montana, Iowa, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia, that they have not turned to dark red, if you add those up, that puts the president at, I think I said it's 86, so 290, 280, I'm sorry, I'm not doing math right now. So 286 plus 204, 290, that puts you at 290. It's over. That's it. And if you just hand Nevada, and Minnesota to Biden, he can't get to 270. There you go. It's over. And now add on top of that, there's a reason why they're holding back Minnesota. Nebraska is red. It will be red. Virginia will probably go red. Yeah, he's over 300 at that point. Way over 300. This is what they're doing. Do you see what they're doing? That's exactly what they're doing. And right now I'm not counting chickens before I hatch. What I'm doing is I'm just doing simple math, right? But that's what they're doing. This is the Fox one. Now let me look around to see if I can find any other ones. I haven't even looked at Twitter tonight, honestly. I haven't even looked at Twitter. Arizona is they're full of crap in Arizona. They're full of crap in Arizona. Let's see. They are. Sorry, I'm looking through this. I'm not buying all that they are saying here. So, and let me look also here. The House 145 to 123 right now. Okay. Somebody wants me to click the counties. I can click the counties, that's fine. Hold on, let me bring you down here. There's your counties. Look at what they won't report. They haven't even counted Nevada. Why is Nevada sitting at 0? That's what I'd like to know. Why is Nevada sitting at 0? Ugh. Look at Minnesota. Hold on. Minnesota is all red except for the top right. I'm assuming that Minneapolis is somewhere in there. I don't know that state well. So they're holding Michigan. Guys, Michigan is red and they're not calling it. Pennsylvania went red hard tonight. Wow, that's kind of impressive actually. Virginia. Look at Virginia. Jeez. A lot of red there. And they're holding back a lot of counties. Look at the counties they're holding back that are red. Welcome to politics. Welcome to the worst political race of all time from a standpoint of what they're doing to screw with your mind. Right? Red is Michigan. Now, I can go trolling around here and see who has other maps and who is... But I believe that they're just totally screwing with everything at this point. Let's see here. Let me try to find some... Oops. I'm looking for another good map, possibly. This is total crap on what they're trying to do. Here is... Let me show you this. They just took it off. Sorry, I was watching one of the shows and they took off they took off the map they were using. It was a really good map. OAN is kind of doing okay. Let's see. Okay. Sorry guys, I'm looking at some maps here, and I don't want to just scroll through a whole bunch of pages. I want to just give it to you how I find it. Let me go to Twitter here real quick. You guys mind going through Twitter with me? Let's see what Twitter is doing. So CNN says Biden wins Virginia. Okay, sure. Prove it. That's Jim Acosta. He's an idiot. There's no way Virginia right now is being called for Biden. There's no reason they can't get these votes counted tonight. This is ridiculous. Here's Doug Ducey. Far too early to call the election in Arizona. Election day votes are not fully reported. We haven't even started to count early ballots dropped off at the polls. In Arizona, we protected election day. Let's count the votes, all the votes. So they're calling it. There we go. Oh, look at this. Breaking. Arizona GOP chairwoman Kelly Ward says the numbers in Arizona are mostly early votes, and she believes Fox News will be embarrassed by calling the race for Biden. I'm telling you, Arizona. I do not believe Arizona went blue tonight. I do not believe Arizona went blue. Here is, this was all north. Yeah, so Georgia. That's old. I think. Yeah, that's 1 minute, but that's old. That's an old picture. Twitter is the best. Here's Cerno. He's a follow Trump. Yeah, there's no. Let me see if I can go to some networks real quick. Hold on a second here. Let me see if I can go to some networks and see if anybody will give me non-bullshit stuff tonight. Hold on. Let's go to here. Let's go to the War Room.
As he has done tonight without this realignment, there's just no doubt. In Florida, in Texas, he did exceptionally well among Western Texans in areas that Republicans don't do well with. That is a Mexican working class vote out there. And there was some hint of that even in the New York Times poll, which was abysmal. Obviously, they were horrible. But there was hints of that. They chose not to believe that voter, Steve. And from this point forward, what Donald Trump has proven tonight is where the path is forward for the Republican Party. They need to not they need to not resist him like they have been doing over the last 4 years, because there's just no doubt this is the only path if the Republican Party wants to be a national force in the future.
Okay. By the way, let's report that. That's Biden deputy campaign manager saying what? Is that just false bravado?
That's Rufus Gifford saying we're going to win.
Is that just putting the stiff upper lip, or they know something we don't? Before we let you go, Richard, we know you got to jump here. You're going to be back a little later. We now are in the 4th of November, the year of our Lord 2020. We've actually gone into the next day. But remember, when we won in 2016, it wasn't until 2:30 in the morning. So, Richard, I just want to give a snapshot in 60 seconds. No, you got to bounce. Wisconsin and Michigan. Where do you think we stand right now? And do you see Trump having momentum that these two, which to me would be a major upset, that he would take both Wisconsin and Michigan, that you had polls coming out in the last week that showed him 12 down, showed him 17 down, that basically these were not competitive. Where do you see these two before we let you go?
Yeah, I mean, I have to say they lean to Trump right now. Michigan and Wisconsin lean to Trump. Steve, he's doing what he did in 2016, but he's doing it bigger. Again, I go to Michigan and I point out these two because this is really what it's all about. Here's McComb. He's winning it by 33 points. He only had 56% of the vote there in 2016. I don't mean only, because that was a feat for a Republican candidate back then, and nothing like that since Reagan. We're now at 66%. And in Oakland, Biden is only up by 7. This is more than a draw, folks. This is more than a draw. This is turning into a thumping in Michigan. More than a draw.
What about, real quickly, what about Wisconsin?
Wisconsin, similar thing playing out there, although it did tighten a little bit. what we see is really, here's Milwaukee, Donald Trump at almost 40% with about half reported. That is, that's way above the performance in 26. And Biden is also below, which is important. In Racine, it tightened, but Trump just has to carry it. And then in Kenosha, he is romping, not just winning. He's romping. A lot of votes there, and it's causing a big spread. That leaves Dane, and they're in, Steve. They're in.
Okay, Richard.
I mean, really.
Richard, we're going to let you go. You'll have you back in a little while. Freshen up. Do your other stuff. We'll have you back. People loving what you got to say. They love the granularity, love the detail. Thank you very much. We'll get back. Richard Baris is the head of Big Data Polling. He's a guy that called it in 2016. He does all the hard work, sir. Thank you very much. We'll see you in a few minutes.
All the best, Steve.
Okay,
He's actually
I want to
really
go
good.
to McGinley. We're
I
going
like
to get
that.
an update from Jack and.
Let me hold on one second. Let me change some things around here. Let me. I want to actually see if I can. I wonder if I can get access to that thing that he just had. That was a beautiful, beautiful map. And we'll see if I can hold on here. Come on. I'm going slow on my end. Oh, probably because everyone's all over his freaking, all over his stuff. Here is the current House map. There you go. 148, 129 right now. Steve Bannon looks like hell. Steve Bannon has been through the trenches, though, so you got to keep that in mind as well. Big Data Polling. Big Data Polling is not coming up very fast because of all the traffic they're probably getting right now. I'm looking for also OAN. Here's OAN. I want to see what OAN has. I'll work on Big Data Polling here in a second. Let me go to OAN real quick.
Feel that they have a pretty good shot at unseating the Democratic incumbent there, Gary Peters. Last time we checked, his Republican challenger, John James, was doing pretty well for himself and actually taking a step back and looking at the polling heading into Election Day. John James was actually polling higher than President Trump, which not typical of this sort of race, especially considering the fact that he competed in 2018, lost his race, but he's really gained some ground and closed that gap there. And what's also pretty surprising, but also not surprising, again, because at the same time, this might be telling a tale of how President Trump's going to be doing. Down ballot, there's a race. Michigan 3. Now, that was Justin Amash's old seat. That was open. He decided, of course, to ditch the party with his whole stance on impeachment. Of course, we know he was for impeachment. He wanted to get President Trump out there. So here's where we are with Michigan 3. You can see the Republican Peter Meyer there with 60%.
You're in Michigan. That's important for you guys.
40% there. Now, this is big because this is a trend that we're seeing in several other Michigan districts where Republicans are going to see some upsets to the Democrats there, and that's huge, especially as we continue to count the vote tally for President Trump. This might be an indicator of where people in this key swing state, how they feel as we continue to count those votes on election night tonight.
Yeah, and Jen, you know, when you were talking about the Michigan Senate race as well that we're looking at right now, you can see that gap right there. And you even was even saying that John James
Good for you
was
guys,
leading
Michigan.
Gary Peters, John James was leading President Trump in the polls. And I think that's actually a good example about the testament to the idea that there is a shy Trump voter. I mean, you don't see, for example, the Senate candidate winning in one party and not the next presidential candidate necessarily. So I think that is a testament to the idea that there are a lot of people who aren't willing to say, I support President Trump, but they were willing to say, I support John James. And when we look at what's going on in the presidential race, we can see actually that President Trump actually has a similar type of lead right now in the state of Michigan as John James does. So I think there is a parallel to be made there as well.
Definitely.
When we talk about these Midwest states like Michigan, like Wisconsin.
So I want to share some tweets with you. So Greg Rubini is saying this about Arizona. Too early to say. 900,000 votes have still to be counted. Fox News is cheating for the deep state. That's from Greg Rubini. So when we talk about Arizona, so Arizona is getting screwed right now. There is still 900,000 plus votes to be counted in Arizona. and they're only separated by less than 200,000 votes. So that is, yeah, that's a mess. They're free. The Democrats are literally, they know they're screwed. They literally know that they're screwed. But even if they're not, even if you just call it right now, if you give us Montana, which we're going to get, if you give us Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia again, if you give us those, which we already basically won, this is over. And Virginia is not going to end up blue. I'm telling you right now. There's no way that, I don't see that ending up blue. I mean, it could change, but I don't see it. How did our little Rhode Island do up here? So Biden did take it over, right? But I still think that's kind of messy too. This is all the stuff. So I'm not. Everyone's saying Fox. Everyone's saying Fox is a train wreck right now. Absolute train wreck. I'm using a Fox map, but apparently online they're horrendous. I guess Tucker Carlson just called people out on Fox and said there should be people on Fox fired. That's Tucker Carlson. Let's see. It's getting dicey because they know that they're trying to not necessarily steal an election. They're trying to delay as long as humanly possible is what they're trying to do. That's, I mean,
from the ultimate winner of the race.
Let me go to here real quick. Here, hold on a second. Let me show you some stuff if I can find it.
We should pay attention to the realignment going forward. Can I say something really quick?
Yeah.
I just think we should pay attention to the realignment underway. Again, this is separate and distinct from the ultimate winner of the race. There's a county in Texas, many counties in Texas, but Starr County, Texas, which is right at the bottom of South Texas on the Mexican border. It's one of the poorest counties in the country, I think the third poorest. The per capita income is $7 grand a year, and it's the most Hispanic county in the United States, 96%. So 4 years ago, Hillary Clinton won this county. A Democrat has won it every year since Benjamin Harrison. She won it by 60 points. Joe Biden won it by 5 points. So that's, in the most Hispanic county in America, a swing of 55 points over one presidential term. So that is a huge change. And the thing, from my perspective, that it tells you is that not everything is racial. White liberals tend to racialize everything, but for most people, economics and culture make the difference. And you're seeing the Republican Party become a party of wage earners in a way that it never has been ever since Abraham Lincoln started it. And I just think that is maybe the biggest change to come out of the Trump first term. And I think it's something that will kind of define politics in this country for a long time. And we should pay a lot of attention to that. Again, people are voting along economic lines, not along the clean racial lines that intersectionality and all these other dumb theories suggest that they would. People who make less are voting Republican in bigger numbers. That's just a big thing. It's never been that way. Now it is.
Is the polling industry dead?
You know, I really hope so. And I could name some of the people who should be fired immediately, and I think I will. I just need to calm down enough to get their names on paper. But clearly, look, the instinct of every, I mean, this is true in every industry, because this is a function of human nature, but you cover for yourself and you think of an excuse, your children do it. Well, you know, there's a good reason I did. Okay. No, you screwed up and you have to acknowledge it in order to get better. But we in the media, I think, are particularly good at pretending that there's some reason that we misled our viewers or our readers. And we really should stop doing that because too much is at stake. And the first way to fix it is by holding the people who screwed up accountable, and that's just by firing them. And they can go do something useful like hang drywall or learn to paint or do something else.
Tucker calling them out. So I want to take you to this because some people have some confusion. I want to make sure that we cover this, okay? So when I show you this map, all right, some people are freaking out because at the top you'll see 227 to to 210. Now, they only get the number added to their total if the state goes full solid red or blue. Okay? Now, for example, California is reporting 60% in. All right? I get it. They're giving it to Biden right now. I don't know if that turns out that way. I mean, that's a disgusting number if that is. Like, honestly, if this turns out to be this far off and that becomes a real number, California should be disgusted with itself. I mean, that is California and New York should be absolutely ashamed of themselves as states. And I'm sorry, I know I have friends and family there. If you are living in that kind of a shithole of a state, that you are really willing to put up with the bullshit that the radical liberals put on you in California and New York and Illinois, that's ridiculous. Ridiculous. Minnesota just went full blue. Okay? Now, I still don't believe that number either, but that's a whole other story. Now, Montana, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia, those have not gone full solid red yet. So, when they turn red, and I think Virginia will also turn red, those numbers will be added to President Trump's total. So that's why he's so far down right now, not because he actually is, because they won't finish those states off, including Arizona, which I don't personally believe will stay blue. Like, I'm sorry, Cal. Like, you know, New York, I'm disgusted with my own state. But at least 42% finally woke up. Are you kidding me? 68.5% right now of California wants communism? Like, that's ridiculous. That is a disgusting map right there. Like, you should be. So I will lose probably California viewers tonight. That is a disgusting map. That is you literally have. Let me do this. Let me do this the proper way. You're telling me that almost 70% of Californians are voting for a piece of shit like Governor Newsom? Like, you got to be kidding me. Like, you're literally California. This is what you've done. You are voting for the sexualization of children. You're voting for human trafficking. You're voting for a communist dictator. You're voting for a piece of shit House Representative Nancy Pelosi. You're voting for China. You are voting for forced vaccinations into children. You're voting for medical tyranny. Like, honestly, we're gonna change this long term, but if you live out west, and I'm gonna honestly, I'm gonna take everyone. I'm gonna take all the states into this. I'm gonna take the 3 states to the left: Washington, Oregon, California. If that's honestly how you feel in Washington, Oregon, and California, honestly, you might want to secede from the union. Like, we might have to go to 47 states, because if this is what you want at a 68, this is not like a 54. This is not like close. This is right now with 60% reported. You're talking a 70 to 30 margin. That means 70% of the California population agrees with the shit policies that they believe. That means you believe that. That means you agree with Hollywood. That means you agree with this Luciferian satanic bullshit that Hollywood puts out. That's insane. Completely insane. Now, I will totally change my words if for some reason everything is complete lying tonight and it goes red. I'm going to be obviously very proud of you, but you're 60% reported in right now. And let me show you this. Like, It is currently 6.7 million votes to 2.9 million votes. Like, that's not even close. That actually does, that is probably, I mean, that is my most, between California and New York, that literally disgusts me for the EV. We're going to win this whole thing. We're going to win the whole damn thing. So you better hope, you better damn well hope that the president goes in and cleans house, because what are this, like, if you live in if you are on this feed right now and you are a conservative, libertarian, constitutional, like whatever in the traditional values of the world, what are the majority of the population in California looking at? Like, what did they like? I don't get it. I just don't get it, honestly. And you can say fraud, right? I mean, you can say fraud, but guess what? In the world of politics, 6.7 million to 2.9 million, that's a shitload of fraud right there. I mean, we're almost like at the end of the road with California and New York. Not the people. I love you folks, but it's disgusting to watch the state do what they're doing. I literally, the longer California stays blue, there are more children being damaged. The longer New York stays blue, the more your children are being damaged. It is that simple. Between vaccines, trafficking, sex slaves, you name it, that is New York and California. Unbelievable. No words for you anymore. I don't know what else to say. Breaking Joe Biden to make a statement in just minutes. I don't know if that's actually really true. What is Biden gonna say in a few minutes? So we're gonna need to stay tuned for that if that's actually true. So I'm just scrolling through Twitter right now. Is Biden about to claim a victory? Oh my God. Could you imagine if he comes out and does that? So he is actually going to talk? That's crazy. So let me see if I can find if he is really going to come out and start like talking. That would be, I mean, my mind will be blown if that's the case. They're not saying anything yet. Hold on a second. Let me keep this in my ear.
A win for Joe Biden so early in Arizona. Social media furious. Just want to point out a few examples here. The Arizona governor, Doug Ducey, saying this, reminding people that it is far too early to call the election in Arizona. Election day votes are not fully reported, and we haven't even started to count early ballots dropped off at the polls. In Arizona, we protected Election Day. Let's count the votes, all of the votes, before making declarations. Also, this Trump 2020 senior advisor Jason Miller calling out Fox News on Twitter, saying this: Fox News is a complete outlier in calling Arizona. Other media outlets should not follow suit. There are still 1 million Election Day votes out there waiting to be counted. We pushed our people to vote on Election Day, but now Fox News is trying to invalidate their votes. And even this, Axios reporter Jonathan Swan saying the White House and Trump campaign sources are furious at Fox right now over, of course, that Arizona call. Fox News was also late calling Florida and Texas for President Trump. Newsmax was first. Just something to keep in mind. Of course, keep it right here for your most up-to-date coverage. John, back to you.
All right, Emma.
John, we talked about that pushback from the Trump campaign on Arizona. There it is.
There it is. Right.
That's important. They're now out there officially pushing back. And not just pushing back and saying it's ridiculous, but giving you a reason why, right? Those they think they have a million
votes,
election day votes, whether or not that's true or not. But I think what you need to see from a campaign on either side is that they're contesting it, and the Trump campaign is clearly doing that. Jason Miller is their top communications person. To see him out there shows you that they're not conceding Arizona.
I go back to 2000 and the importance of the Bush campaign on election night going on offense, very much, not just with President Bush's speech, then Governor Bush's speech, but with Jeb Bush as governor, with Katherine Harris, with the legal team, James Baker. They stayed on offense nearly the entire time. And when the Gore campaign tried to stop the military ballots from coming in and being counted, that was their attempt to go on offense, and it backfired badly. And I know, you know this, one of Al Gore's top advisors in this campaign is Ron Klain, the person who, if the vice president wins, will probably be White House Chief of Staff. He was the point person up against James Baker for the Gore campaign. They're well aware of the symbolism of this and the importance of trying to be on offense. It's going to be hard because the president's had a better night, and the president better at offense than Joe Biden. So that is, to me, the big challenge for the Biden campaign. How can they go into tomorrow on roughly equal footing in what is still a contest where no one has won?
We're about to find out what Joe Biden is going to say. We see the motorcade pulling up there now to Delaware, to the podium.
Oh, I beg that he
Joe Biden
claims
to project
winning.
this image of
I
strength,
beg
project the image
that would
of
be
a winner,
phenomenal.
not only based on what happened tonight, but he's going to be doing that up against the president of the United States.
Yeah. Oh, without a doubt. And you know what? I think he's up past his bedtime right now.
I was going to say,
And I'm looking at the ambulance. I'm just hoping he's not in there. Let's pray, that Joe's okay and everything goes okay tonight. But it's kind of amazing. And you
Oh
look
my
at
God,
the
I
crowd now.
beg that
You
he
see
claims
those crowds
victory.
when President Trump does his rallies. They're in lines. They're going crazy. They know Joe Biden's coming in right now. They're really, really subdued. I mean, it's just, you don't see the enthusiasm. You just don't see the energy right now.
And they never had much energy and enthusiasm for him to begin with, and now they're second guessing everything.
You're exactly right. I can only imagine right now what Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and Bernie Sanders are saying right now.
Didn't run liberal enough.
Didn't run
You
liberal
know what
enough.
the conservatives in the party are saying?
Yeah.
You ran too liberal.
Yeah, exactly right. And everybody, it's funny. The press loves to talk about civil wars in the Republican Party, but I'm telling you, there's a huge civil war going on right now, and there's going to be a lot of finger pointing for the Democrats.
Well, we knew that when they were already giving cabinet seats. AOC was already giving cabinet seats away for the presidential, for the Biden administration. All right, we're going to check in now as we wait for Joe Biden with Congressman Louis Gohmert from Texas. Congressman, congratulations on your re-election campaign tonight.
Well, thank you. It's deeply humbling to be elected again. The good news is that my opponent yanked in $500,000 from around the country that wasn't used on any of my Republican friends. So it worked out okay. Worked out well, actually.
Well, we saw a lot of money flowing into Texas for the Senate race there, also for some of these House races, similar to what we saw in the last cycle with Beto O'Rourke's race. Will these outside money sources ever learn that Texas can't be bought?
Well, they keep thinking that if they just keep doing the same thing, eventually it'll have a different result. And let me say this for Biden. I know it's past his bedtime, as y'all mentioned, but keep in mind, he was endowed by his, the thing. And so he may be able.
Let me check a few other things here while we're doing this because
time he was able to talk to people
and
and articulate clearly and in soundbite form ultimately what his plans were. He's able to do the elevator pitch, and sometimes that's all the time people have for you because everybody's busy, their attention spans are short, and he did it successfully in every single state. He's very good at retail politics, and so the way it can go sideways is if, and this is going to be the measure of the big tent. This is where the true test comes in, Jesse, because Republicans now have that big tent that we have talked about for so long. We have that big tent that we've always said we wanted to get, but we've always had these cowardly politicians that were unable to find that compromise on common ground with, maybe more classical liberals or libertarians. Everyone focused together, came together on common ground, came together on a free economy, open businesses, individual liberty, Second Amendment. And so Trump has to keep it these 4 years. He can still lose it. Again, I'm a cynic, but this year's making me an optimist. He can still lose it depending on how Pennsylvania turns out. And we're looking at that blue wall and we're looking at the Rust Belt. But winning Florida is huge. And by the last projection that I saw it was over 53% Hispanic vote. The Republicans Trump captured over 53% of the Hispanic vote so far that's been tabulated in Florida, which is, do you remember Republicans ever getting that huge that huge of a support from the Hispanic community? I don't even know if Democrats even were able to get that. This is building that big tent. So that to me indicates that Trump has been able to expand and maintain that big tent going forward. So I'm becoming more optimistic as the night goes on, but Pennsylvania is going to be a true test. And everybody needs to look at Pennsylvania and see where the president comes down on that. Now, he took Pennsylvania in last election. It was very narrow. And that's a state that ultimately, I think there's still maybe a couple, the chances get reduced if he's not able to carry Pennsylvania. But having Florida and having Pennsylvania, I think after then I might pour myself a tipple and call it a night almost.
Dana, now I understand that I'm talking to the right person when I ask this question because you have more weapons than Fort Bragg. But is this an election about the Second Amendment at all? I understand gun sales have been way up, and I think those
Okay, let me... There we go. Oh, God, what is he going to say?
We knew this was going to go long, but who knew we're going to go into maybe tomorrow morning, maybe even longer. But look, we feel good about where we are. We really do. I'm here to tell you tonight, we believe we're on track to win this election. We knew because of the unprecedented early vote and the mail-in vote, it was going to take a while. We're going to have to be patient until the hard work of tallying the votes is finished. And it ain't over till every vote is counted. Every ballot is counted. But we're feeling good. We're feeling good about where we are. We believe one of the nets has suggested we've already won Arizona, but we're confident about Arizona. That's a turnaround. We also just called it for Minnesota, and we're still in the game in Georgia, although that's not one we expected. And we're feeling real good about Wisconsin and Michigan. And by the way, it's going to take time to count the votes. We're going to win Pennsylvania.
I don't think you are.
I've been talking to folks in Philly, Allegheny County, Scranton, and they're really encouraged by the turnout and what they see. Look, you know, we could know the results as early as tomorrow morning, but it may take a little longer. As I've said all along, it's not my place or Donald Trump's place to declare who's won this election. That's the decision of the American people. But I'm optimistic about this outcome. And I want to thank every one of you who came out and voted in this election. And by the way, Chris Coons and the Democrats, congratulations here in Delaware. Pardon me? Hey, John, the Gov, yeah, the whole team, man. You've done a great job. I'm grateful
You had to remind
poll
him.
workers, to our volunteers, our canvassers, everyone who participated in this democratic process. And I'm grateful to all of my supporters here in Delaware and all across the nation. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And folks, you heard me say it before. Every time I walk out of my grandpa's house up in Scranton, he'd yell, "Joey, keep the faith." And my grandma, when she was alive, yelled, "No, Joey, spread it. Keep the faith, guys. We're going to win this." Thank you, thank you, thank you. Your patience is great. Let's walk over here.
It's not what you wanted.
Okay, there's Joe Biden trying to keep the troops inspired. A whole bunch of honking. They do the car rallies. The president does them.
Bedtime for
The
Biden.
people rallies. It's getting a little late for Joe Biden.
Bedtime for Biden.
He's getting a little tired. He said he feels confident about Michigan and Wisconsin. I don't know why.
Correct.
I'm looking at these numbers here in Michigan, Wisconsin. I see
You can't win
the
them.
president performing at about the same pace or maybe a little better than he did in 2016. What do you see, Mark?
I have to say, there's one thing about that speech that I think is one of the craziest things I've seen in my covering election nights.
What's that?
He said nothing about policy or issues. The entire speech was about process. It was about how good they feel about states, congratulating Delaware politicians, saying how long the vote would take. He didn't say a single thing about fighting for the middle class, jobs, health care, the pandemic, Donald Trump. I mean, that's how he chose to use his time addressing the American people. I understand that part of the speech. He wants to reassure his supporters they're not giving up because they've had a bad night. But I am stunned that he did not say a single word about the economy, the pandemic, racial justice, anything of substance.
What do you make of that?
I really can't explain it because, I mean...
I can't. I mean, I think you're
how
absolutely
about a paragraph about
but
jobs?
I think what happened is that they had to get him out there to say something.
Yeah.
He didn't want it to be long because he didn't want to ramble on. He knew he was going to... I mean, I think this was contained. Get out there, just say...
How about I'm fighting for you?
I get it. I'm not saying you're right, but I'm just saying I think they were like, look, get up there, say that we're gonna go to bed and
They're
keep
trying
fighting
to
and
they're
we'll see
trying
you tomorrow.
to
But I
deflect.
think that's they were containing that.
Biden.
They knew that he wasn't prepared to give a long speech, so
Didn't have to be long. He just had to mention why he wanted to be president, maybe.
yeah, but Mark, it's 12:40 a.m. He's not used to staying up this late.
He probably went to bed at 8 and then woke up for the...
Well, and I'm being serious, though, that I don't think that he was in a position to give an unscripted speech tonight. I think if he was ready to declare victory, he might have salted in.
That was not a victory speech.
No. That was I need to say something so I can go to bed speech.
Placeholder.
Joe, what do you think?
I think the hard truth is that he hasn't been prepared to give an unscripted speech this entire election.
Yes.
And I think, again, it showed in this moment, I think, where the reality belied the punchline. So I think at this point right now, you have a Democratic Party that is honestly deflated. They were not prepared to be sitting here. They thought they were going to be popping champagne at 10 p.m. And now as these numbers come in, it looks as if somehow Trump has built a new coalition. They thought they were going to be able to rebuild the Obama coalition. I think I and many people have said you cannot rebuild the Obama coalition without an Obama on the ballot. It failed 4 years ago. And tonight we're seeing again that the Hispanic coalition just walked out the back door of the Democratic
Let's
Party.
go ahead and take a look at it. We just heard from Joe Biden. Here's the president tweeting this. I will be making a statement tonight. A big win. Wow.
Oh.
I mean, that's a big statement, Sean Spicer.
We're up longer, baby.
Small things. He does big things, and I expect, to Mark's point. I mean,
Is he going to give a acceptance speech? Is he going to a victory
I don't know
speech?
what he's going to give, but it's not going to be quick and to the point. He's going to go on about. I mean, I expect him to get up there and talk about, why he's going to win, how great the vote has been. But this is not going to be what you just saw.
Okay.
Now, my guess is that, in contrast, by the way, I think you're going to see him go downstairs. I'm sure it's going to be in the East Room or somewhere in like that. They'll put a podium down there. He'll dress however many people are there, but there's going to be people. There's going to be excitement. It's going to have a totally different feel than what you just saw.
And it's metaphorically what this entire mismatch between them has been. Joe Biden brings some strengths to this race, asymmetrical, better than the president.
Yep.
The president will inspire his movement with whatever he says. I'm quite confident. Joe Biden was placeholding.
We're going to go to Lee Carter, president of Maslansky and Partners, with us. Lee, good to see you.
Let's go to the map.
Joe Biden, what'd you make of that?
Let's go to the map. We don't need to hang with them for the moment. Let's go to the map. I told you. Now, I said either it'd be a blowout or they're going to try to steal. They're going to try to steal. That's what they're going for. Complete fraud. Arizona is fraud, somebody said. And yes, I will be up until President Trump speaks, and we'll decide at that point what we do with the show. But we're just going to keep going as long as we need to go. Now, let me take you to the map because I want to see here again where we are with everything. Virginia, what the hell? It's flipping again. Okay. Here we go. So, Nevada is in Trump's favor. California, Montana, that will be ours. I'm not convinced Minnesota went blue. Just really not, but whatever. Wisconsin will be ours. Michigan will be ours. Pennsylvania, he lost Pennsylvania. He just straight up lost Pennsylvania. There's a reason they're holding on to that one. Maine is, I don't know why they're doing that with Maine. North Carolina is close. Georgia will be ours. I'm not worried about Georgia at all. So, again, he's at 210 right now, right? 210. Let's see here. So, okay. Let's see. Hold on. I'm getting messages right now too. So let me hold on a second. Here, let me do this. Okay. Let me find. Sorry guys, I'm being quiet for a moment because I'm trying to figure this out from a. What's up, dude?
Yo.
So they're gonna try to steal this thing.
Not a chance.
I know, but I'm just telling you what they're gonna try to do. That's the goal.
Well.
And now Trump is expected to speak at any point.
Yeah. We had a little problem here.
What are you doing? I lost you. There you are.
Yeah, we got a little problem here. The microphone thing came out. Yeah, I know.
So,
I lost the mic. I lost the microphone.
All right, so I'm gonna count some numbers here.
No. I could go ahead.
You're fine. I'm just counting. So Nevada's 6, Montana's 3, Wisconsin's 10, Michigan's 16, Pennsylvania's 20, North Carolina's 15, Georgia's 16. That's still 86. Nebraska. I don't know what number Nebraska is, but Nebraska will go. Nebraska's going to go Republican. That puts it at 91. That puts him at 301, which is really crappy, honestly. Should have been much higher than that. And then I'm not convinced of Arizona. New Mexico. Okay, so yeah, Arizona. Arizona's looking weird.
Oh, shit.
Pennsylvania. He ain't winning Pennsylvania.
Let's go there.
Virginia. So President lost Virginia right at the end, it looks like.
I don't
What are you doing?
I don't think he's gonna lose Virginia. I think all these are thrown. I think they're gonna pretty much. The microphone thing broke and I had to readjust it.
Okay, no worries.
So yeah.
So North Carolina.
I think
North Carolina is essentially over. I don't know why they haven't called it. They're just not calling it. That's what they're being stupid. Why do you have an echo?
I don't know.
It's because it's probably because of your earphone. What happened to your headphones?
Well, these are the new. Well, I don't know. These are the new ones that Carolyn gave me. Here, look. Well, I got the other ones. These are the new ones.
I'm bringing Christy in too.
These are the new ones Carolyn got me as well. I'll change them up.
So the president's supposed to talk anytime. Well, not anytime. He just said tonight.
All right. How's that? Is that better?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry about that.
You're much better, actually.
What if he starts out with my fellow Americans? The storm is here.
It's supposed to be a tweet. So I will tell. So this is my initial thoughts right here. So first of all, if you just count up the pink states right now, he wins. It's over. He wins. And even if you give Biden's stuck right now at 237, and he has no more states. Even if you gave him North Carolina, he can't get to 270. And I'm not convinced Arizona's his, right? Now, this is you want to know my problem? I don't know if you guys heard this little rant, but you know what? California can, it's 1 a.m. I can say what I want to now. California can go fuck themselves. Like, are you kidding me? 60% Biden?
I'm
not saying I believe the number. I know it's been rigged. But are you fucking kidding me? And Hollywood has just been proven the shit show that they are, and they literally forced vaccinations on kids and parents, and they had literally gone to medical tyranny, and Newsom is literally telling people you can't have any Thanksgiving dinners, you can't have people in your house, and you have to, if you go to a restaurant, you have to put a mask on in between bites. And they just went 60% so far towards Newsom. Sorry, I ranted, but that's like that blows my mind.
Well, thing is, I think we are pretty much. No, it's okay. And you're allowed to. You're allowed to rant. Well, I mean, it would blow anybody's mind. I haven't. You know what?
It's okay. We're all tired. I am too.
No. It's not that. I mean, can you throw me out and then bring me back again? Because I have an echo.
Yeah,
it's like a 5-second.
I think you're always gonna have it.
I'm not tired.
I think you're gonna have it because of the way this thing is set up. But I'll try. I'll drop you out and bring you back in. I'll drop you out, bring you back in. How are you, Christy? I can't hear you again. Come back in. Come back in. Damn it. This is the. Oh, I'm calm. Don't worry. I'm actually very calm. I know he already won the election. I'm pissed at California and New York.
Can you hear me now?
I can. It's always the second time for you.
I don't know why. It's so weird. Makes no sense.
Hola.
Oh, look, I'm in the middle now.
Oh.
I'm surrounded by Jasons. Jason squared.
That's a good one. So you just rant on, Jason, because even if you have a delay, it's going to be there.
You've got the doc and the croc. Okay, so the thing is that okay. That's fine. So here's the thing about that. Now DEF CON, okay. The other DEF CON, remember the other DEF CON meeting? Remember when he said they had the dots under it? The DEF CON meetings and all that underneath it, it meant that's why they had the black hats. That's what they call black hats. All their hackers. So, you know what? I'm just gonna take this out. I'm just going to go ahead and just talk like this, and I don't have to hear myself. I don't know why anybody wants to hear me anyways. The thing is like the whole DEF CON. Now, DEF CON, it's a hacker convention that's held in Las Vegas, Nevada, every year since June of 1993. And the thing is that they have this there's this thing called like it's like the longest Wi-Fi connection, the air cracking to find the most effective way to cool beer in Nevada heat. That's what they factor this whole thing on. That's what they try to make people believe, right? The thing is that they have this game, this thing, what's called Capture the Flag. Now, why they call it Capture the Flag is because of their whole little stunt. That's what brings in war castles. That's what brings in Gould, Russell J. Gould, and everything like that, because he had to actually capture our flag and write a new syntax about the whole, like, our whole English. It was all wrong. So the thing is that this whole red team, like, they have like the whole red team. Now you can get this right offline and all that. You can go look up DEF CON, but you have to separate it. It's DEF and then con. So that's when they say like DEF CON, and they said non-nuclear and everything like that. In the Q drops, this is the non-nuclear right here. What they were going to do, what good old Nancy Pelosi was going to do, they had taken a nuke, right? They had a stolen nuke with them, right? They were going to actually threaten the president. That's how they were going to do all this, right? Problem is that that's when they started bringing up this whole empty quiver, right?
Yep.
Because empty quiver is just like broken arrow and all that other the military lingo, where they were going to actually like use it, use a nuclear weapon against the president and vice president, and they were going to nuke the White House. Well, problem is that, because right here we have DEF CON 25, the voting machine hacking village, right? They actually won an award in 2018, 2018. They won an award for hacking into the voting machines, right? Why they won an award was because they won the House of Representatives. The Democrats did. Thing is, remember, the Senate was the key. Nobody cared about the House. Nobody gave a damn about the House.
Correct.
Because everything has to pass through the Senate and then go to the president. Okay? Now, and you could look this up. I mean, it's all open source. Just look up DEF CON 25, voting machine hacking and all that stuff. I mean, not going to, hold everybody's hand and, tie their shoes for them. But there's something bigger than this. Now, it involves Chief Justice Roberts, and Christy and I were talking about this. And what it is that back in 2008, remember when Obama
look at the tweet. Look at the tweet.
Peace Prize.
Look at the tweet.
What? Right?
Look at the tweet.
Oh, let me see. Yeah, see?
Keep going. Yep. Sorry, I had to catch you because and Twitter blocked it.
Are you serious? They blocked that tweet?
Yep.
Okay, now, here's the thing, though. This is the best part about this.
That's what the tweet looks like right there. Look on my phone. They blocked his tweet.
Like, you need to screenshot that.
Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna freewheel it.
Go for it.
The thing is, okay. Now, under our Constitution, under our original Constitution, back in 1790, there were no two parties or anything like that. It was, you had whoever was running, right? And the person with the most votes was president. The person with the second most votes was vice president, right? That's how they formed the whole president and vice president thing. Now, here's how they can actually get away from how Trump can actually serve more than 2 terms. Because right now we are under the corporation, the United States of America.
Correct.
Now, when we go back to, because it says in the drop, it says January 19th of 2018. It says, remember this day, right? The thing is that what they could do is they could actually take that January 19th and they can actually go ahead and like declare like NESARA, right? And the thing is that if they did it on 1/19 of 21, what that does is, because remember, that's why they did 9/11. It was all because of NESARA. That's why they did it. And it's going to come out. So all these people that are sitting here saying, oh, NESARA's not real, NESARA's not real, well, I'm going to take you down a rabbit hole that you've never been on, and you're not going to like it. So, Mr. Sather and all you other junkies, you might want to get some more coffee and some, some Adderall or whatever you want to take just to, follow along with this. Because right here is where we have Biden by the balls. We have Biden, we have Ronald Noble, we have Chief Justice Roberts, we got George Herbert Walker Bush, we got all of them. The thing is back in 2008, Biden was awarded the Hilal-e Pakistan. It's the highest civilian award that one can win in Pakistan without being a
Pakistan.
A citizen of Pakistan. If you're going to be a foreign, a diplomat, a dignitary, whatever. And the thing is, he was awarded it because of his consistent support for democracy, development in Pakistan, and for his outstanding contribution to the strengthening of U.S.-Pakistan relations. So, are you ready for this deal? Here's what the deal consisted of, okay? Now, in 2008, Pakistan received from the U.S., from us, $15 billion annually over 5 years. That's $75 billion, okay? And an additional $7.5 billion over the subsequent 5 years. So that's another $67.5 billion. Okay? So in a span of 10 years, Pakistan was getting $142.5 billion from us. Right? Because of this award. Now, that could be the 5-5 right there. Because in 2008, you count, go ahead and like the 2018, that's 10 years, right? Thing is that that's 2 years into the next presidency, which was supposed to be Hillary's. Now, what were they going to do to us? Well, that all lies underneath Denver. Everything's underneath Denver. Because we're going to go into this, and then we'll go into what's underneath Denver. Because people are not going to believe who's even behind that or anything. So, the thing is that, remember, Biden was just starting his 2008 vice presidency with Obama when he was awarded the second highest honor given in Pakistan. So, the first highest honor would be someone that is a citizen of Pakistan. And what that is it's the, what the hell is it?
That's ridiculous.
It's some other word, but it's e-Pakistan. It's I-Pakistan. And thing is, it's announced August 14th each year and given on March 23rd the following year. That would be 3-2-3. Okay? Now, this is a very highly restricted award. Very highly, right? Now, we're going to go ahead and dive into Ronald Noble, because here's another name people should know. That if you dug down far enough and everything like that, this is somebody that's going to become very relevant in this. Now, he served as Secretary General of Interpol from the years 2000 to 2014. He was the first American and youngest Secretary General at the time of appointment. He worked for the Eastern District of Pennsylvania District Court. He was also with the Department of Justice and Treasury in that court. He was the law clerk for Higginbotham Jr. on the U.S. Court of Appeals, 3rd District. Now, in 1984, he was a U.S. Attorney for the Eastern District of Pennsylvania. In 1988, He was the Department of Justice Deputy Assistant Attorney General. Now, in 1993, he was appointed under the Secretary of Treasury Enforcement, the head of these organizations. Now, he was the head of all these organizations that I'm about to list off of. One man was. He was the head of the Secret Service, the head of the ATF, the head of the Customs Service Office of Enforcement, the head of Federal Law Enforcement Training Center, the head of the Office of Foreign Assets Control, the head of Financial Crimes Enforcement Network, and the head of the Waco Administrative Review Team. All on that guy. One guy. So, in 1996, 3 years later, he returned to New York University School of Law as a professor. So in 1998, he ended up being a witness for the defense of the impeachment of Bill Clinton. Now, also in 1998, Janet Reno and FBI Director Louis Freeh asked Noble to apply to Secretary General spot at Interpol. The problem is that the real Janet Reno was executed due to the whole NESARA actions, right? Because she sent all the special forces over to England, over to Switzerland, and I believe another one was Denmark or Norway, to retrieve her gold. Thing is, they caught on. They had her executed. They went ahead and brought the clone in. So in November of 2000, Ronald Noble became the first non-European, non-white American, African American, youngest in history of Interpol. Okay? In 2011, he was also awarded the Hilal-e Pakistan, which is that same award that Joe Biden got. So in 2015, he founded the RKN Global DWC LLC, and the headquarters was in Dubai of the United Arab Emirates. So what it was it was all to build a security printing plant in Slovakia, right? But in June of 2016, the firm rejected the investment from Slovakia, the political opposition, because of Brexit. Because they wanted to make sure that England and all that stayed inside the EU. But once Brexit was announced and everything like that, they wanted no part of it. Because they were going to, the jig was up. They were all getting busted. So, there was one specific president of Pakistan that gave out these two awards. It was Pervez Musharraf, the general. Remember General Musharraf? Mm-hmm. So, why did Noble win it, right? Well, because he kept quiet about Obama's infiltrating various government offices, including making Mohammed Hassan Sandhu into Richard Verma. Now, here's a big one. What they did was they churched up this whole Sandhu's name. Now, he's actually sitting at a table with Obama. God, what was it looked like it was like at a bar or something, but it looked like he was in Pakistan. So what they did was, as they churched his name up to Richard Verma, they changed his whole background and everything for one main reason. Because he was Pakistani. Now, what they did is Obama brought him onto his into his cabinet as the U.S. ambassador to India. There's just one big problem with this. India and Pakistan hate one another.
Correct.
When I say hate, I mean there is no hate on earth like this hate. So essentially what you have done is you have sent I mean, you have had pretty much the fox guard the hen house and actually go in and just, get every damn secret possible. Because you let them in there. Because remember, Obama, before all this started back in the 80s, he was actually a CIA asset for Pakistan. He was running the guns, he was running drugs, and he was running all the weapons and everything like that, and all the illegal paperwork for good old Zbigniew Brzezinski, which is Mika's dad.
Right.
Same one that formed the Trilateral Commission. So he pretty much took him under his wing. That's why they taught like the whole 5D chess, right? Because what book did Zbigniew Brzezinski write about? Right? He wrote The Grand Chessboard, and it was all about the Afghan-Pakistan War. Now, the thing is that now the Awans, that's where they come into play as well. They infiltrated the U.S. government for Pakistan, and one of the Awans was actually a double agent for Israel under the Talpiot program. Now, the Talpiot program, that was formed by, you've got Raphael Eitan. He was one of them. That's one of BB's BFFs right there. What they were doing was, that's where NewMec Corporation in Pennsylvania comes in. What they were doing was they were taking uranium, and it was like a highly graded yellow cake uranium, and taking it to Israel because they were making a bunch of nukes over there in the 50s and 60s. So what they did is there was only one place in the world that had this type of uranium, and it was NewMec. It was it was the place in Pennsylvania. It was the mines. So what they did is that once they were doing all this, that's when they formed the whole Talpiot program. The Talpiot program, it's a 9-year program, in which case it's split up into three 3-year courses. The first 3 years is all military. The second 3 years is all computers and spying. And the third 3 years is everything combined. You're taking the military and all the spying, and you're combining it into one. So the thing is that so Ronald Noble, he got wrapped up in this whole thing on a specific date, August 25th, 2008, which is also my birthday. And the thing is that there were 4,000 NESARA and GESARA related International Prosperity Fund trigger packages that were returned to the vaults of the U.S. Supreme Court in D.C. They had been in possession of Interpol since they were confiscated by Chief Justice John Roberts under an international command order actioned on August 18, 2008. Roberts had threatened to burn the packages.
He's dropping bombs at 1:30 in the morning.
Legally returned to the U.S. Supreme Court, and Noble was bribed by George Herbert Walker Bush and taking unauthorized orders directly from him. Now, the thing is that Noble was arrested. There were also 12 other conspirators arrested. 12 plus 1, the 13 Angry Democrats. That's where they come into play. So we're going to go back to Pakistan. So during the 112th Congress of the 2011-2012 session, a Pakistan Terrorism Accountability Act of 2012 was put into effect. So beginning in 2013, $50 million is to be withheld from Pakistan assistance for each American killed by Haqqani, H-A-Q-Q-A-N-I network, and or by ISIS/ISIL, the same people that Obama was training.
Yep.
So the Haqqani network during the 80s was Jalaluddin, right? and he became a favored field commander. Now, who else was in Pakistan at that time? Sohail Siddiqui, better known to us as Barack Hussein Obama. Now, how did he get the name Barack Obama? Muhammad's horse was named Barack, the Prophet Muhammad, right? And Obama was a Pakistani Trojan horse, so it seemed fair that Mueller was ours. That's where Mueller comes into play. Mueller was our Trojan horse to infiltrate them. That's why Mueller, that's why Rosenstein, and that's why Comey, all three of them were all on our team the whole time. Everybody had to do bad shit in order to get this thing to work. Because you only had one shot at this, and it had to go pretty much fail-safe. It had to go. So, on 1/12 of 2011, good old Al Green of Texas, I believe he's Texas, the guy that looks like the Neanderthal, he sponsored the Pakistan Temporary Protected States Act of 2011, which is the TPS, right? Now, the Nationals would be eligible for protected status, temporary. Now, Pakistan is a TPS country for initial 12-month period, including U.S. presence since July 22nd, 2010. And we had the Pakistan assistance. Because remember what they said. They said, what happened in 2010 about the money and everything like that? They're like, oh, Bin Laden got killed. And they're like, yeah, so that's why it all got stopped. It's like, no, Bin Laden wasn't killed. Bin Laden's double was killed. Because where were they keeping him hidden? They were keeping him hidden in Iran.
Yep.
That's the whole Iran nuclear deal. They kept Osama bin Laden hidden in Iran this whole entire time because of 9/11. That's why they had, how did they find those perfectly placed passports all over? And it's like, you're going to tell me that these guys, they were a bunch of flunkies that flew these 747s into two buildings that, there were no planes. The only thing that was fired at it was a missile. The missile was the one that hit the Pentagon. The three World Trade Centers, because you had World Trade Center 1, 2, and 7, which was man, woman, and child, because they wanted to destroy the whole nuclear family, and that's why they replaced it with 1, World Trade Center 1, because they were big on androgyny. So what they did is that they used, because they were putting in these new these high-speed elevators in to number 1 and 2. So what they did is they put mini nukes down the elevator shafts, and they used direct energy weapons to go ahead and detonate them. Now, when they detonated them, they had the outside of the World Trade Centers. They had them cut in like torch cut.
Yep.
They had them cut diagonal.
Right.
And that's where they went ahead and put the nanothermite. Because when you take powdered aluminum and powdered rust and you put them together, when you have them apart, they're nothing. They're useless. When you have them together and you set a spark to it, you could bring a building down in no time.
Right.
That's why both of them fell within their footprint. It was a perfectly timed. What they tried to do was, and they succeeded, was they went ahead and
he's on a roll.
They put the world's largest snuff film on TV, is what they did. They made bets with it. They bet how many people were going to jump. They bet how many firefighters were going to die. Everything. That's what they did. There were so many people in this whole 9/11 deal. You got Warren Buffett, Bill Gates. They're all in on this. Like when they said, what's so big about Nebraska earlier when you were stating it, and I mentioned Warren Buffett. I'm like, that's where him and 100 Goldman Sachs bankers, they were all in a big bunker underground during 9/11 that morning. It's like, what are they doing on 9/11 on a Tuesday morning in a bunker in the middle of Nebraska. I don't know. Something was happening. And then they said, well, how many planes actually left the United States that day, right? Well, there were quite a bit. Then that's where we had the notes from Lynn Cheney that she hand wrote when she was in the White House with Dick Cheney.
We went over that, yeah. We went over that in the 9/11 show.
So the thing is that's what it says. It says aid was cut off in 2010. It says coincidence. What happened in 2011? It says Bin Laden was killed in Abbottabad, Pakistan, right? It says define exchange. And there's a definition. Funds payable currently at distant point either in foreign currency or in domestic currency. Act of substituting one thing for another, giving or taking one thing for another. This is where it's going to make you sick. Remember when they said about Trump saying that, oh, well, he had all this arranged, that all these Russians were going to go ahead and, he was paying, these Russians were getting paid to kill the U.S. servicemen overseas, right? Wrong. The Pakistan assistance that Obama funneled with Biden was to kill our own military forces with Pakistan. Once they knew of an exchange, as in Bin Laden for the troops, deals were cut. That's it. So, Huma's mom, Salia Abedin, sits on the presidency staff council of International Islamic Council for Dawah Relief and a group chaired by a leader of the Muslim Brotherhood. Huma worked at the Journal of Muslim Minority Affairs from 1995 to 2008. It's a Sharia law journal. Her mother was editor-in-chief. She was also a Hillary Rodham Clinton intern in the White House during Bill Clinton's presidency in the mid-1990s. Now, her father was Syed Zaghloul Abedin, was a professor in Saudi Arabia's founded Institute for Muslim Minority Affairs. It was established by Saudi government in support of the Muslim World League. Now, the Muslim World League is the most significant Muslim Brotherhood organization in the world. It's designated a terrorist organization by American law. They support Al-Qaeda. Huma's father wrote papers to establish Sharia law in the modern times.
Yep.
Hillary Clinton pushed for the overthrow of Gaddafi in Libya because Gaddafi was an enemy of the Muslim Brotherhood. So they overthrew the Egyptian leader Hosni Mubarak and replaced it with Muslim Brotherhood leader Morsi. Now, Hillary Clinton worked side by side with an organization of Islamic Conference Umbrella Group, where 57 majority Muslim states pushed the agenda on the non-Muslim world. Now, this is where you have to hold up a second, because when you mention 57 states, now Obama said it in a speech that we had 57 states, but we only had 50. The thing is that there was somebody that caught it at that time. It was President Trump. President Trump caught that very speech when he said it, and he tweeted about it, and he even brought it up about it. Because what Sharia law is the same thing as Noahide law. It's the same thing that George Herbert Walker Bush signed in the law, where they were going to go ahead and say, oh, well, we're going to build this third temple. We're going to have this guy come out. He's going to look like Jesus from the picture. That's going to be David Rothschild. And then what they were going to do is we, as Americans, we were all going to be like, oh, my God, it's Jesus Christ. Wow, it's our Savior. What was going to happen then? Wrong. They were going to have the UN, the World Health Organization, and everything. They were going to take us all, and they were going to put us in these internment camps, and they were going to behead us all. Because under the Noahide law, number 2 is, it's the whole, what's it called? It's like sacrilegious.
Okay.
When you're sacrilegious to their, because they said that, when you're sacrilegious to their God, because their God isn't Jesus of the Christ or our God or anything like that. They worship Satan. So by them worshiping Satan, that means that anything we say about Jesus of the Christ or God, which are two totally different entities, what that does is that makes us their enemy. That is why when they say that, oh, it's the Star of David, that's not the Star of David. That is the seal of Solomon.
Correct.
That's exactly what the 6-pointed star is.
Yep.
Because when you go ahead and draw the whole, when you connect all 6 points and you put a dot in the middle, you could actually draw a 3D cube in it. That's Saturnalia. That's what they worship. Now, the thing is that the Muslim Brotherhood, that's Israel. Thing is that they're all the same one, because Israel, it's all about Judaism. It's not about, saying that, oh, well, they're Jews and this and that. There's different kinds of Jew. You've got the Khazars, the Khazari Mafia, the Khazarian Jews. You have the Ashkenazi Jews, which the last 4 letters, Nazi, it's right there. And all that. Now, here is where Chief Justice John Roberts comes into play. Now, Chief Justice John Roberts and George Herbert Walker Bush stole $9.1 trillion of USA taxpayer funds from the U.S. Treasuries, right? Now, there's a mastermind behind this. It was Kissinger, okay? By midday, March 21st, 2008, Chief Justice Roberts' control of U.S. Treasury was terminated by a vote in the court. 3 assistant justices were conspiring with Roberts and Bush in the theft. It was Justice Samuel Alito, Justice Scalia, and Justice Thomas. Now, the Northern Trust Company that's in Chicago, they own the U.S. Bar Association. So the Titles of Nobility Act prevented anyone with ties to England, that's attorneys and judges, from holding public office. So in 1992, they created a task force. They constructed a team of over 300 retired and 35 active military officers that supported constitutional law. Now, some of the ones that were a part of this was Chief of Naval Operations Admiral Jeremy Borda, General David McLeod, former Director of CIA William Colby. Now, he's the one that uncovered the bribery and extortion. There was also another person that was a part of this. That was retired Rear Admiral Edward Barrett, which also is Edward Snowden's grandfather, and he actually held the same spots in the NSA as Snowden did. Because how did Edward Snowden get his start? At what was the place? Booz Allen Hamilton.
Yep.
Right? Because Thad Allen was also a flag officer, which is like a rear admiral, because so was Rear Admiral Barrett, Edward Barrett. So he just said, hey, can you do me a favor? Can you, get my grandson in here? He's like, yeah, sure, no problem. That's how he got his start. So this was all, this has been, this has been going on for a very, very long time. So in 1992, there was an audit of the Federal Reserve. Not a lot of people know about it. So what they did is that they did an audit of the lawmakers in Congress. Now, there were 535 lawmakers in Congress. Now, in 1992, only 2 out of 535 were deemed honest. 2 out of 535, right? So that's when they found the $800 trillion in Puerto Rico, and they found out that most nations owed the U.S. money and not the other way around. We didn't owe people money. They owed it all to us.
Right.
So, on Christmas Day, December 25th, 1992, George Herbert Walker Bush was to sign an executive order that would have closed all banks indefinitely. Bush was to declare martial law and install a new constitution, which would have kept everyone in office for 25 years. Plus, removed all rights to elect new officials. The military stepped in and stopped him from signing this executive order. Now, in 1993, the U.S. military demanded the U.S. to go back to constitutional law to the Supreme Court. The members of Congress and representatives from the Clinton government, because Bill Clinton was a pro at MK Ultra and he was pro New World Order. Now, in 1999, this is when the NESARA Act came about. And it came about after a 1993 ruling of U.S. and Supreme Court after 30 years of lawsuits by the Farmers Union. In that suit, the U.S. banking system and the U.S. government were found to be in collusion to defraud the U.S. citizens. It was also proven that the U.S. Office of the IRS, that it collected taxes from citizens from laws that had never been ratified by Congress. The Clinton administration tried to get the World Court to overrule NESARA, but by 1999, the true NESARA law was introduced into Congress because it was due under a little bit of friendly persuasion by Delta Force and Navy SEALs. They went to the White House, they disarmed all the Secret Service, and they had them sit down and sign the act. And I'm sure, there were maybe a couple, weapons pointed at them, but, who's to say it wasn't there? So on March 1st, 2015, the New Republic went into formal operation. It was stationed in Virginia and protected by the U.S. Army, known as the Army of Northern Virginia. General Dunford was the interim president of the New Republic because he just appointed to be the Joint Chiefs of Staff at the Pentagon. Now, in April of 2016, the Dragon families, which is the good Chinese, the bad Chinese are the commies, the good Chinese are the Dragon families. The Dragon families excused all U.S. debts when their gold was placed in the new U.S. Treasury in Reno. Wells Fargo was mainly owned by Dragon families. The Bank of America is all cabal.
Yep.
April 26, 2016, Dunford and the New Republic military made their way into the White House via underground tunnel system, the JFK tunnel, which is the maglev. If you don't know what the maglev is, it's a magnetic levitating train. Now, this train can travel at 17,000 miles an hour. It can make it from the White House to Pine Gap, Australia in under a half hour. And they have, and the main hub for the maglevs are actually under the Denver International Airport. Now, the Correspondence Center, the White House Correspondence Center, on April 30th of 2016, for Obama, that was the last time Obama was in the White House. On May 1st, 2016, at 8:59 p.m., the cabal surrendered with Citibank and defaulted. Now, the dates were like, kind of like, I mean, these are the days that they stated that it happened, but it could have happened earlier, because on May 1st, 2016, the Zimbabwe note declared the gold was declared gold back and reported to have an $11.80 value in Europe. On May 2nd, Puerto Rico defaulted on their sovereignty loans, and Puerto Rico was the headquarters of the U.S. Incorporated, the cabal organization that was fighting the GCR. Now the other banks defaulted, all the other banks, they defaulted on 5/2. Because remember, what happened on 5/1? 5/1 was the birthday of the Illuminati of 1776. But also, what was May 1st, 2020? That's when President Trump instilled national, it was a Law Day. Law Day USA. Because what happened 4 years prior? Delta? Fucking shut all the banks down. Fuck them. So the USA Corporation, all the agencies created by the USA Incorporated, the Federal Reserve, the IRS, the Homeland Security, FEMA, the NSA, the CIA, NASA, and the Air Force, they were under all U.S. everything under the corporation was under all the U.S. Republic now. All attorneys must renounce their bar oath to the Temple Bar of London and become lawyers, not attorneys. So they have to go to a 30-day class for under constitutional law. Because right now, what they're practicing, their oath is under the Queen. It's not to us. As soon as you walk in the courtroom, you already lost. So the individual governments of 50 states will remain in place. The North American Union would be done, and Washington, D.C. will be disincorporated. Now we're going to go back to pre-Civil War constitutional governments. And
I'm not going to tell you to speed it up, but I don't know how. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
I'm not going to tell you to wrap it up, but you'll have to probably only because I think POTUS is going to speak soon.
Yeah, we just finished.
Dude, you're a freaking. You know what you should do? You know what you should do? You know what you should do? You should put out a little PayPal service where you can tutor all these wonderful folks' kids on history.
I'll tell you what. Honestly, I don't know if I would use the words "put out" and "children" in the same sentence ever. So I'm not even. I'll just leave that one alone.
all rules are off it. All rules are off at this time of night.
Yeah.
Well, so,
dude,
I have a question.
Yeah,
so,
but
for some of these youngers, and even me, to refresh my brain, how do they go about allocating split electoral votes for states?
Well, they don't have to worry about it.
You'd have to change the Constitution.
Because the thing is, what's going to happen is, once it goes back to the original Constitution, it ditches the Electoral College. So what it's going to do is it's going to go back to the original 1790 Constitution without the Electoral College, or the popular vote will go into effect.
But
now, this
the problem with that is
JFK Jr. and all that comes into play.
Okay, so here you go. If you gave us the popular vote,
yes,
you would lose. Because right now he's down by 2 million.
But
that's what I was just saying.
But hold on a second. But we wouldn't lose, because it would not. No, but the thing is that the military would actually be in charge of the voting. That's where the whole blockchain technology comes into play.
That's true. Well, that changes everything. Blockchain changes the whole deal.
Oh yeah, it changes everything. The whole quantum. That's what Q is. It pretty much Q stands for quantum. I mean, there's several things that it means. So now, it did everything. So now, when they turn around and they say, well, remember this day as January 19th, well, they could turn around and say, well, what we're going to do is that we're going to announce NESARA. Now we have 120 days to hold a special election, which would be run by the military, which would be under the blockchain technology and everything. Then you would have that. But first, what happens now? I mean, you have all these, all the Democrats and everyone like that. They're all in Gitmo. They're all getting executed because of everything they've been a part of. I mean, they have been literally trying to turn the United States of America into a communist country. Not even a country, just a communist, just worse than China. You know, just one of their, just another Jesuit playland. That's why they brought the CIA and everything over here, because they thought they really had it.
Yep.
But that's why they said, the U.S. military are the saviors of mankind. I mean, they truly are.
So, Kim Klacik got destroyed in Maryland. Destroyed.
No way. That's gonna get challenged.
Holy shit.
No way in hell.
That's shocking to me.
Nope. I think this whole
dude, they've been rigging this thing from the start.
Yeah,
and the thing is
there's no way in hell that woman got 11.
No way.
That woman had almost 15 million views on that commercial she did, that campaign commercial.
It was amazing. Look how many times it was shared.
And you're telling me she only got 20% of the vote?
There's no way.
Dang. He's supposed to speak any moment, they said.
John James won Michigan House Senate.
Is that good?
I don't know. I think he's Republican.
Yeah, I think he's good.
There's approximately 1 million votes in Arizona that have not been counted.
There's approximately how many?
1 million in Arizona that have not been counted.
And it has to be counted what?
And he's only down by 200,000.
See, that Klacik.
Yeah, what about Klacik?
Yeah, that just doesn't. Because with all these ballots that they found in the dumpsters and everything,
so what did they do with
those? They're gonna.
This makes a really good excuse for a brand new election.
Yep. And bust out the blockchain. Because the thing is, you took I mean, think about it. You took all, because with the military, I mean, you took away all the military's votes. I mean, all those dumpsters, they were sitting there and they're denying it, and they're denying it on television. Like that little that possum looking that trollop that was busting President Trump's balls on TV. Whatever her name is, that tramp sitting there just like, hey, go after him. It's like,
dude.
Here, did you see this? Look at this. Look at this headline. Twitter censors President Trump on election night, won't allow his tweet to be shared. Steve Bannon calls for U.S. Marshals to arrest Jack Dorsey. Because this is what they did.
Oh, right.
The president may have tweeted that on purpose because he just got Jack Dorsey to interfere in an election process.
Yep.
Yes, he did.
On the election. On the day of the election.
He just got him
I
to
was
interfere
waiting for it.
in the election.
I really seriously was waiting for it. I knew it was going to happen. I was just sitting here. And that's what I've been flipping through. It's like, okay, when are they going to do it? When are they going to do it? This is the start.
So he might be setting this whole thing up because, and then this is the other question. This is the other question. I did not watch any Fox, any CNN, anything. I didn't watch any mainstream tonight. You obviously saw I didn't watch it. I don't know what they even said, but how much involved is the mainstream media behind the scenes in the calling of the election?
Right now, I can tell you right now that Fox News, because I kept Fox News on my television, and they literally have it posted 2:38 to 2:13 right now and have Biden on top.
So
there's no way.
So he could get, because everyone's covering the election, right? So
yes.
Google's also covering the election, right? Because they
numbers,
right.
No media numbers match.
So
like everybody is reporting something different.
So he wrote in the tweet, the key word was steal. Steal. Here it is. This is the key word. We're up big. They are trying to steal the election. Now, on top of that, if he can get away, which I'm sure they have because they have the NSA, if he can find a way to show that obviously Twitter just interfered, Google is interfering because they're also running election coverage, the mainstream media is in on it, he may get the whole system on interference of an election.
And we'll go dark. They'll go dark.
And he can shut it off. He can shut the whole thing off.
Yep. Because he can flip a switch and it's done.
And that's the whole Google kill. The whole Google kill, internet kill.
Yep.
Well,
so this is
the thing is that switches over to the hammer.
Right.
Because we have to get off of Alice, the Alice computer at CERN, in order to be on our own.
Right. So here is.
Hey, go look at the election map real quick, Jason.
So yeah. So
look at it. Look at it deep, like.
So look at a friend of mine just said, look at North Carolina. So North Carolina has not been called, but if you click on it, actually hold on. So wait, not only is it red, it's 94% in, but if you go into the counties are all 100% in.
Yep.
So
except for 2, or no?
No.
Nope, they're all in.
So wait a second. So how is North Carolina not declared red?
I saw where someone else called it red.
No.
What? What do you?
Now I'm wondering why nobody noticed that Nebraska looks like jail like prison bars.
Yes, Nebraska's
That's what I was asking about.
Nebraska's jail bars, and Maine is something weird too.
Well, the thing is that the blue and white.
And in Wisconsin, so Wisconsin is those are all red. They're just not fully red. There's no more blue except for one county. So all these red will overtake the blue. He's not losing Wisconsin. Michigan is a joke. Michigan is not going blue.
There's no way.
Pennsylvania, it's a whole lot of red. And those are all red little counties. Those are all pink counties going red.
And they're red in their largest populace too. So on the counties.
Alaska is red. Hawaii, look at Hawaii. Look how many votes there are in Hawaii as counted.
They had 0 about 30 minutes ago.
It's still 0.
Yep.
It's still 0. So this is the other interesting thing is POTUS is supposed to talk, which is very strange because it's almost 2 a.m. Eastern time. I'm shocked. So that tells me, could he be getting ready to say, like, what is he going to say? Because why wouldn't he just wait till the morning, and why is he taking so long?
Well, I mean, here's the thing. If there's actual proof, if they actually have actual proof of voter fraud and election fraud,
why wouldn't he?
Can they call it and call a redo? Like, can that happen? Or would it go to SCOTUS to decide?
Well, this is the thing, though. Mathematically, Biden has no path to win if those all are red. So at this point, they are going to try to count God knows what to make up the difference. So at this point, so at this point, does the president? What happens? Do we play this out for the next week, or does he make it? Does he make a call on this and just like does he declare himself the winner? But then does all hell start breaking loose?
Well,
okay. Someone that's very important to us told me to tell Jason Q to put steel into gematria.
STAL.
STEAL. And I'm going to Jason Q. Well, I'll do it. Jason, check your
now
check your message.
Get this right.
Did you get it?
No. Go back to the map. Go back to the map, if you can. Okay. Now hold on a second. Now look at Maine, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Now Maine. Now look at the initials, right? It's ME, right?
Correct.
Okay, me. Now, thing is, see the blue. See, it's blue and with the white stripe, and then blue white.
Yeah.
The thing is that when you look at the maritime with the maritime flags, right? What that is that's a J, right? The name that it goes with it is Juliet, right? Now, with Juliet, what do you think of? You think of Romeo and Juliet, right? Well, with Romeo, you have 18, okay? Juliet, the J is a 10, right? That would be a 28. That's 7777, right?
Yep.
Now, what were the last names? You had the Montagues and the Capulets, right? The M equals 13. The Capulet equals 3. Right? Now, you go ahead and add 13 plus 3. 3 plus 3 plus 1 equals 7. 13 plus 3 equals 16, which 6 plus 1 equals 7. They make it mathematically impossible for all this to happen. Then so with the 28 and you add the extra 7, there's your 35. There's your JFK. And what are they going to announce it? At 3:02 a.m. Like they said they were. National security emergency.
I don't even know what the hell you just said.
When they said,
oh my gosh.
When they said 11:10 at 2000, was it 2018, 2019? I'm sorry. What? Do you want me to go over it again? Okay. Okay, so. Okay, here. We'll make it. Okay. Here. Now, the thing is that when you look up maritime flags, right? That's what they've been going after is tie design, right?
Right.
Now, when you look at the tie design for J, right? It's a stripe. It's a horizontal stripe, right? It's blue, white, blue. Thing is that when it's turned to a side, it's Juliet, right? Now, the thing is that when you look at the name, it goes for Juliet. Okay? So you have Juliet. Okay? Now, let's see it. Now, when you think Juliet, what do you think of? You think Romeo and Juliet, right? You think movies, books, everything like that. So you have Juliet, the J equals a 10. Romeo, which equals an 18. The R is an 18. Remember, it's all mathematically impossible. So,
President's coming out.
Is he?
Hold on.
Yep, turn him on.
Look, no gold fringe on the flags either.
Hot dog.
I don't get excited about that yet. I like solid proof. Keep going. I'll keep it up here. Just keep going.
So now you have 18 plus 10. Okay, that's 28. Okay, that is 7, 7, 7, 7. Okay, now when you look at the last names, right? You have the Montagues and the Capulets. Okay, M equals 13. Capulets equals 3. M equals 13. C equals 3. Now, you have 1 plus 3 plus 3 equals 7. Then you can do this. You go 13 plus 3, and that equals 16. 1 plus 6 equals 7. So either way, you have a 7. So you add that 7, because it's both ways. You add that 7 to the top one, you have 5 sevens. Right? What's 5 sevens? That's a 35. Now, who is President 35? JFK, right? Now, how do we know? Because in post 1000, they had a simple H, which is 5 plus 3 equals 8. H equals the 8th letter of the alphabet. Shit's fun, isn't it? So, then you look at this with the 1110, I think it was 2018 post. So, it says net, in fact, you know what? Let me pull it up real quick. Let's see. Because the thing is, like, when they said, like, please fix the bread and tidy the ship and all that, what they're going to do is, by what I see it as, is what they're going to do is they are going to take all the drops and they're going to put it like a movie script. Like, it's going to read, like, all the way in order. That's tidying up the ship and fixing all the bread, because you have the crumbs create the bread and everything like that. There's the bread, the drops. So that's why they want us to print all of this out, and we have it all printed out, because what proof do we have? When we turn around and we look at those posts and they don't match with those posts, then we have them by the balls right there. Because if they start out at 1 and they go all the way to the finish, they're going to actually break down exactly how everything was done the whole way through.
Dude. That's very fascinating.
It's great, isn't it?
It's all in the math.
Yep.
If you understand the importance of the 369, you'll understand the
right here.
Secrets of the universe.
November 10th, 2017. It says POTUS NatSec E briefing. And is that November 10th, 2017? Okay, the time was 15:55:14. Now, if it's 3:02 a.m., there was a meeting at 15:55:14. That means that it was what 3:55:14, I believe should be. So yeah, 3:55:14 p.m. on November 10th. So when the NATSEC-E briefing was at 3:02 a.m., what that does is it adds the day. So it would be 11/11/17.
So, just a update.
Yeah.
Based on Fox Business Network, they're saying that Trump is expected to declare victory when he speaks.
He could tell. And trust me, it's not the first time Biden's been on top of another man.
What?
Yes, there's a delay.
There's a delay. Good Lord.
My God.
So Fox Business.
So
one of the Fox Business pundits or whatever tweeted out that they expect him to declare victory in his talk tonight. That's all I know.
Because what have they just effectively done?
What did you say?
They've effectively given the whole Operation Mockingbird this big, huge raging hard on that they won, and he's getting ready just to shut them all down.
We will see. I wish he'd hurry up and just come out and get this freaking done.
The majority of Georgia is almost 100%. They haven't called it yet.
It's all by time, baby. It's all by time.
They can't call it. They can't call him Christy because then his numbers go up, and they realize that they've got to keep people in total confusion. Almost like, why haven't they been called? Because like, give me a break. Georgia, like, come on. Like, it's there, and then next thing you know, you only have a couple states left, and people start realizing that he's gonna win.
Yep. I mean, none of the networks are showing the same numbers. None of them. Like, I've literally flipped through CBS, ABC, Fox, CNN. None of them. None of them have the same numbers.
They're all over.
Because they're idiots.
I mean, it's insane. And even our local channels that are still on don't have their numbers don't even match.
Because they shut the whole it says Operation Mockingbird 10/30/17.
Yep.
It's been done. It was done before it even started.
So what was 11/3/17 again?
Okay. So now you have November 10th, 2017. Okay? 10th. No, 11/3/17.
Yeah.
What do you, no. You mean November 10th, 2017? Because what it was it was post. Hold on a second. Post 131, which is 11/3. All you have to do is just jockey the
right.
Put them in order. You go 1-1-3. You go all the way in numerical order, which is today. And then you have POTUS National Security E briefing 3:02 a.m.
So do you think he'll call martial law?
He'll have to if they go freaking. If he announces a victory tonight, they're gonna go ape shit in the streets because they hate him.
But the thing is, here's. Oh, I'll find it. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I'm watching the time and they're saying about 2 minutes away. Chanel Rion from OAN is like in there ready to go. She's tweeting.
Okay, right here. Post 22. It says. Oh, this is
I
good.
love those numbers.
This is good.
Okay,
so.
Go ahead. You have
okay,
1 minute.
Okay, got it. Post 22. It says, who controls the National Guard? Why was National Guard recently activated in select cities within the U.S.? Can the National Guard work in coordination with the Marines? Do conditions need to be satisfied to authorize? What former president used the military to save the republic and what occurred exactly? Biggest drop to ever be provided on political study and on poll. Study and prepare. The masses tend to panic in such situations. No war, no civil unrest, clean and swift.
Yep.
Why?
End it.
It's got to be ended.
Why?
Yep.
Because we're all layered. Because we're layered on. We're the third dimension, the fourth dimension, fifth dimension, sixth dimension. Everything's layered, right? Yep. That's why whenever you hear those booms, when you hear those big booms, those mysterious booms, that means that something is dropping in dimensions. That's a drop in dimension. When you say boom, 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 because we are at the start of fourth density, not fourth dimension. So when you go boom, 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 you're actually throwing their asses right into a baton, which is a black hole. Done. That's why it stair steps all the way down.
Drop the mic, huh?
Checkmate.
Like it's hot. Drop them like it's hot.
Man, they suck. These guys are such rookies. I swear to God. Not again. God, I hope not. Man, that thing's.
You know when he
if Caroline again.
If he comes out and declares victory, oh, how fast did they take to the streets?
They won't.
There's already people on the streets in D.C.
And
the thing is,
I was told POTUS wasn't going to be.
What about the people you can't see? What about the ones you can't? But remember, they've all been infiltrated as well. Infiltration over invasion.
Correct.
Thing is that they'll just snatch them right up. That's it.
We need some shitty politicians from tonight to be.
So it's
handled.
2:15 there, right, Jason?
Yeah.
And Jake, you and I are both 1:15.
Yeah, it's 1:15 here. But the thing is that, it's 2:15 there. But maybe what they're trying to do is they're making sure that. So it would be, how many time zones do you have? Eastern, Central.
Well, Pacific is 2 hours behind us.
Because you have Pacific.
So they're at 11:14 right now. So it's still 45 minutes till midnight. There. On the West Coast.
Are the main networks still pumping away their bullshit?
Mm-hmm. And I mean, they've got the screen up for POTUS, but they're still steadily throwing numbers up. They'll have one on one side, one on the other side. Now,
I bet they're chucking them outside of windows.
Nebraska has 5 electoral votes. They had 4
They
that
split
went to
them.
Trump and 1 that went to Biden.
Right.
That's how they split it.
But the thing is,
but are they now they're not showing? Yeah, they did. It's still showing split, but it's not split half and half. Biden got 4. Biden got 1, and Trump got 4.
Arizona is going to go to POTUS, by the way.
I really think that too. Where's Nevada?
Nevada was blank.
It was supposed to be red,
Nevada
but
I know it's blank.
It's light blue now. But I don't know that it'll stay light blue. Who knows? I mean, the states are already...
Did California really go... Is it really blue, or is there...
70% voted Biden.
There's no way.
They actually went... I mean, I don't remember what 16 was, but I think California even went harder left this time.
I'm telling you.
So there's either and I mean, I have a lot of friends in California. I don't know where they get that number from. Like that's why I'm saying, like, if that's a real number, I mean,
which number?
The 60% or 70%, 68, 69% last time I checked. And so 70 to 30. Biden 70% of the vote.
Well, the thing is,
and now Trump is down by 1 million in the popular vote. A little less. About 900,000. 990,000.
That's good.
What the hell? What are they doing?
You have to look at the numbers. It's all a numbers game here. Because you think about it with the 70, right? It's 70%. Because with Biden, they're sitting here screwing with us. They're right in front of us. Because the thing is that, you know, the 369, right?
Right.
You've got 213. And then you have what's 225? That's a 6.
Yep.
And that's a 9.
Correct.
So you have the 369. How many people are running for president?
3.
3. There's your 3.
There's actually more,
3,
but 3 technically.
6, 9. Well, 3 technically. Three, 6, 9. So there's your 369. So you want to know they're going all by the numbers, right? Now 70. Now what does the 70 stand for? Remember, you have your 7 years, your cells in your body, you know, and then every 50 years, every 49 years, you're supposed to have a jubilee. That turns into 50. Right?
And what is Christy?
Now that goes from 1950 to 2000, right? Because when was Israel founded? 49. So now, so it's 47, 49, right around there. The thing is that now you take the 50 years, you add the 20. There's your 70.
I have to give a special thank you to the fact that this is 6 hours plus, and at 2 a.m., 2:20 Eastern time, we still have 2,500 live streaming viewers just on social media. That doesn't count the website. Like,
wow,
that's like we've had 2,500 strong, and that, again, doesn't count the website, which is another probably we're well over 3,000. at 2:20 in the morning. Okay, Mark Meadows just came out. Oh, DJ T just came out. Here we go.
There's Mark Meadows.
The whole family.
Is he a happy warrior?
Okay,
watch
what they're wearing. Look, you see that Eric Tiffany now coming out. Everybody looks happy. That's a good sign.
And probably not an accident.
Yeah.
Happy warriors.
Yep.
Upbeat.
Well, we're still
Make
getting
America
by the
happy
way,
again.
Wanted to just report the New York Times reporting in Georgia 91% of precincts reporting. So that's what they have.
That makes more
not
sense.
quite. That does make more sense. So we're still waiting. Georgia's still dicey. The first family has arrived there in the East Room, and we're still waiting on the president. It's 2:20 in the morning.
Not in California.
Here on the East Coast, but not in California, and they're announcing the president.
Fuck California.
Should be walking in right now. There he is.
Here he comes.
Let's take a listen.
He's wearing blue.
I noticed that.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Please sit. Thank you. This is without question the latest news conference I've ever had. I appreciate it very much. And I want to thank the American people for their tremendous support. Millions and millions of people voted for us tonight. And a very sad group of people is trying to disenfranchise that group of people. And we won't stand for it. We will not stand.
He's coming out firing.
I want to thank the First Lady, my entire family, and Vice President Pence, Mrs. Pence, for being with us, all three of us.
You don't fuck with the Jesus.
And we were getting ready for a big celebration. We were winning everything, and all of a sudden it was just called off. The results tonight have been phenomenal, and we are getting ready. I mean, literally, we were just all set to get outside and just celebrate something that was so beautiful, so good. Such a vote, such a success. The citizens of this country have come out in record numbers. This is a record. There's never been anything like it. To support our incredible movement, we won states that we weren't expected to win. Florida, we didn't win it. We won it by a lot.
Now,
we won the great state of Ohio. We won Texas. We won Texas.
You know what's the tie?
We won Texas by 700,000 votes, and they don't even include it in the tabulations. It's also clear that we have won Georgia. We're up by 2.5% or 117,000 votes with only 7% left. They're never going to catch us. They can't catch us. Likewise, we've clearly won North Carolina.
he's knocking them out.
Where we're up 1.4%. or 77,000 votes with only approximately 5% left. They can't catch us. We also, if you look and you see, Arizona, we have a lot of life in that. And somebody declared that it was a victory for, and maybe it will be. I mean, that's possible. But certainly there were a lot of votes out there that we could get because we're now just coming into what they call Trump territory. I don't know what you call it, but these were friendly Trump voters. And that could be overturned. The gentleman that called it, I watched tonight, he said, well, we think it's fairly unlikely that he could catch. Well, fairly unlikely. And we don't even need it. We don't need that. That was just a state that if we would have gotten it, it would have been nice, Arizona. But there's a possibility, maybe even a good possibility. In fact, since I saw that originally, it's been changed and the numbers have substantially come down just in a small amount of votes. So we want that obviously to stay in play. But most importantly, we're winning Pennsylvania by a tremendous amount of votes.
Now, remember the whole Talpia program. Look at the tie.
Newmac Corporation.
We're up 600.
Where's New Jerusalem?
Think of this.
It's in America.
We're up 690,000 votes in Pennsylvania. 690,000. These aren't even close. It's not like, oh, it's close. With 64% of the vote in, it's going to be almost impossible to catch. And we're coming into good Pennsylvania areas where they happen to like your president. I mean, it's like very good. So we'll probably expand that. We're winning Michigan, but I'll tell you, I looked at the numbers. I said, whoa. I said, wow, that's a lot. By almost 300,000 votes. And 65% of the vote is in. And we're winning Wisconsin. So we're winning. We don't need all of them. We need, because when you add Texas in, which wasn't added, I spoke with the really wonderful governor of Texas just a little while ago, and Greg Abbott, he said, congratulations. He called me to congratulate me on winning Texas. I mean, we won Texas. I don't think they finished quite the tabulation, but there's no way. And it was almost complete, but he congratulated me. Then he said, by the way, what's going on? I've never seen anything like this. Can I tell you what? Nobody has. So we won
That's a 17.
by 107,000 votes with 81% of
5
the
plus
vote.
2 plus 4 plus 6, that's a 17. He's
So
showing
when
it right
take
to you.
those three
Yeah.
states in particular,
It
and you
is.
take all of the others. I mean, we have so many. We had such a big night. You just take a look at all
God.
of these states that we've
You
won
just-
tonight, and then you
Oh,
take a
God,
look at the
he's
kind
just-
of
he's
margins
great.
that we've won them by. And all of a sudden, it's not like we're up 12 votes and we have 60% left. We won states, and all of a sudden, I said, what happened to the election? It's off. And we have all these announcers saying, what happened? And then they said, oh, because you know what happened? They
Whose book
knew
what
they
happened?
couldn't win. So they said, let's go to court. And did I predict this? Did I
Oh,
say
here we
this?
go.
I was saying
Oh,
this from
here
the
comes
day
Supreme
I
Court.
heard they were going to send out tens of millions of ballots. I
He's
said
taking 'em.
exactly, because either they were going to win, or if they didn't win, they'll take us to court. So Florida was a tremendous victory, 377,000. Texas, as we said. Ohio, think of this. Ohio, a tremendous state, a big state. I love Ohio. We won by 8.1%.
You're all
460.
fucked.
Think of it. Almost 500,000 votes. North Carolina, big victory with North Carolina. And so we won there. We lead by 76,000 votes with almost nothing left. And all of a sudden, everything just stopped. This is a fraud on the American public. This is an embarrassment to our country.
Oh.
We were getting ready to win this election. Frankly, we did win this election.
Woo! Come on!
You just.
So our goal
Here we go.
now is to ensure the integrity for the good of this nation. This is a very big moment. This is a major fraud in our nation. We want the law to be used in a proper manner. So we'll be going to the U.S. Supreme Court. We want all voting to stop. We don't want them to find any ballots at 4 o'clock in the morning and add them to the list, okay?
And what does that do?
It's a
That
very
negates
sad-
Roberts.
It's
Because
a very
Amy Coney
sad
Barrett's in
moment.
there
To
now.
me, this is a very
Woo!
sad moment, and we will win this. And we, as far as I'm concerned, we already have won it. So I just want to thank you.
And you know what?
I want to thank
Fuck
all
it, we'll
of
even do
our
one better.
support. I want to
We're
thank
just going
all
to go
of
ahead
the
and bring out
people
Emmett,
that
Emmett Sullivan.
worked with us, and,
That'll go
Mr.
ahead and
Vice
negate
President.
the whole little mandatory vaccination. Might as well bring that too. Just great.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to join you in thanking more than 60 million Americans who have already cast their vote for 4 more years for President Donald Trump in the White House. And while the votes continue to be counted, we're going to remain vigilant, as the President said. The right to vote has been at the center of our democracy since the founding of this nation, and we're going to protect the integrity of the vote. But I really believe with all of my heart, with the extraordinary margins, Mr. President, that you've inspired in the states that you just described, and the way that you launched this movement across the country to make America great again, I truly do believe, as you do, that we are on the road to victory, and we will make America great again.
Again.
Thank you very much, everybody.
Here you go, President Trump speaking tonight from the White House. Final thoughts, Sean Spicer.
I think first 60% of what he said was perfect. You know, Mark said it earlier. He said a lot of right tone. I think he gave the media a gift. The morning show's looking for that quote. Yeah. That was the question that Mark asked earlier. They're going to take that. He declared earlier. He said to go into the Supreme Court. Look, he's got a path to 270. He should have, he should stay focused on that. He can't give the media who are wrong tonight such a gift, right? Mm-hmm. Stay focused on winning Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, and then take the 270. But don't give the Democrats, the left, another reason to have an excuse to ignore how wrong they were tonight.
And Mark, how much of this is in the hands of the lawyers and how much of it is in the hands of President Trump and the perception that he projects from here until we do have a decision?
All right. I'm calling it. I'm calling it because I'm tired. I'm exhausted.
What are your thoughts?
I was just going to say, let's wrap it up in like 5 minutes. That was all staged and ready to go. I don't think the exact numbers were all necessarily I know it's a movie, it's of some kind, but they literally stopped counting. I mean, you can still look at the map. There's no reason Georgia's still on the map. There's no reason North Carolina's still on the map. There's no reason Pennsylvania, Michigan. He just laid it out. The numbers are insurmountable. And then Arizona, he is 79% reporting, and he is down by about 100 and some thousand. Praying Medic just said he's closing the gap, and they're entering into MAGA territories. It's not blue territory. Meaning.
Yeah, but how?
Huh?
They counted all of the blue territories first.
So the whole point is there's probably 1 million votes left, and they're going into MAGA territory, meaning this lead does not hold up. And even if you give them Arizona, even if you get rid of Arizona, he still wins. He wins with Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia. It's over. It is over. There is no, and the only what they're going to do, he just said it too, is they're trying to count late ballots, and I guarantee you they have ballots hidden somewhere. This is going to be a massive, massive investigation, I guarantee you, and he's going to pull in the media on this. He's going to pull in social media. This is going to be, I don't think this is over in a week. It's going to Supreme Court. That's it, but you can tell he wanted it like that.
But remember, there's a parade on 11/11/18, and our deltas too. So 11/11/20. Oh yeah. What's going to happen on 11/11/20?
8 days.
Yep.
Well,
now I'm not saying it can't be done in that much time, but. So he's strategic. They're gonna wake up tomorrow morning. The morning shows are gonna wake up, and he said, "We won this election." He gave them that. He just here you go, run with it.
Yep.
It was pretty beautifully done, actually.
Because yeah. And the thing is that has he ever said anything that was proven untrue? No.
No, he continues to knock it out of the park. Even when he says something, even when he says something that seems like a little off, he
makes it right.
It ends up being actually right.
Figuratively, literally.
So now I'm gonna go scroll Twitter for a half hour and try to fall asleep. You guys,
I don't think you'll have a problem falling asleep.
you guys have a lovely evening, and I'm gonna get up and work tomorrow. How does that sound? So.
my grandkids will be here at 6 a.m. So I'm with you.
Yes.
You guys have a great evening. Everybody that everybody that stayed up with us, thank you so much.
Yes, I was just gonna say that.
And now it's up to Twitter to ruin some lives.
That is right. Thank you. We are, still right now, 2,404 strong on this just social media. That doesn't count the actual network site. And so, guys, thank you all. Now that's 6 hours strong of 3,000 plus viewers at one time. So this is gonna hit like really good numbers. And I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna drop a little hint. Brave TV's coming. That's all I'll say. I'm not going to say anything more than that. I'm just going to say it's coming, and we have lots of places to take this. So it's not over when this election or political season over, because we have a lot of work to do, a lot of education to do, a lot of business to do, etc. And we got to make Americans prosperous again. So
I need to say one thing before we get off.
Yes.
Dean. On behalf of all of the noble patriots that were on with us tonight, those who follow us weekly, I want to thank you for putting yourself out there and for making this happen as a team with us and including us as that team. It means a lot, and we really appreciate you.
Hey, this is for the country, for the planet.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
People want to know. People want to know why I'm willing. People want to know why we're willing, and I'm willing to go to 2:30 in the morning. And I even said, even if I have to go to 3, I didn't mean that, but here we are. You know what? It's
you meant it this time.
There's actually people on Twitter right now who are tweeting from Europe right now, and they didn't go to sleep. Like they're 6 hours. They're 6 hours longer than us.
Yeah,
because
like,
you have to understand.
9 in the morning there now.
Yeah, you have to understand what this is. This is not just this is for the planet. If we fall, if that Constitution falls, even though it's the wrong one, but we got to get. If those documents fall, the planet falls. It's that simple. So if it requires me getting out, going till 3 a.m. and then getting up and going, so be it. You know what? There's people that died before me. This is freaking easy. We're standing in front of computer screens and monitoring numbers. It's the least we can do for the people who actually died for those papers. So that's it. Have a good night.
We're just guys, and
be well.
Hey,
I'll see you tomorrow.
We have another thing tomorrow.
Is it
show tomorrow or?
Yeah, we will. Sure. What the hell? Give me a break.
Yeah. We'll probably just talk about the election or
we're gonna go very relaxed, especially after tonight.
Yeah.
Hey, Revolution Network, do me a favor, all of you, go serve and help somebody. Have a good night. Bye-bye.